Chapter 1937. Inside the cave, while healing his wounds, Yang Kai asked Lu Xianyun about the star boundary. This woman was quite frank, not hiding anything from him, greatly improving Yang Kai's impression of her. So, the realm above the Origin King realm is the Tao Source realm, and above that is the Emperor realm? Lu Xianyun nodded. Only when a cultivator reaches the grand accomplishment stage in Shi can they break through to the Origin King realm and comprehend their territory field. Only when they reach the grand accomplishment stage in their territory field can they break through to the Origin King realm and comprehend principal strength. What a Tao Source realm cultivator controls is principal strength. Principal strength. Yang Kai showed a look of reverence. Lu Xianyun smiled lightly. Brother Yang, don't think too much about it. Even a Tao Source realm master can only use simple principal strength. I've heard that only after reaching the Emperor realm can one control principal strength. Only then can one truly change the world with a single thought, and one's words become law. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Of course, comprehending principal strength is only one of the basic requirements for breaking through to the Tao Source realm. The other most important condition is to transform one's own strength into Source Qi. Source Qi? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Is that what the new power in our bodies is called? A power one level higher than Saint Qi is Source Qi. Brother Yang must have also felt that this new power is closely related to our own Source Qi, which is why it is called Source Qi. I did feel that way. In the Starlight Corridor, the biggest role of the Starlight is to promote the transformation of Saint Qi into Source Qi in an Origin King's body. So the more Starlight one can absorb in the Starlight Corridor, the better, Lu Xianyun explained. Then you spent 5 years in there. Didn't you absorb a lot of Starlight? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Brother Yang is thinking too much. Although we stayed there for 5 years, the time we absorbed the Starlight was less than 2 months. In less than 2 months, I spent the rest of the time hiding in the Yellow Springs Darkness Shroud. Underworld Nether Territory Shield? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right, it's Brother Yin's defensive artifact. It's a Tao Source grade artifact, and I've heard that it was passed down from the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect. This time, Brother Yin carried it with him, and if it weren't for it, we would have been expelled from the Starlight Corridor long ago, and we wouldn't have been able to stay there for 5 years. What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. The Starlight within the Starlight Corridor can bring enormous benefits to a cultivator, especially to cultivators like us who travel from the territory of low-level planets to the astral boundary. It could be said that the Starlight was the first opportunity we encountered. But Brother Yang, do you really think a cultivator can stay inside as he pleases? Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly. That's impossible. No one can stay in the Starlight Corridor for more than 2 months. Once the time is up, they will be expelled by the world laws of the Starlight Corridor. Kai Yang finally showed a look of understanding. He had some doubts before. If every cultivator could stay in the Starlight Corridor for several years, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for cultivators in the territory of low-level planets. Because as long as a guy like Yin Lusheng controlled the Starlight Corridor, no one would have an easy time. Now, after listening to Lu Xianyun's explanation, Yang Kai realized that it was the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield. The Starlight in the Starlight Corridor can accelerate the transformation of Saint Qi into Source Qi in our bodies, so naturally, the more we absorb, the better. This is especially true for Star Master level cultivators. Because they possess Star's source, they have an extremely high affinity with Starlight. The absorption rate is much faster than ordinary cultivators, Lu Xianyun explained. Suddenly, she paused, her pair of beautiful eyes widening as she looked Yang Kai up and down with a stunned expression. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned. Strange. Lu Xianyun frowned. She asked in surprise, Brother Yang, aren't you a Star Master? Before in the Starlight Corridor, she had clearly seen it. The surrounding starlight was like a whale sucking water into Yang Kai's body. That was definitely the most obvious sign of being a Star Master. Even Yin Lusheng couldn't match such a speed. The other Star Master accompanying Yang Kai wasn't even 1/10 as fast as he was. I am a Star Master. Yang Kai didn't conceal this. After all, he had been exposed in the Starlight Corridor before. But why don't you have the light of stars on you? Lu Xianyun's expression became even more strange. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at her with a puzzled look. Lu Xianyun explained, Let's put it this way. When a Star Master level cultivator first enters the star boundary, because they absorb too much starlight in the starlight corridor and are unable to refine it for a while, a layer of light from stars will appear on their body. This layer of light from stars is extremely obvious, and only when a Star Master finishes absorbing all the stars will this layer of light disappear. But Yang Kai looked down at himself and didn't find any trace of the light from stars. However, with a thought, he checked his knowledge sea and found that it was full of starlight, especially in the area where the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus was located, where the starlight was unimaginably rich. He suddenly felt relieved, knowing that the starlight he hadn't absorbed for a while had gathered in his knowledge sea. Lu Xianyun wasn't wrong. It was just that his situation was a bit special. This matter was related to the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, so Yang Kai didn't explain. Is it related to the Starlight Corridor's final collapse? Lu Xianyun frowned and thought of a possible explanation. Perhaps. Yang Kai immediately seized the opportunity. Lu Xianyun glanced at him and didn't pursue this issue any further, smiling slightly and saying, "But this is also good. Without the light of stars, Brother Yang will be much safer." "Why is that?" Yang Kai asked. "It's because of the star's source," Lu Xianyun explained. "Why would Brother Yin target you?" "It's because he wants to deprive you of the star's source. In the star boundary, the source of stars is a good thing. A cultivator with the source of stars can more easily comprehend the world principles and break through to the Tao source realm and become an Emperor realm master. So, everyone covets the source of stars. If you have the light of stars outside your body, wouldn't it be telling others that you are a star master who just came out of the starlight corridor? Wouldn't others have ideas about you? You should know that in the star boundary, there is more than one secret technique to deprive others of their star's source. This mistress would like to advise you not to let others know that you are a star master in the future. Otherwise, it is very likely to lead to a fatal disaster." "Damn it!" Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Lu Xianyun was startled and asked in amazement, "What's wrong?" "My companion." Yang Kai thought of AIO, who was also a star master, and his face sank. AIO knew nothing about the star boundary, and he had absorbed a lot of starlight in the starlight corridor. If he came to the star boundary at this moment, he would definitely see the light of stars. If what Lu Xianyun said was true, then AIO's situation was probably not good at the moment. Lu Xianyun also reacted and thought for a while before saying, "The starlight corridor collapsed and everyone was swallowed by the void cracks. You can't do anything about it. You can only pray that the heavens help him. Also, there are two sides to everything. Although a star master cultivator is easy to be targeted, if he meets a noble master, he may be valued." Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lu Xianyun took the initiative to explain, "Maybe your friend will meet a master who will accept him as a disciple. Star masters who come from the territory of a low-level star are very popular in the star boundary. All star masters have great potential for development. Some great sects even like to recruit people like you and your companion as disciples and focus on nurturing them." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Of course." Lu Xianyun nodded seriously. "There are 10 peak emperors in the star boundary, and rumor has it that 6 of them came from the territory of a low-level star and were all star masters before." 10 peak emperors? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Who are they? He suddenly thought of Yang Inflammation and wondered if Yang Inflammation was qualified to be among the 10. Lu Xianyun smiled embarrassedly. "I'm not sure. Everything I know is from Brother Yin. His Netherworld sect has an inheritance in the star boundary, so he knows more than we do. However, the 10 peak emperors are all world-shaking figures that are beyond our reach. And, Brother Yang, you can count on it. As for this mistress, I'll be satisfied if I can cultivate to the level of an ordinary emperor in the Emperor realm." Speaking of this, Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. Yang Kai said, "Don't be too modest. Who can say for sure when it comes to cultivation? Maybe one day you'll soar to the sky." Lu Xianyun smiled. "Then I'll take advantage of Brother Yang's auspicious words." Yang Kai nodded. Although he was anxious for AIO in his heart, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that AIO would discover something was wrong and hide for a while until he finished absorbing and fusing with the starlight. He believed that AIO would not act rashly. After all, he was a veteran. After chatting for a while, the two of them felt a lot more cordial, and the atmosphere was no longer as tense as when they first met. Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of Lu Xianyun's character. He knew that a person like her would not attack them unless she was forced into a corner. Previously, in the Starlight Corridor, she was helpless, so it was not her fault. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to enter secluded retreat to heal his injuries, so he slowly recovered his strength while continuing to chat with Lu Xianyun. Unfortunately, Lu Xianyun herself didn't know much about the matters of the star boundary, so she only spoke for half a day before she told him everything she knew. Afterward, the two of them talked about the situation of their respective star territory. Although it was just a casual chat, Yang Kai also found that the territory of their great desolate star was not much worse than the territory of his homeworld star. The territories of the two stars were almost the same in every aspect. The difference was that in the great desolate star territory, there was Yin Lusheng, who ruled supreme, while in the territory of Yang Kai's homeworld star, there was no real hegemon, but rather a tripartite balance of power. Chapter 1938. The more information he learned about the star boundary, the more Yang Kai discovered the brilliance of this new world, and the more aware he was of his own shortcomings. He was full of longing for greater strength. As the two of them were talking, suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "What's wrong?" Lu Xianyun looked at him with a puzzled look, but in the next moment, she also noticed something and her whole body suddenly stiffened, her pretty face turning pale as she stared at Yang Kai. Kai Yang raised a finger and placed it in front of his mouth, gesturing. But before Lu Xianyun could make any response, a light suddenly flashed at the entrance of the cave, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them instinctively circulated their Saint Chi, stood side by side, and stared vigilantly at the newcomer. The newcomer had no intention of hiding his whereabouts and simply stared at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun coldly as he sneered. "Two little mice, your vigilance is quite high." With the help of the dim light, Yang Kai was able to see the other party's face. This was a man who seemed to be in his 30s, dressed in white robes, and had an extraordinary temperament. But what made Yang Kai concerned was the other party's aura. It was unfathomable, far greater than the pressure he felt from Yin Lusheng in the Starlight Corridor. Dao Source Realm. This thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and his face became even uglier. He and Lu Xianyun were both well-known figures in their respective star territories, so the two of them hiding in the cave and talking naturally concealed their auras. If it were an ordinary origin king, it would be impossible for them to detect them. But if the other party was a Dao Source Realm master, being able to discover the existence of the two of them made sense. Yang Kai didn't know how powerful a Dao Source Realm master was, only that a cultivator of this realm was not someone he could compete with right now. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air came from outside, and three figures followed the man into the cave. One of them asked, "Brother Ko, what did you find?" The other person was surprised and said, "Hey, there really are two guys hiding here. Brother Ko is really amazing, you can even detect them." The last person laughed out loud. Brother Ko is an expert of the First Order Dao Source Realm. These two fellows are about the same level as us. How can they play tricks under Brother Ko's nose? These people were all men. After entering the cave, they all looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with a sarcastic expression. The one who spoke first looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with a meaningful look in his eyes. Then he looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's good figure and chuckled. Obviously, he thought that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were hiding in this small cave and doing something shady. Although Lu Xianyun looked embarrassed, she didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai was also silent. There were 3 third-order origin kings on the other side. The leading Dao Source Realm Master was not someone he and Lu Xianyun could contend with, so Yang Kai could only act according to the situation. Fortunately, the other party had not taken action directly, otherwise he and Lu Xianyun would have been in deep trouble. The leading brother Ko glanced at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun coldly, the look in his eyes becoming more and more contemptuous as he coldly snorted. "So little source chi in your bodies. Where did the two of you come from, and what are you scheming in my Blue Feather sect?" Blue Feather sect? Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other in confusion. However, the two of them also guessed that this was probably the territory of a sect called Blue Feather Sect, and the two of them had accidentally intruded, so they were discovered by the other party's disciples. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down a little and cupped his fists. "Greetings, friends. We did not know this was your sect's territory. We accidentally intruded. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. You can rest assured, we will leave immediately." Saying so, Yang Kai winked at Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun understood immediately. She quickly followed Yang Kai out of this dangerous place. The leading man surnamed Ko, and the other three stood at the entrance of the cave, motionless. They had no intention of evading at all. The man surnamed Ko sneered. "Accidentally intruded? You can deceive little children with such words. But do you want to deceive this Ko as well? Tell me honestly, are you guys from the Daybreak Pavilion?" "Daybreak Pavilion?" Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "Sorry, I've never heard of it." "You're quite good at acting." One of the men behind the man surnamed Ko sneered and said, "Brother Ko, don't talk nonsense with them. Just take them back and give them a good explanation. Do you think they won't tell the truth? Daring to trespass into my Blue Feather Sect's territory, this group of Daybreak Pavilion people don't put us in their eyes at all." The man surnamed Ko also said with a cold expression, "It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and formed a seal, letting out a low shout as he pointed towards Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun from afar. Two bursts of power shot out and hit Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's chests, who were caught off guard. The two of them turned pale with fright. Just as they were about to resist, they were shocked to find that something like a rope had appeared on the surface of their bodies. These ropes were densely packed with rice grain-sized rune patterns that flickered incessantly, completely restraining the power in their bodies. The more the two of them struggled, the stronger the secret technique became. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's complexion changed drastically. With just a casual move, the two of them had completely lost their ability to fight, allowing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to fully realize the horror of a Dao Source Realm Master. After doing all this, the man surnamed Ko no longer looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, waving his hand and saying, "Take them away." Saying so, he turned around and walked out, not giving the two of them any chance to refute. Yang Kai was annoyed, but he knew that now was not the time to act out. The three cultivator who followed the man surnamed Ko swarmed up and pushed Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun away. Lu Xianyun twisted her body and gritted her teeth. "Don't touch me, I can walk on my own." The cultivator who had been sizing up Lu Xianyun before sneered, "This little girl is quite grumpy. I like it, but I don't know if she can withstand the torture later." The other two showed a knowing expression. This made Lu Xianyun feel even more sad. In any case, she was an overlord of the Grand Desolation Star Field. She had not even had the time to appreciate the splendor of the star boundary when she was captured and imprisoned. She had never encountered such a thing in her life, and was simply unable to accept it. And listening to the conversation of these three, it seemed that she would have to endure some kind of torture after arriving at Blue Feather Sect. Lu Xianyun couldn't help but pale at the thought of the treatment she might receive. She looked at Yang Kai for help. "Friends, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. Can you listen to my explanation?" Yang Kai made a final attempt with a sullen face. "Explanation? Wait until we arrive at the sect. It won't be too late for you to explain later." The cultivator surnamed Ko snorted coldly. "Yes, hand over your space rings first, if you don't want to suffer more." Yang Kai glanced at Lu Xianyun and slowly shook his head, taking off his space ring and throwing it to the nearest person. In fact, there weren't many valuable things in his space ring, only some items that he would use on a daily basis, the truly precious treasures. They were all stored in the Demon Mystic Tome. So, handing over his space ring didn't have any psychological burden for him. On the other hand, Lu Xianyun's expression was one of struggle and unwillingness. If it weren't for the fact that her strength was sealed, she would have fought. Everything she had was stored in her space ring, so how could she be willing to hand it over? But now that she was under the eaves, she had to bow her head. Like Yang Kai, she could only take off her space ring and throw it at one of the cultivators. After taking the two space rings, the cultivator didn't check them for himself and instead offered them to the leader, Brother Ko. Brother Ko was very satisfied and put away the space ring. A moment later, the group exited the cave. Brother Ko casually pulled out an object, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dragon and phoenix engraved ship. It was an extraordinary ship. The ship wasn't big. It was only divided into 2 decks, but it was more than enough to accommodate the group. Brother Ko casually waved his hand and wrapped Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with his own strength before lightly landing on the deck. The others also flickered and landed on the ship. Soon after, Brother Ko urged his strength and activated the ship's spirit array. In the next moment, outside the ship, a thin layer of energy flashed and wrapped around the entire ship, allowing it to fly forward at an extremely fast speed. Both Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at all this in amazement, their eyes filled with amazement. In their respective star territory, neither of them had ever seen this type of flying artifact. The most they had seen were star shuttles and starships. Although this ship didn't look as large and magnificent as a starship, in terms of refinement, it was by no means comparable to a starship, and in terms of practicality, it was far superior to a star shuttle. This kind of existence was a cross between a star shuttle and a starship and was very suitable for traveling. Brother Ko and the others didn't pay attention to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. After all, the two of them had their strength sealed and couldn't play any tricks. However, after seeing the expressions of the two, the disciples of Blue Feather Sect couldn't help laughing and whispering to each other while pointing at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, seemingly mocking them. The two of them noticed this and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. The original overlords of Star Territory acting like country bumpkins after arriving in the star boundary was indeed a bit inappropriate. Brother Ko saw the reactions of the two and frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything and simply focused on controlling the speed and direction of the ship. After flying for about half an hour, a dense cluster of buildings suddenly appeared in the mountains ahead. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun immediately knew that this was the entrance to Blue Feather Sect. The two of them were naturally very curious about this Star Boundaries sect and couldn't help standing up from the deck to look around. In the next moment, the two of them were shocked. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains and rugged mountains that stretched out for tens of thousands of kilometers. Obviously, this was the territory of Blue Feather Sect. The entire sect stood in the middle of a mountain range, giving off an aura that seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. This kind of momentum was not something any sect in the star field could compare with. Even Yang Kai's High Heaven sect was not on the same level as this Blue Feather sect. Chapter 1939. Your Breaking Sun Pavilion's headquarters is no worse than this place. Is there any need to make such a fuss? Brother Ko narrowed his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as he looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who were still in shock. Yang Kai turned his head and quickly said, "Like I said, we are not from Breaking Sun Pavilion, and this is our first time here, believe it or not." Brother Ko nodded lightly and did not say anything more, simply standing on the deck with his hands behind his back, giving off an air of confidence. When they arrived above Blue Feather Sect, Brother Ko tapped his foot, and the ship descended straight down. Down below, many cultivators who saw the ship approached, and after discovering that it was Brother Ko and the others, they all cupped their fists and greeted them. This Brother Ko seemed to have a lot of prestige in Blue Feather Sect, so many disciples knew him. There were also some people who were curiously looking at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, wondering how Brother Ko had managed to capture these two. Yang Kai vaguely heard them talking about Breaking Sun Pavilion and seemed to suspect that he and Lu Xianyun were spies for Breaking Sun Pavilion. Breaking Sun Pavilion and Blue Feather Sect definitely have some kind of grievance, Kai Yang concluded in his heart. At the same time, he and Lu Xianyun were also secretly looking around at the cultivator and were immediately taken aback. There were about 70 to 80 cultivators gathered around them, and of these 70 to 80, more than half were Origin King Realm cultivators. There were even a dozen third-order Origin Kings, and Yang Kai felt that they were even stronger than Yin Lisheng. In a one-on-one fight, if not for the Dao Source Grade artifact, the Underworld Dark Territory Shield, Yang Kai was 100% certain that Yin Lisheng would not be their opponent. Through the information he had obtained from Lu Xianyun before, Yang Kai quickly understood. These dozen people should have successfully transformed all their Saint Qi into Source Qi. But the reason they had not been able to break through to the Dao Source realm was because their comprehension of principal strength was not enough. This had become a barrier to their breakthrough. This barrier was the huge gap between the Dao Source realm and the Origin King realm, and the most basic reason why Brother Ko could command such awe. This was the first sect Yang Kai encountered after arriving in the Star Boundary, and what he saw shocked him greatly. Several dozen Origin Kings gathered together. This was something unimaginable for a cultivator in Star's territory. In Star, Origin territory. Not to mention those old masters, even First-Order Origin Kings were lofty existences that ordinary cultivators rarely seen. But here, they were like weeds in the fields. They were everywhere. But Yang they were, or even the Emperor, realm, and realm, origin realm cultivators, or even to the realm. Or even to that point, to mention to the Emperor realm. Of the 70 to 80 people, more than half were origin kings. There were also origin returning realm cultivators and Saint King realm cultivators, but the lower the realm of a cultivator, the fewer there were. In the star boundary, the strength of a cultivator was not something that could be achieved overnight. Although the cultivation environment here was countless times better than in star territory, a cultivator's cultivation and strength always increased bit by bit. Even in the star boundary, the cultivators here cultivated from the bottom up bit by bit. Saint Kings would appear. Origin returning realm cultivators were naturally not surprising. Just as Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were secretly shocked, Brother Ko pointed to a cultivator who had been following him and said, "Cui Jing, send these two to the bone prison. I'll report to Protector Bien. Let's see how to deal with them." Send them to the bone prison? The cultivator named Cui Jing was a little stunned when he heard this. It seemed that Brother Ko's treatment of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun was a little unexpected. However, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded, yes. Saying so, he beckoned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said coldly, "Come down. How long do you want to stay on this ship?" Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun sighed helplessly and could only jump off the ship. "Follow me," Cui Jing said and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun followed silently. Both of them knew that it was useless to explain anything now. Since Brother Ko didn't trust them from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't trust them now, so they could only take things as they came. Fortunately, although the two of them had their strength sealed, they didn't suffer any injuries. Along the way, they seemed to be heading towards a mountain peak. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked tentatively, "Dare I ask this friend, where is the bone prison?" Cui Jing turned around and glanced at Yang Kai with a sneer, snorting, "Who's your friend?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he cupped his fists and said, "This one has offended you. May I ask if the senior brother can explain to the two of us what this bone prison is?" Yang Kai's attitude made Cui Jing very satisfied, so he put on a kind face and said lightly, "You know from the name, it's naturally a place where people are imprisoned. Over there, ha ha ha, you'll know when you get there." A series of low chuckles caused Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's expressions to change slightly, subconsciously feeling that this bone prison was definitely not a good place to go. The bone prison was indeed located at the foot of a mountain peak, and there were blue feather sect disciples guarding it. After Cui Jing handed over Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to the disciples here, he left directly, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. This disciple was also a third-order origin king cultivator, and his aura was extremely vigorous and deep, making him look extremely difficult to deal with. After Cui Jing left, this disciple squinted his eyes and looked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun up and down, curling his lips as he muttered, "Damn, that Cui Jing bastard. Every time he captures someone, he takes away their space rings, causing Father here to have nothing to drink." After muttering to himself for a while, this disciple turned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said, "Stop pretending. Hand over the rest of your things." "What things?" Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were stunned. "The artifacts you refined in your body." "Don't tell me even those things were taken away by Cui Jing," the blue feather sect disciple sneered. As soon as this statement came out, not only did Lu Xianyun's pretty face change slightly, but Yang Kai's face also became ugly. It was common knowledge that a cultivator could refine artifacts in their body and summon them whenever they needed to. Previously, Brother Ko and the others had only asked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to hand over their space rings, not the artifacts they refined in their bodies, so they hadn't been too ruthless. But as soon as they arrived at the bone prison, the cultivator guarding this place actually asked them to hand over the artifacts they refined in their bodies, so the two's expressions naturally became ugly. Artifacts that could be refined in a cultivator's body were obviously the best artifacts the cultivator possessed, and were the most frequently used artifacts. They were connected to the cultivator's mind and soul, so if they were destroyed or taken away, the cultivator's mind would definitely be damaged. Comparing this person's request to what Brother Ko and the others had done before, Yang Kai suddenly felt that Brother Ko and the others were being kind. However, Yang Kai only refined 3 artifacts in his body. The Verdant Dragon Bone Sword, the Annihilation Thunder Bead, and the Sealed World Bead were the only 2 Emperor artifacts he had refined in his body. No matter which of these three were, it was impossible for him to hand them over. Although he didn't know what Lu Xianyun's natal artifact was, she obviously wouldn't give in so easily. However, the other party seemed to have expected this, and seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun remain silent for a long time, he sneered and said, "Do you want me to use force? If you don't want to hand over this woman, I, Yan Xiuran, am not a man who doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Ha ha ha." Speaking of this, he let out a series of obscene laughter. How could Lu Xianyun not know what he was thinking? She immediately hid behind Yang Kai without a trace. Yan Xiuran's expression became cold as he narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and said, "I can refuse to hand over this woman, but you can't." "I don't have any artifacts in my body," Yang Kai quickly said. Yan Xiuran coldly snorted, "Who do you think you're trying to fool? Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face." Saying so, he suddenly pulled off a bag that had been hanging from his waist. The pouch looked small and exquisite, and no one knew what was inside. It was bulging, and it seemed to be a living thing that was constantly wriggling. Yan Xiuran sneered, opened the bag, and poured out something from it. After seeing what this thing was, Lu Xianyun couldn't help crying out in alarm, her pretty face going pale. This thing was actually a small snake, but it was somewhat different from ordinary snakes. It was snow-white in color and looked flawless, as if it had been carved from fine jade. With Yang Kai's knowledge and experience, he couldn't recognize the name of this small snake-like spirit beast or what its purpose was. But Yan Xiuran taking out this monster beast at this time obviously had something to do with snatching the cultivator's natal artifact. Yan Xiuran undoubtedly attached great importance to this spirit snake, so he took it out very carefully. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai in front of him, grinning fiercely as he said, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't cry out in pain later." As soon as these words fell, Yan Xiuran's hand shook slightly, and the white spirit snake shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow, piercing the skin on the back of his hand. A strange scene occurred. The white spirit snake bit through Yang Kai's skin and, like smoke, drilled into Yang Kai's body through the wound, shuttling through his meridians and flesh. In an instant, Yang Kai's body trembled violently as an unbearable pain spread from his muscles and meridians, causing his face to become extremely red. If it weren't for his strong willpower, Yang Kai would have screamed miserably already. "Brother Yang," Lu Xianyun called out, fearing that Yang Kai would suffer some kind of accident. Yang Kai let out a low roar from his throat, like a wounded beast, his scarlet eyes staring straight at Yan Xiuran in front of him. Yan Xiuran didn't show any fear and simply laughed. "Don't worry, you won't die. This treasure-seizing snake of mine doesn't have any other skills. It only knows how to snatch the artifacts refined by others. After it takes away the artifacts, you will naturally recover." Sure enough, Yang Kai felt a bad premonition. The purpose of this spirit snake was exactly as he had guessed before, a strange existence that could wantonly snatch artifacts from others. For a time, his heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 1940. The three artifacts that Yang Kai had nurtured and refined in his body couldn't be easily shown to others. Even in the star boundary, these three artifacts were existences that could cause a reign of terror. Needless to say, the Emperor artifact and Emperor beads were treasures passed down by Yang Yen and another Emperor realm master. They were of extremely high grade and powerful enough to make any cultivator below the Emperor realm fight for them. Even those in the Emperor realm would covet them. Although the verdant dragon bone sword's grade was not high, that was because Yang Kai had not completely refined it into a real artifact, so the dragon bone sword was basically a semi-finished product. Its main materials were the spine of a true dragon and the dragon bead. This was the body artifact of an ancient true dragon and was on the same level as the dragon scale Yang Kai had fused with. In terms of value, even if it was not as good as a top Emperor artifact, it was not far behind. Therefore, as soon as the treasure-seizing snake entered his body, Yang Kai felt something was wrong. No matter which of these three artifacts was taken away, Yang Kai could not bear it, but now that his strength was sealed, he could only silently endure the pain caused by the treasure-seizing snake's rampage through his body, unable to resist. What's more, even if he was restored to his peak, he may not be Yan Xiuran's opponent. Yan Xiuran sneered to the side, his eyes filled with cold expectation. Obviously, this was not the first time he had done such a thing, grinning fiercely as he said, "It's not too late for you to regret now. If you don't want to suffer, just cooperate obediently." You should know that although artifacts are precious, without your life, you can't use them no matter how many you have." Yang Kai stared at him coldly without saying a word, his eyes filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to carve the appearance of this person into the depths of his bones. Yan Xiaoran curled his lips and said, "Stubborn, since that's the case, don't blame me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and formed a seal. The treasure-seizing snake, which was already rampaging through Yang Kai's body, became even more ferocious. Yang Kai's screams rang out. All of a sudden, a voice was heard. He could clearly feel the trajectory of the treasure-snatching snake in his body. He did not know what kind of talent this monster beast had. It had an unimaginable sense of smell and tracking ability when it came to finding secret treasures refined in the cultivator's body. It seemed that any secret treasure that was hidden could not escape its detection. It quickly found the location of the dragon bone sword. It went straight in that direction. Yang Kai endured the pain, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He wanted to control the dragon bone sword to dodge, but he was unable to do so. It didn't take long for the treasure-seizing snake to reach the dragon bone sword. Without even looking at it, it opened its mouth wide, as if it were about to swallow the sword and take it by force. If it succeeded, Yang Kai's losses were huge. However, something unexpected happened. The treasure-seizing snake had only completed half of its swallowing action when it suddenly retreated in panic, as if it had been frightened by something. He avoided the dragon bone sword in a straight line. At that moment, Yang Kai clearly felt a faint dragon aura emanating from the dragon bone sword, and it was embedded in the dragon pearl where the dragon bone sword was. The dragon soul slowly opened its eyes and glanced at the treasure-seizing snake. It was this dragon aura and the dragon soul's glance that scared the treasure-seizing snake away. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He only needed to think for a moment to understand why such a thing happened. It was not that the dragon bone sword's grade was too high, but the dragon bone sword's dragon aura and the remnant dragon soul had a natural restraining and deterring ability for the treasure-seizing snake. It was not surprising. True dragons were ancient divine spirits. It was rumored that flood dragons, pythons, and snakes were all transformed from true dragons after countless generations of dilution. Naturally, they had a natural restraining power against these three creatures. The treasure-seizing snake was also a kind of snake. How could it dare to be presumptuous in front of the old ancestor's aura? So it immediately retreated far away. Yan Xiaoran, who had been observing, could not help but frown. He did not know what had happened to his treasure-seizing snake. The treasure-seizing snake had failed to immediately seize the other party's artifact. In the past, as long as his treasure-seizing snake moved, it would not take more than 10 breaths. It would be able to snatch the artifacts of others easily, but today, something seemed to have happened. Yan Xiaoran could not help glancing at Yang Kai meaningfully, but he did not care too much and continued to wait. The treasure-seizing snake did not dare to swallow the dragon bone sword and could only look for other artifacts. Its next target was the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead naturally didn't have the dragon's might to deter it, but the Annihilation Divine Lightning within it wasn't something that the treasure-seizing snake dared to provoke. Thus, it merely circled around the Annihilation Thunder Bead before leaving dejectedly. With the treasure-seizing snake's ability, it did not dare to touch an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The only result of forcibly snatching it was being turned to ashes by the Annihilation Divine Thunder. The treasure-seizing snake was also somewhat intelligent and knew how to seek benefits and avoid disaster. Soon, it arrived in front of the Sealed World Bead. Seemingly because of the experience it had gained from the Dragon Bone Sword and the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the treasure-seizing snake did not rush to swallow the Sealed World Bead this time and instead wandered nearby, carefully observing. After determining that the Sealed World Bead did not sense any danger, the treasure-seizing snake opened its mouth and swallowed the Sealed World Bead before attempting to withdraw from Yang Kai's body. But it was already too late. The moment the Sealed World Bead entered its stomach, a surge of world force erupted in its abdomen. In an instant, a large hole appeared in the treasure-seizing snake's abdomen, and it hissed as it fled in panic. The Sealed World Bead was a world of its own, and Yang Kai had only been able to absorb it into his body because he had refined it before. Swallowing the treasure-seizing snake was equivalent to swallowing an entire world. With its ability, how could it possibly bear such a thing? It was already lucky that it did not explode on the spot. The treasure-seizing snake finally discovered that everything in Yang Kai's body was not so easy to plunder. It still possessed a bit of intelligence, so after suffering such a heavy blow, how could it dare to stay? At the same time, Yan Xiuran's expression changed as he shouted, "What's going on?" He had some connection with the treasure-seizing snake, so the moment the treasure-seizing snake was injured, he was aware of it. In a panic, he quickly formed a seal with both hands, trying to urge the treasure-seizing snake to come out. Yang Kai endured the unbearable pain and suddenly took a few steps back. *Xiu. From somewhere in his chest, a small blood-stained snake shot out, its forked tongue darting out, as if it had been wronged, and shot towards Yan Xiuran. On the abdomen of the little snake, there was a bloody hole, its internal organs exposed to the air, causing Yan Xiuran's heart to ache. But at this moment, Yang Kai did something that both Yan Xiuran and Lu Xianyun could not believe. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the treasure-seizing snake in the palm of his hand. Pinching the snake's head, Yang Kai exerted a little force with his thumb and index finger and crushed the little snake's neck bone. Yang Kai's strength was indeed sealed, but his physical strength could not be sealed at all, so his actions were as quick as lightning. By the time Yan Xiuran reacted, the treasure-seizing snake had already died. Yang Kai grinned at him and then stuffed the little snake into his mouth and began to chew on it. Yang Kai's mouth was full of blood, making him look like a bloodthirsty beast, his scarlet eyes flashing with a terrifying light. "You!" Yan Xiuran was stunned. He did not expect things to develop to this point. Because Yang Kai's strength was sealed, Yan Xiuran did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. By the time he wanted to rescue him, it was already too late. The treasure-seizing snake had already become Yang Kai's food. Lu Xianyun's tender body could not help trembling. She and Yang Kai were now grasshoppers on the same rope, and in her opinion, Yang Kai's actions were simply pushing them into a fiery pit. Did he not know that people under the eaves had no choice but to bow their heads? This is bad. I really shouldn't have cooperated with this person. He looked quite steady before, so how could he make such a crazy move? Lu Xianyun's intestines turned green with regret as her face became extremely ugly. "You court death." Yan Xiuran was furious as he took a step forward, his eyes turning red as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and sent out a fierce palm strike. Hong. How could Yang Kai block the violent blow of a third-order origin king in his current state? Thus, he was immediately sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing into the mountain wall several hundred feet behind him, creating a huge human-shaped crater on the mountain wall. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai slid down the mountain wall. "Brother Yang!" Lu Xianyun exclaimed in horror. Although she did not understand why Yang Kai suddenly acted so crazily, seeing him being hit by a palm strike, she could not help calling out nervously. After all, she and Yang Kai both came from the territory of a low-level star and had some common interests. On the other hand, none of the Blue Feather sect disciples were good people, so if Yang Kai died like this and she was the only one left, her fate would be miserable. She subconsciously did not want Yang Kai to die like this. However, she also knew that Yang Kai's chances of survival were not high. Just now, Yan Xiuran had not shown any mercy in his furious attack. Even if she had taken that blow, she would have died, let alone Yang Kai, a mere second-order origin king. Cough, cough. A violent cough came from the mountain wall as Yang Kai struggled to stand up, spat out the treasure-seizing snake's flesh from his mouth, and swallowed the snake gall. Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the disheveled yet arrogant Yang Kai like she was looking at a monster, her heart shaking wildly. He survived. How did he do it? He didn't die. Yan Xiuran was also stunned. His furious attack just now was intended to take Yang Kai's life directly to avenge his treasure-seizing snake. After all, although the treasure-seizing snake could not be used in battle, its ability to rob others of their innate divine technique and refine artifacts was already a precious treasure. Yan Xiuran had spent a lot of money to buy it from someone else, so now that it had died tragically at Yang Kai's hands, how could he let this go? So, after seeing that Yang Kai was not dead, Yan Xiuran's eyes suddenly became cold as he walked towards Yang Kai step by step, like an erupting volcano, his anger and powerful momentum surging towards Yang Kai. Chapter 1941. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and instead grinned. "If you kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself. You're just a mere prisoner." What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Even if I kill you, no one will care. Is that so? Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Ko said that he was going to ask Protector Bien how to deal with us. Tell me, if Protector Bien learns that you killed me, what will happen to you? Hearing the words Protector Bien, Yan Xiaoran's eyes flashed with a strong sense of dread, and his anger seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water, suddenly cooling down. I made the right bet. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Judging from the behavior of the Blue Feather sect disciples he had met, this sect did not seem to be a good one. The cultivator inside was also not a good person. Yang Kai guessed that the rules were extremely strict, and once violated, he would be severely punished. That was why Yang Kai had used the name of Protector Bien, whom he had never met before, as a banner. Yan Xiaoran was really shocked. As Yang Kai had said, if he killed Yang Kai before Protector Bien gave the order, it would definitely be overstepping his authority. If Protector Bien found out about this, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Therefore, he didn't dare to kill again. However, the treasure-seizing snake had been bitten to death by Yang Kai, so it was impossible for him to just give up. So Yan Xiaoran only hesitated for a moment before walking towards Yang Kai fiercely and saying, "Little brat, you can rest assured that if Protector Bien wants you dead, I will personally send you on your way and allow you to live for a few days." Yang Kai heard this and curled his lips fiercely. "But now you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Your physique seems to be quite extraordinary. I hope you can take this blow." As soon as these words fell, Yan Xiaoran rushed in front of Yang Kai and condensed his burning anger and violent source qi into his fist before slamming it towards Yang Kai's abdomen. Hong. Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was curled up like a shrimp, twitching in pain. But before that, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a storm, it sprayed towards Yan Xiaoran. Caught off guard, the latter's face was covered in dirt. After being provoked again and again, how could he endure it? Almost instinctively, he lifted his leg and swept it wildly at Yang Kai's neck. The next moment, Yang Kai flew out and fell to the ground, motionless. From the looks of it, he seemed to have fainted. "You're lucky." Yan Xiaoran coldly snorted, turned his head, and glared fiercely at Lu Xianyun before shouting, "Drag him over and follow me." Now that the treasure-seizing snake was dead, even if Yan Xiaoran wanted to snatch Lu Xianyun's artifact, it would be impossible for him to do so, so he could only lock them up in the bone prison before torturing them. Lu Xianyun heard this. Quickly trotting over to Yang Kai's side, she stretched out her finger to check his pulse, and after confirming that he was still alive, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Thinking about it for a moment, Lu Xianyun stretched out her hand, picked up Yang Kai, and then carried him on her back. Following closely behind Yan Xiaoran, they walked into the cave at the foot of the mountain in front of them. Suddenly, a gloomy feeling lingered all over her body, causing Lu Xianyun to subconsciously shrink her neck. Inside the mountain, vaguely, there was a burst of tragic screams echoing in the air. Just listening to it made one's hair stand on end. Yan Xiaoran led the way in front and sneered as he walked. "Only a few people can come out alive after entering the bone prison. If you don't want to suffer any inhumane treatment, give me your artifact as soon as possible. Hand over the artifact to me as soon as possible, and I'll let them give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death." Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly, biting her bloodless lips, not uttering a single word. The deeper they went, the darker and more humid the environment became, and an unpleasant stench filled the air, causing Lu Xianyun to frown involuntarily. All the way down, they seemed to have penetrated 1,000 meters before arriving at a dungeon-like place. The cells were divided into many different sections and seemed to be made from the bones of some monster beast, making them extremely sturdy. Inside the dim cells, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Yan Xiaoran and the others like wild beasts, causing Lu Xianyun's hair to stand on end. Kill me, I beg you to kill me." A miserable howl came from somewhere, an extreme thirst for death. Lu Xianyun really couldn't imagine what kind of torment this person had endured to make him want to die so badly. But in this place, death was obviously an extravagant hope, and the sound soon turned into an extremely mournful howl. Lu Xianyun's cheeks were pale and bloodless as she felt that this might be her fate in the future, causing her to suddenly feel sad. "Get in." Yan Xiaoran suddenly stopped in front of a cell, opened the door, and motioned to Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun didn't dare to disobey, and could only carry Yang Kai into the cell. Yan Xiao ran closed the cell again before sneering, reaching out and patting the bone bars, saying gloomily, "Two newcomers have arrived, take good care of them." Saying so, he turned around and left. At the same time, in the originally silent cell, several scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Xianyun was taken aback. Only now did she realize that there were actually 4 people imprisoned in this cell, something she hadn't noticed when she first came in. "Huh, a woman?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, and the cultivator who was originally imprisoned here sniffed lightly, apparently smelling the faint fragrance coming from Lu Xianyun's body, causing him to suddenly become excited. "A woman actually came? Ha ha ha. Our brothers are in luck." Someone immediately laughed. When these words were spread out, it immediately caused a commotion in the next cell. Countless prisoners crowded to the side of the fence and looked at the place where Lu Xianyun was with great interest. They constantly let out obscene laughter, as if they were looking forward to something. Lu Xianyun's face sank as she quickly retreated to the innermost position, leaning against the wall behind her as she stared ahead vigilantly. Inside the cell, a tall and sturdy man slowly stood up. This man was at least 20 feet tall, and his huge body gave people a strong sense of oppression. Although the power in his body was also sealed, his whole body still emitted a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast. "This woman is mine," the burly man said lightly, but there was an irresistible majesty in his voice. The other 3 men hesitated for a moment before one of them said flatteringly, "Since 7th Brother Zong has spoken, we brothers will naturally give him some face, but after 7th Brother Zong is done with her. Ha ha ha. After that, do as you please." 7th Brother Zong said coldly. "Many thanks, 7th Brother Zong." The 3 men quickly thanked him and took the initiative to step back with lewd smiles on their faces, waiting for the show to begin. The burly man named 7th Brother Zong stared at Lu Xianyun, and it seemed that it was only now that he was able to clearly see Lu Xianyun's appearance with the help of the dim light, and he couldn't help nodding. "Good. She's actually a top-grade woman. These bastards from Blue Feather Sect have finally done something good. What do you want to do?" Lu Xianyun calmly stared at 7th Brother Zong and asked. She did not panic because of this, because she knew that in this kind of place, it was useless to reason. Only strength had the right to speak. Now that everyone's strength was sealed, they could only rely on their physical strength. Looking at the iron-like body of 7th Brother Zong, Lu Xianyun felt immense pressure. "Don't you know what I want to do?" 7th Brother Zong coldly snorted, not putting the petite Lu Xianyun in his eyes at all. "If you don't want to suffer, just obediently enjoy it." "Ha ha ha ha, 7th Brother Zong's words are really interesting." "That's right, little girl. I advise you not to provoke 7th Brother Zong. He has very high attainments in the body refinement technique. With your small body, you can't possibly be his opponent. If you can't resist, then obediently enjoy it. Are you afraid that 7th Brother Zong won't satisfy you? Disgusting, despicable." Lu Xianyun ground her teeth and cursed. "Ha, if you curse him like that, you'll only stimulate his bestial desires. It's better if you don't make a sound." Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice came from behind. Lu Xianyun was startled at first, but immediately became happy and called out, "You're awake?" "Oh, I didn't faint," Yang Kai said, taking the initiative to jump down from Lu Xianyun's back, stretching out his hand and rubbing his forehead and abdomen, grimacing. "That bastard was really heavy-handed. I was almost crippled by him. Damn, I'll make him pay for it later." Lu Xianyun stared blankly at Yang Kai, completely shocked by his words that he wasn't unconscious. This person, what kind of freak is he? Yan Xiaorant's attack wasn't even qualified to knock him unconscious, so just how strong was his endurance? In a daze, she even forgot about the dangerous situation she was in. "Oh, you have a lover?" Zongqi stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai, looking down at him condescendingly, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. "Haha, this friend must be joking. I and this girl are just friends," Yang Kai explained. Zongqi coldly snorted. "Whether you are her friend or lover, I'll warn you, if you don't want to die, scram. You're very arrogant." Yang Kai looked up at the burly man in front of him and narrowed his eyes. "Since that's the case, I'll also warn you. If you don't want to die, scram." The same words were returned to him verbatim. The prison cell suddenly fell silent. The other 3 men hiding in the darkness stared at Yang Kai with their mouths wide open, as if they were looking at a dead man. Suddenly, one of them reacted and shouted, "Not good, quickly retreat." Boss Zong is very terrifying when he is angry. The other two men also shivered, a look of panic appearing in their eyes. As if recalling something bad, they also hurriedly retreated to the outermost edge. Only then did Zong Qi let out a cold laugh. "You're very interesting, but angering me won't do you any good. I'll give you a chance to live, kneel in front of me and lick my shoes clean and I'll spare you. Otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death." Chapter 1942. Fuck! Yang Kai couldn't help cursing, clearly in a bad mood. Since entering the Starlight Corridor, it seemed that none of the people he had met were easy to deal with. First, he met Yin Lisheng, who attacked him for no reason. Then he met Big Brother Ko, who captured him and brought him to Blue Feather Sect for no reason. Then he met Yen Xiao Ran in front of the Bone Prison, who tried to snatch his artifact for no reason. And then there was this burly man. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had only been in the Star Boundary for a short time, but all he had encountered were some unpleasant memories. Were the people of the Star Boundary all so fierce and aggressive? Or was he just unlucky? No matter what the reason was, Yang Kai couldn't bear it any longer. The repeated encounters made the anger in his heart surge like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Zong Qi's provocation and shameless boasting were obviously a fuse that completely ignited the anger in Yang Kai's heart. So after hearing Zong Qi's threat, Yang Kai was not only not afraid, he even asked with interest, "Listening to what you mean, it doesn't seem to matter if someone dies here?" Zong Qi sneered, "This is Blue Feather Sect's Bone Prison. What does it matter if a few people die here and there?" "Understood." Yang Kai gently nodded before suddenly raising his head and grinning, revealing his white fangs as he gloomily declared, "Then you're out of luck." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed in front of Zong Qi, took a step forward, assumed a melee stance, and threw out a straight punch. This punch seemed to contain all of the dissatisfaction and anger that Kai Yang had suffered recently, and its momentum was like a rainbow. It was as fast as thunder. Zong Qi was tall and burly, and he had extremely high attainments in body tempering, so he didn't put Yang Kai's attack in his eyes at all. He just sneered, "Interesting, someone actually dares to provoke this Zong. I'll crush all your bones as punishment." Saying so, he also threw out a straight punch. It met Yang Kai's fist head-on. When the two fists collided, the cold expression on Yang Kai's face turned into a sinister smile. Zong Qi's disdain suddenly turned into astonishment, and then horror. With a cry of alarm, Zong Qi's towering body was sent flying backwards, and in mid-air, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! Zong Qi's body slammed into the bone bars of the bone prison and fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, Yang Kai had already leaped out like a fierce tiger, riding on his body. His fists turned into a storm of attacks, raining down like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. Within the small bone prison, waves of continuous rumbling sounds came out like war drums, shaking people's hearts. Inside the bone prison, the three people who were originally prepared to watch a good show were now dumbfounded. Their eyes widened as they looked at the scene not far away. Lu Xianyun was also dumbfounded. While she was shocked, she also felt a trace of excitement. In this kind of place, the stronger Yang Kai was, the safer she would be. In any case, she and Yang Kai were now allies on the same side. In the other cells, there were also bursts of screams and shouts. The cultivator imprisoned here had been tortured all year round. Their ferocity had been honed to the bone. What they were most happy to see was this kind of bloody struggle. It was also a kind of pleasure for them to pass the time. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk the muffled sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by a faint splash of red blood mixed with the sound of breaking bones. The commotion in the cell alerted the guards. Soon, two Blue Feather Sect disciples came to investigate. After discovering that it was Yang Kai, who had just been imprisoned, who was showing off his strength, they just sneered and showed no intention of stopping him. Instead, they stood in place and watched for a while before leaving. Zong Qi was right. In this Blue Feather Sect's bone prison, what did it matter if a few people died? As such, the Blue Feather Sect guards did not try to stop him at all. As time passed, Zong Qi, who had been pinned to the ground by Yang Kai, began to howl miserably as he cursed out loud. But soon he no longer had the strength to do so. Only moaning and begging for mercy remained. Yang Kai was like a mad beast, ignoring him completely. In the end, Zong Qi didn't even groan. By the time Yang Kai stopped and stood up, Zong Qi's whole body was lying there like a puddle of mud, covered in blood and broken bones, clearly dead. Shaking off the blood on his hands, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt refreshed, and the depression he had been suppressing in his heart had disappeared in a flash. Seeing Yang Kai stand up, the other 3 people in the cell all retreated to the corner in horror, staring at him with trembling eyes, fearing that Yang Kai would kill them all. They knew Zhong Qi's ability very well. Under the premise that everyone's strength was sealed, in this bone prison, whoever had the strongest physique would have the advantage. All 3 of them had suffered at Zhong Qi's hands before, so even if they joined forces, they were definitely not his opponent. However, this newcomer had actually beaten Zhong Qi to the point where he couldn't even fight back. It was easy to imagine how strong his physique was. How could they not be afraid? Fortunately, Kai Yang didn't have any intention of attacking again. Instead, he walked straight to the corner of the room and sat down cross-legged. This made the 3 of them sigh in relief. They felt as if they had just escaped from death's door. Lu Xianyun also didn't disturb Yang Kai, knowing that his mood was unstable at the moment, so she simply sat down cross-legged near Yang Kai to restore her strength. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the cell suddenly opened. The 2 blue feather sect guards who had been here before stood at the door with cold faces and beckoned to Yang Kai. "Little brat, get out here." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at them before standing up slowly. Lu Xianyun tugged at his clothes from behind with a worried look on her face. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. They won't dare to kill me." As long as Protector Bien, who he had never met, didn't say how to deal with him, these blue feather sect people wouldn't dare act recklessly. For this alone, Yang Kai felt that he should thank Protector Bien. After saying so, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the other 3 men in the cell and sneered, "If you don't want to die, don't move. If I come back and find that my companion has suffered any harm, you know what the consequences will be." The 3 men had long been deterred by Yang Kai's ferocity. Zhong Qi's body was still lying in place, untouched, so how could they dare to say anything? All of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. "Dilly-dallying, do you want to die? Get out here quickly." The guard at the door urged impatiently. Yang Kai curled his lips and walked out. Outside, the 2 guards looked Yang Kai up and down, one of them sneering, "I heard you made Brother Yen suffer a big loss. Boy, you're quite capable, killing Zhong Qi on your first day here. He's not a guy to be trifled with. For this alone, our brother admires you. However, Brother Yen told us to take good care of you, so don't blame anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having eyes but failing to see and provoking someone you shouldn't have." With the 2 of them speaking one after another, Kai Yang quickly understood the whole story. He didn't say much and just motioned for the 2 to lead the way. The 2 guards glanced at each other and couldn't help giving Yang Kai a thumbs up, smiling meaningfully. "You've got guts." Soon, Yang Kai was taken to a dark cell. Inside, he was tied up and the 2 blue feather sect disciples were using all kinds of torture on him. It wasn't until half a day later that the dying Yang Kai was thrown back into his cell. After seeing Yang Kai's miserable appearance, Lu Xianyun was almost scared silly, thinking that Yang Kai would soon die. If Yang Kai died, she would fall into a state of isolation and helplessness. In this kind of place, the fate that awaited her could be imagined. But what she never expected was that Yang Kai, who seemed to be on the verge of death, actually sat up cross-legged an hour later and assumed a meditative posture. On the second day, Yang Kai was full of energy again. Although he looked a little distressed, his injuries didn't seem to be too serious. Even the scars on his body had disappeared, and the blood clots on his body had all fallen off, revealing new skin. Lu Xianyun found that she was becoming more and more unable to see through Yang Kai and instinctively realized that this person was hiding some unimaginable secret. Over the next few days, this was the case. Every day, Yang Kai had to endure the torture of the 2 blue feather sect guards before being thrown back into his cell half-dead and forced to meditate to recover. As time passed, Lu Xianyun was shocked to discover that Yang Kai's body seemed to be changing little by little, becoming stronger and stronger. Inside his body, which had been sealed, there seemed to be an unimaginable surge of power. Once the seal was lifted, this power was bound to be fully unleashed. In fact, this was indeed the case. The torture of the 2 blue feather sect guards allowed the starlight Yang Kai absorbed in the starlight corridor to quickly integrate into his body, promoting the transformation of his Saint Qi into Source Qi. Yang Kai had absorbed an unimaginable amount of starlight in the starlight corridor, and some of it had been integrated into his body as a catalyst to transform the strength in his body, but most of it had been hidden in his knowledge seed. This was why he, as a star master, did not have the light of stars on his body. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai could guide the starlight from his knowledge sea and integrate it into his body to promote the transformation of his strength. But now that his strength was sealed, he could not guide it at all. On the contrary, the torture of the two blue feather sect guards allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. When his body was destroyed, and in the process of repairing itself, the power of the starlight actively poured out of his knowledge sea and into his body, forcibly transforming his Saint Chi into Source Chi. After discovering this, Yang Kai could not help feeling overjoyed. So in the face of the torture of the two guards, not only did he not feel uncomfortable, he actually enjoyed it, hoping they would torture him as miserably as possible. Chapter 1943. Time flew by and soon, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and silently sensed his physical condition before shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Too slow, the rate at which the Saint Chi in his body was transforming made him somewhat dissatisfied. As an Origin King realm cultivator, the purer the Source Chi in one's body, the more power one could display. At this moment, only a little more than 1/5 of the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body had been transformed into Source Chi. At this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to completely transform the Saint Chi in his body. Seeing him open his eyes, the 3 prisoners in the cell all showed flattering smiles, but no one dared to speak. Yang Kai's ferocious and valiant image had been deeply ingrained in their bones. In this place, it would be easy for Yang Kai to take their lives. Life and death were not in their control, so how could they not flatter Yang Kai? Even Lu Xianyun had been flattered by these 3 over the past few days. Although Yang Kai looked down on these 3 fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong, he still inquired about some information from them during their usual chats. There was all kinds of information about Blue Feather Sect and the Star Boundary. As Yang Kai expected, Blue Feather Sect was not a good sect, but it was not an evil sect either. It was just that the disciples of the sect were somewhat unscrupulous. There was also Daybreak Pavilion nearby, which often had friction with Blue Feather Sect, but the strength of the two could be said to be on par. Not to mention Blue Feather Sect, the entire Star Boundary was divided into 4 territories: north, south, east, and west. Each territory occupied an endless amount of land, and even a Dao Source Realm Master would not be able to cross it in their lifetime. It was possible that even a Dao Source Realm Master might not be able to cross a large territory, which showed just how vast the Star Boundary was. Under each domain, there were countless provinces. As for Blue Feather Sect, it was a sect located in the southern territory of the Star Boundary, Qi Province. Qi Province covered an area of 80 million kilometers and was basically unranked in the entire southern territory, whether it was in terms of the number of masters, comprehensive strength, or area. This was the case, and in a place like Qi Province, there were countless existences like Blue Feather Sect. This information made Yang Kai feel the grandeur of the Star Boundary. This was definitely a world much vaster than the territory of the Star Boundary. The few words revealed by the 3 of them were like an epic painting slowly unfolding in front of Yang Kai, filling him with longing for the vaster sky. However, these 3 were not Master Realm Masters, just First Order Origin King Cultivator. They hadn't even left Qi Province, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. However, this information was enough for Yang Kai to digest for a long time. At this moment, he was frowning as he inspected the changes in the energy in his body. Suddenly, Kai Yang raised his head and furrowed his brow. Haha, brat, you're indeed a little unusual. You can actually detect this old man's divine sense. A voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It was indiscernible and traceless, making one unable to grasp it. Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he looked around, but didn't see any flaws in the people being held in the nearby cells. Don't bother looking, this old man is locked in the innermost layer. You can't see him, the voice sounded again. After being locked up here for more than 10 days, Yang Kai also knew that the more powerful a cultivator was, the deeper they would be locked up. The owner of this voice who suddenly spoke said he was locked in the innermost layer, so his strength was definitely not low. He was likely a Dao Source Realm Master. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to hide from others and send a divine sense message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, Who is Senior? Do you need something from me? Naturally, there's something, and it's a good thing, the voice laughed. It was somewhat uncomfortable to hear. Ever since you came in and killed Zhongqi, this old master began to pay attention to you. If this old master is not mistaken, you've cultivated some extremely profound body tempering technique, yes? So what? Yang Kai frowned but did not try to deny it. Since others had been paying attention to him, there was no way he could hide the situation of his body. If that's the case, this old master wants to ask you for a favor. Senior, please speak frankly. Release this old master, the owner of the voice said. Yang Kai could not help sneering. Senior must be joking. This junior is just a prisoner now. How could he possibly have the ability to release you? Since this old master has said so, naturally he has a way. The man coldly snorted. I can teach you a secret technique that will allow you to undo the seal on your body and restore your strength. With your ability, as long as you can restore your strength, no one in this bone prison will be able to stop you. At that time, it will be easy for you to release this old master. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but light up. The man continued, You don't want your fate to be held in the hands of others, right? This old master's secret technique can definitely allow you to undo the seal on your body. These words were low but contained an irresistible force, causing Yang Kai to almost agree. But in the next moment, he was startled and realized that something was wrong. The person in his mind must have used some kind of secret technique to affect his thoughts, so he could not help coldly snorting and saying, Senior using this kind of trick to deal with Junior. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? The voice laughed loudly. Boy, you're strong. This old master was wrong. How about this old master apologize to you? Seeing him readily apologize and admit his mistake, Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, Since you have a secret technique to restore your strength, why don't you use it yourself? Instead, you want to borrow my hand? The voice replied, If I could use it myself, why would I need you? Not only is this old master's strength sealed, but his joints are also locked by those bastards' chains made of spirit-suppressing gold. I can't use any secret technique at all. What's more, even if I were to restore my strength with these spirit-suppressing gold chains, I wouldn't be able to use any of it. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Although he had never heard of spirit-suppressing gold before, from the information revealed by this man's words, Yang Kai could determine that this thing was definitely a nemesis of Source Chi. Otherwise, a Dao Source Realm Master would not be imprisoned here and unable to escape. Let me ask you one more thing. There are so many cultivator in this bone prison. So why did Senior choose me? With your eyesight, it shouldn't be difficult to tell that my strength isn't high, right? Yang Kai asked cautiously. This old master naturally knows what level you are at. There are many people in this bone prison who are stronger than you. However, spirit-suppressing gold is not afraid of Source Chi and can only be destroyed by brute force. This old master thinks you are quite suitable. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai understood why this man had asked him if he had cultivated some kind of profound body tempering technique from the beginning. It turned out that it was because of the existence of spirit-suppressing gold. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help becoming active. Although he didn't know who the person talking to him was or how strong he was still imprisoned here and didn't know what his fate would be tomorrow. If Protector Bien gave the order to kill him, Yang Kai believed Yen Xiuran would be more than happy to send him on his way. If he could really obtain the secret technique to unlock this seal from this person, then he would still have the strength to fight back and not be placed on the chopping block like a fish on a fish. As for whether or not he would rescue this person when the time came, that would depend on his mood. Seeing Yang Kai fall into contemplation, the man quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, This old master won't hide it from you. This old master has the cultivation of the third order Dao Source realm and is only a step away from the Emperor realm. If you can save this old master will be sure to thank you. The third order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai was shocked. Brother Ko he had encountered before was only in the first order Dao Source realm, yet he had already made Yang Kai feel like he was no match for him. If he was in the third order Dao Source realm, he could easily kill him. Before knowing what kind of temperament this man had, Yang Kai didn't dare to agree rashly, lest he end up losing the rice he had used to steal a chicken and end up worse off. I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured that this old master always keeps his word and will not deceive you. If you feel that this is inappropriate, This old master can make a soul oath. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "This junior can feel senior's sincerity. But this matter, let me think about it first before giving an answer." "No rush, think about it carefully." The man smiled meaningfully, not showing any intention of urging him. "By the way, may I ask what senior's name is?" "Wu Mengchuan." Yang Kai silently memorized this man's name and began to consider the gains and losses of agreeing or not. In fact, according to his thoughts, he should agree first. No matter what, he had to obtain the secret technique to lift the seal and restore his strength. But with his current strength, even if he restored his strength, he wouldn't be able to leave Blue Feather Sect. At that time, he would still have to rescue Wu Mengchuan and use his strength in the Third Order Dao Source realm. But if that was the case, only the heavens knew how this Wu Mengchuan would deal with him in the end. So Yang Kai was a little hesitant for a while. Just as he was feeling a little embarrassed, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the passage. Yang Kai raised his head in surprise and frowned slightly. These days, he was taken out by the 2 guards every day to be tortured. But this time, it seemed that it wasn't time yet. He didn't know why the guards came in at this time. After a while, the 2 guards who had been torturing Yang Kai appeared at the door of the cell with a strange expression on their faces. After opening the cell, they beckoned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. "Both of you, come out." Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun glanced at each other, but didn't resist and stood up obediently. Lu Xianyun's tender body trembled slightly. She subconsciously thought that she was going to suffer the same fate as Yang Kai. On the contrary, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Do you two have any orders?" One of the 2 guards looked Yang Kai up and down and grinned. "You're lucky. Protector Bien wants to see you." "Protector Bien?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. After being locked up here for more than 10 days without receiving any orders from Protector Bien, Yang Kai thought that the other party disdained to pay attention to him and Lu Xianyun. But he didn't expect that the other party would only want to see him today. Regardless of why the other party wanted to do this, Yang Kai saw a glimmer of hope. He exchanged a glance with Lu Xianyun and discovered that her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly. She had obviously realized this as well. Chapter 1944. Since Protector Bien wanted to see Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, the 2 guards in the bone prison naturally did not dare to disobey and brought the 2 out after entering the bone prison. "Little brat, this old master's agreement with you is still valid. If one day you have nowhere to go, you can come to this old master." Just as Yang Kai was about to leave the bone prison, Wu Mengchuan's voice sounded in his ear again. Yang Kai did not stop, as if he did not hear anything, and soon disappeared, leaving behind the envious eyes of the imprisoned cultivator in the bone prison. When he arrived outside, Yang Kai immediately noticed a pair of resentful eyes staring at him. Looking up, he saw Yan Xiuran, who had previously made things difficult for him. He was responsible for guarding the entrance to the bone prison, so naturally, he would be here. Yang Kai had bitten his treasure-seizing snake to death, so Yan Xiuran hated Yang Kai to the bone. The torture Yang Kai had suffered these days was all because of his instigation. "Little brat, your lucky Protector Bien actually took the time to see you. But don't be complacent. One day you will fall into my hands, and I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." Yan Xiuran sneered. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he cursed all 18 generations of his ancestors in his heart, hating himself for not being strong enough, otherwise he would have killed all of these Blue Feather Sect disciples on the spot. However, he also knew that the other party was too strong, so even if he went all out, he would only end up in a miserable state, so he could only endure for the time being and turn a deaf ear to Yan Xiuran's provocation. "Enough, Brother Yen, don't be angry. Protector Bien wants to see these two, so we won't delay." The bone prison guard smiled slightly and said to Yan Xiuran. Then he casually tossed out an object. This was also a flight-type artifact, but it was completely different from the ship Brother Ko had used before. This flight-type artifact was more like a war chariot and was not as spacious as a ship. However, it was still large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people and looked extremely ferocious and imposing from the outside. The owner of the war chariot jumped up and waved his hand. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were swept into the war chariot. In the next moment, the war chariot turned into a stream of light and shot towards a certain place in Jade Plume Mountain. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Soon, the war chariot arrived at a mountain peak. On the mountain peak was an enormous palace. The war chariot landed before the palace. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun got off the chariot. The bone prison guard took back his flight-type artifact and stepped forward to whisper a few words to the guard at the entrance of the palace. "Go on in. The guardian master is waiting inside." The palace guards didn't want to make things difficult for them. Instead, they let them in. "Good luck to both of you." The bone prison guard had no intention of following them in. Instead, he smiled at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun before summoning the war chariot and returning the way they came. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other. They knew that this was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, they couldn't avoid it, so they could only grit their teeth and hope that Guardian Bien wasn't a difficult person to talk to. The two of them still had their strength sealed at this moment, so they couldn't do anything in this blue feather sect where there were many masters. Ignoring the curious gazes of the guards on both sides, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun walked into the palace step by step. Inside the palace, there was a spacious space and two people were waiting at the front. As soon as Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun appeared, the two people's eyes turned straight towards them. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his skin tighten. A feeling of being watched spread throughout his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. Looking back, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He found that one of the two people was his brother Ko, who had captured him and was standing next to the other person at this moment. As for the second person, she had a graceful figure. It was a beautiful woman with a charming demeanor. She was lying lazily on a chair, wearing a light blue palace dress, her beautiful hair coiled into a bun, her neck white. She seemed to be fiddling with something in her hands, a faint smile on her face as she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. This woman was obviously an extremely charming woman, but Yang Kai could feel that there was a kind of power hidden inside her that he didn't dare to look directly at. Could this woman be Guardian Bien? Yang Kai was shocked. "Are these the people you captured a few days ago?" When Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun approached, the beautiful woman asked slowly. Her voice was sweet and greasy, and it was very pleasant to listen to. When it entered his ears, it was as if there was an invisible hand that was teasing his heartstrings, causing his blood to involuntarily surge. Her question was obviously directed at senior brother Ko. Brother Ko hurriedly bowed and lowered his eyes, seemingly not daring to look at the beautiful woman, respectfully replying to Master, "It is these two." The beautiful woman nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light. Her red lips wriggled as she said indifferently, "Release their restrictions." Hearing this, Brother Ko immediately formed a series of hand seals and pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. Two streaks of light shot out and poured into the two's bodies. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun involuntarily let out light groans as the strength they had been restraining began to flow through their bodies again, making them feel very happy. Haha! The beautiful woman suddenly chuckled lightly and then, under the stunned gazes of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, slowly raised a jade hand. As soon as this jade hand was raised, both Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun felt as if something had suddenly changed around them. A dignified and austere atmosphere suddenly filled the air, causing both of their expressions to change at the same time. Brother Ko, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this and was not surprised at all, simply observing the reactions of the two indifferently. The beautiful woman gently waved her jade hand and condensed the surrounding world energy into a terrifying attack that shot towards Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. "What are you doing?" Lu Xianyun exclaimed in shock. At the same time, she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to summon a mirror-like artifact. As soon as this artifact appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. In an instant, countless small mirrors appeared around Lu Xianyun. These mirrors were like the depths of the sea, pulsing with a dim light, causing those who saw them to feel awestruck. She also knew that the other party was a Dao Source Realm Master, and most likely not an ordinary one at that, so she immediately used her most powerful artifact to defend herself. She didn't even think about contending with the beautiful woman. She only wanted to block her opponent's attack. Yang Kai, on the other hand, roared as a 5-colored light burst from his body, and his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi wrapped around his body. Flicking his 10 fingers, he sent out a series of golden blood threads to meet the terrifying attack descending from the sky. Asterisk Qi 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 Qi. Asterisk, a soft sound rang out as the golden blood threads transformed into various forms under the control of Yang Kai's mind. But like snowflakes in early spring meeting the blazing sun, they were unable to withstand a single blow. The great force that descended from the sky caused the golden blood threads to flicker wildly. Lu Xianyun shouted as all the mirrors around her suddenly merged into one and formed a barrier above her and Yang Kai's heads. Asterisk voila. Asterisk the next moment. The mirror shattered and Lu Xianyun's face paled as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The mirror-like artifact reverted back to its original form, its light dimming slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai shot up into the sky, the five-colored light that represented his five elements' indestructible sword qi tearing open a gap in the oppressive attack, allowing him to escape. Twisting his body midair, Yang Kai pounced towards the beautiful woman who had been sitting lazily on the chair with a fierce expression. The beautiful woman remained motionless, a smirk still hanging on her face. Big Brother Ko, who was standing next to her, stepped in front of the beautiful woman and sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike seemed simple, but there was a violent energy swirling around it. As soon as Yang Kai came into contact with it, he felt as if his defenses were being flattened, as if they were dried weeds and rotten wood. An irresistible force was rushing towards him. Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. Lu Xianyun looked flustered, thinking that she was doomed this time, so she grit her teeth and pushed all her strength to attack the beautiful woman and Big Brother Ko. She actually wanted to die together with these two. Xianyun, stand down. Yang Kai shouted from midair before crashing to the ground. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Lu Xianyun also stopped obediently and stared ahead vigilantly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The beautiful woman chuckled again as her beautiful eyes paused on Yang Kai, a hint of scrutiny flashing across her eyes as she nodded lightly. Ko Wu, what did I say? They really were able to block my attack, right? Hearing this, Ko Wu bowed respectfully. Master's vision is like a torch. Ko Wu admires it greatly. The beautiful woman giggled, the twin peaks of her breasts trembling as she pursed her lips. Don't flatter me. Although this queen only used a little bit of my strength just now, it's not bad that these two were able to block it. What Master says is correct. Ko Wu nodded again. The two of them didn't lower their voices, so Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun heard them clearly. Yang Kai wasn't surprised, but Lu Xianyun's brow furrowed as a look of dissatisfaction appeared on her face, as if she had been fooled. You seem to have noticed something? The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and asked unhurriedly. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. If Master really wanted to kill us, why would you have someone bring us here? The previous attack was obviously just a test. The beautiful woman heard this and smiled. Boy, you're a bit interesting. Then do you know why this queen wants to see you? Yang Kai frowned and quickly said, Please enlighten me, Master. The beautiful woman nodded and reached out to pick up two space rings from the table next to her, tossing them out casually, causing them to turn into two streams of light that shot towards Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun respectively. The two of them caught the space rings and swept them with their divine senses, suddenly showing strange expressions. Because they discovered that these were the space rings that belonged to the two of them that Ko Wu had taken away before, and none of their things were missing. Master, what do you mean by this? Yang Kai frowned. If this queen is not mistaken, you came from a certain star territory down below, yes? The beautiful woman looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Lu Xianyun was startled and glanced at Yang Kai subconsciously, thinking that his identity as a star master had been exposed and couldn't help worrying. Chapter 1945. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he pondered for a moment before speculating. Master came to this conclusion based on the things in our space rings? Indeed. The beautiful woman nodded lightly. Only a cultivator from the star territory down below would have so much garbage. Lu Xianyun was very annoyed that her treasures were being evaluated as garbage, but when she thought of the other party's strength, status, and methods, she could only remain silent. Perhaps the treasures that were very valuable to her were indeed garbage in front of this young master. On the other hand, Yang Kai did not care at all because his space ring was originally filled with garbage to deceive others. Even if there were a few decent things inside, they were of little value, so it was not an exaggeration to call them garbage. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, So, our suspicions have been cleared? The suspicions he was referring to were naturally related to the spies from Daybreak Pavilion. The beautiful woman smiled lightly. You can say that. However, this queen is very curious. Which star territory do you come from? Great Desolate Star Territory. Yang Kai immediately replied without hesitation. Lu Xianyun was tactful enough to not say anything. Oh, the beautiful woman said thoughtfully, I have heard of this star territory. There seems to be a sect in the star boundary that has some relationship with this star territory. Master, are you talking about the Netherworld sect? We are not from that Netherworld sect. Yang Kai naturally knew that the other party was probing him, so he immediately answered while smiling coldly. On the contrary, we have some grievances with the people from Netherworld's sect. Is that so? The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, her beautiful eyes exuding a strange light, as if she wanted to pierce into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. She wanted to see if he was telling the truth. Yes, in the Starlight Corridor, we were plotted against by the people from Netherworld sect, Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes filled with resentment. It was as if he had an irreconcilable enmity with the Netherworld sect. The beautiful woman nodded and did not say anything more. She pondered for a moment before saying, Since you are not spies from Daybreak Pavilion and are from the star territory down below, this queen will be your choice. This queen can give you two choices. I'd like to hear the details. 1. Leave my blue feather sect right now. The further the better. The beautiful woman raised a white finger and smiled gently. Hearing her say this, Lu Xianyun's expression changed and she almost agreed. But before she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at Yang Kai and found that his face was indifferent. He quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. What about the second one? Yang Kai asked. The second is naturally to join my blue feather sect and become a disciple of my blue feather sect. Although my blue feather sect is not a great sect in the Southern Territory, it still has a strong foundation. If you join, you will have a place to settle down and will be protected in the future. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, I can also help you solve them. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He seemed to be greatly moved. The beautiful woman smiled but didn't say anything. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. Yang Kai thought for a while and asked, I have another question. Speak. The beautiful woman raised her chin slightly, her expression proud and cold. Our strength is not very high, so why does Master want to accept us into the sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled, because you come from the lower star territory. A cultivator like you is very valuable. But unfortunately, you are not a star master. If you were a star master, you would be able to receive even more care. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Xianyun had also mentioned this to him before. The cultivators who came from low-level star fields were all top-notch geniuses of their respective star fields. So when they came to the star boundary, they were all extremely talented. They were very popular with the great sects, even if they were not a star master. They would also receive the favor of many masters. The beautiful woman's explanation made sense. So, what is your choice? The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and asked, What is there to hesitate about? Naturally, I want to join the Blue Feather sect. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly agreed, then immediately turned his head and asked, Xianyun, what do you think? Lu Xianyun looked at him blankly, not having expected Yang Kai to make such a hasty decision. When she was asked this question, she couldn't help feeling a little helpless. However, after meeting Yang Kai's eyes, Lu Xianyun nodded, Then we will follow Brother Yang's wishes. I will also join. Hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled, stood up from her chair, and said, Then from now on, you will be disciples of my Blue Feather sect and will be under the jurisdiction of this queen for the time being. Ko Wu, take them to arrange a place to live and let them cultivate well. Don't let this queen down. After saying this, the beautiful woman turned around and left. Ko Wu respectfully nodded behind her. After the beautiful woman left, Ko Wu looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with a smile and said, Then from now on, we will all be fellow sect members. Big Brother hasn't asked what your names are yet. Yang Kai greets Big Brother Ko. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists, appearing very familiar. Although Lu Xianyun felt awkward, she could only report her name. After learning the names of the two, Ko Wu said, So it's Junior Brother Yang and Junior Sister Lu. Junior Brother has offended you two junior brothers a few days ago. Please don't take it to heart. This Big Brother also has a task to complete. Big Brother Ko is too serious. What happened before was our fault. We don't blame Big Brother. Ko Wu nodded and beckoned. Come with me, I'll take you to your residence. You can settle down first and familiarize yourself with the environment. Our Blue Feather sect is quite good. Walking all the way down to the bottom of the mountain, Kowu pointed to 2 adjacent wooden houses and said, "These will be your residences from now on. Each house has a barrier that requires an identity token to activate. As for your identity tokens, someone will deliver them to you in 2 days. You can stay here for 2 days and don't run around. Once you receive your tokens, you can go out for a walk, otherwise, you may run into some unnecessary trouble." Understood, Yongkai nodded and said, "Big Brother Ko, what do we need to do on a daily basis?" Kowu smiled when he heard this. For the time being, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is cultivate diligently. If there is a task for you, I will call you. In addition, we are all under the jurisdiction of Protector Bien. The other peaks have nothing to do with us. We only need to listen to Protector Bien's orders. Good, that's all for today. We'll talk about it another day. Saying so, Kowu turned to leave. Yongkai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out, "Big Brother Ko." "What's the matter?" Kowu frowned, seemingly a little impatient. Yongkai leaned over and whispered, "Big Brother Ko, Protector Master, her cultivation." Kowu chuckled lightly. "The Third Order Dao Source Realm is not something you can dream of right now. Cultivate step by step." "Big Brother is right." Yongkai nodded. After Kowu left, leaving only Yongkai and Lu Xianyun, Yongkai's expression suddenly became indifferent as he winked at Lu Xianyun and walked into one of the wooden houses. Lu Xianyun followed closely behind. The layout of the house was very simple, just a bed, a futon, a table, and a chair. Although it seemed that no one had lived here for a long time, it was still spotless, obviously due to some kind of barrier. After Yongkai took a seat, he released his divine sense to check the surroundings. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he asked, "You want to ask me why I joined Blue Feather Sect, right?" Lu Xianyun thought for a moment before replying, "I did have this question, but after thinking about it carefully, I'm afraid this is our only way out. And, although Protector Bien gave us 2 choices, who knows what the consequences of choosing the other path will be. You've seen the way Blue Feather Sect acts. None of them are kind people," Yongkai sighed. Lu Xianyun also smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this as soon as we entered the star boundary. If I had known earlier, it's useless to regret it now. Let's take one step at a time. As long as we are strong enough, do you think we can't get out of here?" Yongkai sneered. "That's true." Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. "In that case, I'll go rest first." The next few days passed peacefully. Because his identity tokens had not been distributed yet, Yongkai did not dare to move around at will and simply stayed in retreat to cultivate. Without the barrier in his body, the speed at which his Saint Qi was transformed into Source Qi greatly increased. Yongkai vaguely felt that he was about to touch the threshold of the Third Order Origin King realm. Before entering the Star Territory, Yongkai had spent several years in the dead territory outside Shadowed Star, comprehending the infinite emperor pressure that flowed there, benefiting him greatly. After that, he had accumulated a lot of experience in the Starlight Corridor, so he was confident he could break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, he had just joined Blue Feather Sect, so if his performance was too eye-catching, it was very likely to attract unnecessary trouble. As such, after accumulating enough Saint Qi, Yongkai put down his cultivation progress and simply let his body absorb the starlight and transform his Saint Qi into Source Qi, trying to make the next breakthrough easier. A few days later, Yongkai and Lu Xianyun's identity tokens were brought over by Kowu. With these identity tokens, it meant that the 2 of them had truly become disciples of Blue Feather Sect and could move about freely except for some restricted areas. Yongkai took this opportunity to walk around and meet many disciples of Blue Feather Sect. Regardless of the temperament of these people, the ones Yongkai met were all Origin Kings who were cultivators of the Star Boundary, so they naturally knew a lot about it. After some inquiries, Yongkai learned some good information. That was, the Emperor Realm did not exist in Blue Feather Sect. There were only 5 masters from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and Bien Yuqing was one of them. This was not much different from his original estimate. After learning that Bien Yuqing was a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, Yongkai guessed that even if there were the Emperor Realm masters in Blue Feather Sect, there would not be many, and their realm would not be high. This was because the cultivation of a protector could directly reflect the highest level of combat power in a sect. In addition to Bien Yuqing, there were 4 other masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm. One was the sect master, while the other 3 were also protectors in charge of the other 3 peaks. The 4 protectors each had their own duties and were not related to each other. Chapter 1946. Time flew by, and soon Yang Kai had been in Blue Feather Sect for more than a month. In a month's time, he had basically figured out the general situation of the sect. During this time, he and Lu Xianyun's lives were uneventful. Apart from cultivating, they cultivated. No one came looking for trouble with them, and the sect did not give them any missions. Judging from this situation, choosing to join Blue Feather Sect was a good choice. At the very least, there was a place for them to settle down. However, Yang Kai knew that this was only temporary. Any disciple who joined a sect would have to contribute to the sect at some point. The reason why he and Lu Xianyun were relaxed now was because Blue Feather Sect had not encountered any difficulties. Once Blue Feather Sect encountered an enemy or some other crisis, they would have to participate in the battle. Yang Kai had no sense of belonging to Blue Feather Sect, so naturally, he was not willing to risk his life for such a sect. Moreover, Yang Kai always felt that a pair of eyes were observing him and Lu Xianyun, obviously because they had just joined the sect and were still under observation. Yang Kai did not care. He and Lu Xianyun had not shown any excessive behavior during this time, so even if someone was monitoring them, they would not expose anything. Inside Blue Feather Sect, there was a lively shopping district where Blue Feather Sect's disciples exchanged materials or purchased things. In this shopping district, some of the good roads and wide views were naturally occupied by powerful disciples, while some remote locations were reserved for ordinary disciples. Early in the morning, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun arrived at the market and walked straight into a remote location. Inside a simple shop. Outside the shop, there were already more than 30 cultivators lined up in a long line. When they saw Yang Kai arrive, they all cupped their fists and greeted him. Junior Brother Yang. You've come early. Junior Brother Yang, hurry up and get to work. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Junior Brother Yang, I'm the first one here today. Help me refine first. These cultivators were basically all Origin King Realm cultivators, with a few Origin Returning Realm Masters. Each of them had a friendly smile on their faces as they took the initiative to greet Yang Kai. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Let's get to work. Thank you for waiting so long, brother and senior sister." While speaking, just as he was about to enter the shop. At this moment, a young woman with an enchanting figure and beautiful appearance walked over gracefully. Ignoring the strange gazes of the surrounding people, she directly took Yang Kai's arm and pressed her large and full chest against Yang Kai's elbow. She breathed in his ear and said, "Junior brother, don't mind them. Today, I'll help senior sister refine a furnace of 9 revolving void spirit pills, okay? Senior sister, I'm still preparing to go back and cultivate in seclusion." Senior sister, this shop has rules, first come, first served. Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines as he pulled his arm away without a trace. The young woman did not give up and continued to pester Yang Kai. "It doesn't matter, senior sister can go and talk to them. I'm sure they won't dare to refuse. If you help senior sister refine first, senior sister can, in the end." She took the initiative to put her red lips close to Yang Kai's ear. Whispering a few words, the seductive light in her beautiful eyes was almost dripping. "Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed a green light as an excited expression appeared on his face. Humph. To the side, Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned cold. Looking at Kai Yang with extreme disdain, from his nostrils he spat out a meaningful sound. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Stretching out his hand, he patted the young woman's back and said with a look of regret, "Senior sister, rules cannot be broken. Junior brother can't help, but if senior sister is interested, you can come to my humble abode some other day, and we can have a good chat." Seeing that her seduction had failed, the young woman immediately curled her lips and snorted, not willing to help at all. What a stingy brat. Saying so, she directly shook off Yang Kai's arm and glared fiercely at Lu Xianyun, as if blaming her for ruining her good deed. Lu Xianyun's expression was dull as she took out a sign she had made in advance from her space ring and placed it in front of her, coldly saying, "Brother and senior sister, please line up in order to refine pills. The remuneration and commission are written on the sign." Please also prepare the materials in advance for any spirit pills you wish to refine. If the refinement fails, there will be no refund. Everything she said was written on the sign, so there was no need for her to deliberately repeat it, but she still said it responsibly. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already tiptoed into the shop, took out his purple origin furnace, closed his eyes, and prepared to start the day's work. After getting along for more than a month, the relationship between him and Lu Xianyun had become more and more harmonious. In this unfamiliar star boundary, although the two of them did not come from the same star territory, because there were too many similarities between them, it was easy for them to get along. A few days after arriving at Blue Feather Sect, though, the two of them discovered a problem. They could not obtain any cultivation resources. Although they were already disciples of Blue Feather Sect, the sect would not distribute cultivation resources to its disciples for no reason. If they wanted to obtain resources, they had to pay a price for the sect or find a way to obtain them themselves. For an Origin King Realm Master, Saint Crystals were useless. The energy stored in Saint Crystals could not meet the needs of an Origin King cultivator. In the star boundary, there was something called Source Crystals that replaced Saint Crystals. The energy stored in Source Crystals was countless times richer than that of Saint Crystals. Even an Origin King Realm, or even a Tao Source Realm cultivator would be able to satisfy their cultivation needs. Like Saint Crystals, Source Crystals were divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low, with the exchange rate between each grade being 1 to 10. They were the hard currency used between cultivators. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to speed up his cultivation, he had to find a way to obtain Source Crystals so that he could buy what he wanted. However, he was unfamiliar with this place and had no idea how to obtain his own cultivation resources. However, after discovering the existence of this market, Yang Kai had the idea of earning Source Crystals by performing alchemy for others. He was an Origin King grade alchemist who had triggered the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. So although his alchemy skills were not as good as Xiaoning Chang's, they were still quite good. Origin King grade alchemists were extremely powerful existences in the territory of Home Star. But in the star boundary, they were very common. As such, Yang Kai was not worried about exposing any of his secrets. As long as he was careful and did not go too far, he believed that his identity as an alchemist would allow him to gain more attention. In other words, his and Lu Xianyun's safety would be greatly guaranteed. After considering these gains and losses, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. After discussing with Lu Xianyun, he began to act in the market. The first few days were extremely difficult. No one was willing, or rather, no one dared to hand over their herbs to him for alchemy. After all, the cultivation resources obtained by the Blue Feather Sect disciples were all risking their lives, so who would dare to hand them over to a junior brother they did not know? What's more, in this market, there was more than one alchemist who could perform alchemy for others, so there was no need to take the risk of losing both money and goods just to find Yang Kai. For 3 days, Yang Kai did not even open a single business, causing Lu Xianyun to almost despair. On the 4th day, Yang Kai steeled his heart and put up a sign stating that alchemy was free and full compensation should the refinement fail. As soon as this sure-kill move appeared, someone finally dared to try it. In any case, even if the refinement failed, full compensation would be paid, so there was no harm in trying. When Yang Kai refined the first spirit pill, Lu Xianyun was like an ant in a pot of boiling oil, anxious and restless. After all, she and Yang Kai did not even have a single source crystal right now, so if the refinement failed, there was no way they could compensate others. After waiting for an hour, the wait felt like a year. Yang Kai actually succeeded. What's more, the Origin King grade spirit pill he refined was of extremely high quality and flawless, greatly satisfying the alchemist. When the pill was completed, a rich pill fragrance wafted across half the street, filling everyone's nostrils with disbelief. The alchemist was also very happy and kept praising Yang Kai's skills, promising that if he ever wanted to perform alchemy in the future, he would definitely come to Yang Kai. Yang Kai generously accepted this praise and made a request to the alchemist to advertise for him so that more people would come to perform alchemy. The Blue Feather Sect disciple naturally agreed after receiving such a bargain. On the first day, Yang Kai refined 3 furnaces of pills, all of which were successful and of extremely high quality. On the second day, Yang Kai refined 8 furnaces. On the third day, a long line of cultivators came to Yang Kai to perform alchemy. Yang Kai immediately asked Lu Xianyun to replace the free alchemy sign with a clear price tag that stated how many source crystals would be charged for each pill refined. After nearly a month of hard work, Yang Kai had earned a lot of source crystals, and more importantly, his name had begun to spread throughout the market. Almost all the Blue Feather Sect disciples who came to the market for alchemy knew that in this remote corner, there was a simple shop owned by a junior brother with extremely high alchemy skills. Not only was his failure rate extremely low, but the quality of the spirit pills he refined was also extremely high. Naturally, many people came to ask for alchemy services, causing the entrance of the small shop to become bustling with activity. Yang Kai was very restrained. He had never refined a pill with pill veins, and from time to time, he would deliberately fail 1 or 2 furnaces as a disguise. Only in this way could he better hide his attainments in alchemy. A few years ago, on Water Moon Star, he triggered the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, allowing Yang Kai's comprehension of the alchemic Dao to reach an incredible level. Now, he was even more proficient in alchemy than before, and all kinds of herbs seemed to come to life in his hands. His alchemy process coincided with the Grand Dao and was beyond the reach of ordinary people. As for Lu Xianyun, she was responsible for receiving the cultivator who came to ask for alchemy services, delivering the alchemy herbs into the shop, and at the same time, taking out the refined spirit pills and handing them to the people waiting outside. The two of them performed their respective duties and cooperated seamlessly. Every night, after finishing work, Yang Kai would give Lu Xianyun 30% of the day's profits. In fact, according to Lu Xianyun's original idea, she was not even qualified to receive 10%. After all, Yang Kai was the one refining the pills, while she was only responsible for receiving customers outside. However, Yang Kai insisted on giving her 30% of the profits, which made Lu Xianyun very grateful to Yang Kai for his generosity. Chapter 1947. Before performing alchemy, Yang Kai had also inquired a little about the Star Boundaries alchemy techniques from the Blue Feather Sect disciples he had met in the market. He found that the Star Boundaries alchemy techniques were extremely profound, on a completely different level from those in Star Territory. Without mentioning anything else, even an ordinary alchemist in the Star Boundary could condense 2 or 3 spirit pills at a time, unlike the situation in Star Territory, where each set of materials could only refine 1 spirit pill. The reason for this was that the Star Boundaries pill condensing techniques had become so widespread that any alchemist was qualified to learn them. However, there was a limit to the number of pills that could be condensed in any furnace. For example, the furnace Yang Kai was refining now was a Luo Wang Fuyi pill, an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. With Yang Kai's alchemy skills, it was not difficult to refine, and if he went all out, he could definitely refine a pill with pill veins. Even the most powerful alchemist would only be able to condense 9 pills in the final process of condensing pills, which required 17 different kinds of raw materials to refine. 9 spirit pills was the limit of this furnace, and even an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to successfully condense more. Different spirit pills and different pill recipes would result in different numbers of spirit pills being condensed in the end. To condense the maximum number of Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pills, one needed to be at least a Dao source grade alchemist. Yang Kai's current limit was 6 spirit pills. During the process of alchemy, Yang Kai was constantly familiarizing himself with his alchemy techniques and pill condensing techniques, verifying them with the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone imprinted in his knowledge C, allowing his alchemy skills to improve rapidly. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had finished. The Luo Wang Fuyi pill, which could restore an Origin King Realm cultivator's source qi, had been refined, and the number of pills condensed was also the limit of what Yang Kai could condense, 6. Yang Kai stuffed 3 of them into his space ring and threw the remaining 3 into a jade bottle he had prepared in advance. The spirit pills in the jade bottle were for the person who asked for them, so 3 were enough to meet his needs. As for the extra pills, they were naturally pocketed by Yang Kai. Therefore, after these days of alchemy, Yang Kai not only harvested a lot of source crystals, but also a lot of spirit pills of various uses. If he were to sell it, he would definitely be able to make quite a fortune. Unfortunately, he could only refine Origin King grade spirit pills now, and did not have any Dao source grade materials to practice with. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have liked to try refining Dao source grade pills to see if he had reached that level. After sealing the jade bottle, Yang Kai casually tossed it up and down, secretly lamenting how easy it was for an alchemist to earn cultivation resources. Just as he was about to ask Lu Xianyun to come in and take the pill, suddenly, Lu Xianyun's tender voice rang in his ears, followed by a series of crashing sounds. Yang Kai's face sank. He quickly got up and rushed out like a whirlwind. Outside, Yang Kai glanced around and saw Lu Xianyun standing to the side with an ugly expression on her face. The sign that had been placed in front of her had been thrown to the ground. It had been trampled under the foot of a cultivator wearing blue feather sect robes and had been reduced to several pieces. Outside the shop, the cultivator who had been waiting in line for alchemy frowned one by one and spread out to watch from a distance. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Lu Xianyun seemed to have found her backbone and quickly approached him. What happened? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He had been refining alchemy here with Lu Xianyun for almost a month and had not provoked anyone, so he could not understand how someone had come to cause trouble today. They said there was a problem with the pill you were refining. Lu Xianyun came to Yang Kai and whispered. What problem? Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at the opposite side. They didn't make it clear. When they came over, they directly attacked. Lu Xianyun grit her teeth. Her face was filled with anger as she stared aggrievedly at the sign that had been trampled under the foot of the cultivator in front of her. Because she was cooperating with Yang Kai in alchemy, and Yang Kai generously gave her 30% of the profits, Lu Xianyun had been working hard these days. She felt that she could not help Yang Kai in alchemy, so she could only work on the sign. The design of the sign. Every word and stroke on it had been carefully carved by her. Every day, she would take it out when she came and put it into her space ring when she left. Every night, she would even carefully wipe it clean when she returned home. The signboard was spotless. This was the only way she could help Yang Kai. But now, the sign that she had worked so hard on had become tattered, so Lu Xianyun was naturally extremely dissatisfied. You attacked without making it clear? Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted in his heart. He knew that even if he did not show off during this time, helping someone with alchemy had probably blocked someone's path to wealth. Otherwise, how could such a scene occur? Are you the alchemist here? Opposite him, the cultivator who had stepped on the sign looked at Yang Kai arrogantly with a cold smile on his face as he asked. May I ask what this brother's name is? Yang Kai looked at the other party indifferently. Well said. I am Chu Fei, Protector Zhu's disciple. Yang Kai's heart moved as he knew that the Protector Zhu this person was talking about was one of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect, Zhu Junshan. This person's cultivation was similar to Bian Yuqing's, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, not something Yang Kai could reach right now. However, because the relationship between the 4 protectors was not very harmonious, if it were not for the sect master's suppression, Blue Feather Sect would have already fallen apart. However, it was also for this reason that the relationship between the disciples of the 4 protectors was not very harmonious. In the sect, there were many disputes between disciples, and some even fought in private, leading to injuries and injuries. Outside the sect, the situation was even more obvious. When Yang Kai heard that the other party was a disciple of Protector Zhu, he knew that this person was here to cause trouble. So it's Brother Chu. I wonder why Brother broke Junior Brother's sign? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Don't play dumb in front of this Chu. Don't tell me you don't know what happened. Chu Fei coldly snorted, as if he was serious. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I have only been in the sect for about a month, so I don't think I have ever offended Brother Chu. Please enlighten me. Chu Fei chuckled and nodded. Good, since you say so, this brother will explain it to you. Saying so, he waved his hand and said, Bring him here. Not far behind him, a few cultivators immediately came over carrying a stretcher. Lying on this stretcher was a man who looked extremely miserable, his strength fluctuating erratically, sometimes silent, sometimes surging fiercely. He seemed to have lost his consciousness, his eyes red and his mouth emitting incomprehensible cries. Even lying on the stretcher, he struggled hard, but there was a layer of restrictions around his body that made it impossible for him to move. A misfire has become the demon race, the onlookers exclaimed. The situation of the cultivator lying on the stretcher was obviously one where a misfire had become the demon race. It was very likely that something had gone wrong during his retreat, causing him to lose control of his strength. If it was not stopped, this person would likely be crippled. However, it was extremely difficult to stop a misfire from becoming the demon race. Unless there was someone with a great divine technique to suppress it, there was no way this cultivator could turn the tide. This was a misfortune that any cultivator feared. Once they encountered it, their life would be over. Junior brother, do you recognize this person? Chu Fei looked at Yang Kai coldly and asked as he pointed to the cultivator on the stretcher. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded. I have some impression of him. He seems to have come to me for a pill 5 days ago. As soon as this statement came out, Lu Xianyun's pretty face suddenly turned pale. She was not stupid and had vaguely guessed what would happen next, so she could not help looking at Yang Kai with worry. Junior brother, it's good that you admit it, Chu Fei sneered. My junior brother Jiang is a heaven-defying genius, reaching the second-order origin king realm at such a young age. His future is limitless. Even Protector Zhu has praised him many times, saying that he is the most talented disciple of our branch. So what? Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei indifferently. Chu Fei's face turned cold as he said fiercely, but he was ruined by your hands. Junior brother, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Big brother must be joking. Yang Kai chuckled. Brother Jiang became the demon race during his cultivation. How could I have ruined him? What does that have to do with me? You still don't want to admit it? If he hadn't taken the pill you refined, how could he have become the demon race? You just said yourself that he came to you for a pill 5 days ago. Chu Fei shouted. Hearing what Chu Fei said, the faces of the onlookers suddenly changed. After all, they had all been waiting in line for Yang Kai to perform alchemy a moment ago. If the pill Yang Kai refined was really problematic, who would dare to look for him? All of them could not help rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, Chu Fei had come in time, otherwise, they would very likely have become the next junior brother Jiang. Yes, he did come to me for a pill 5 days ago, but that does not mean that his becoming the demon race had anything to do with me. Perhaps it was because his foundation was unstable. There are many reasons for a cultivator to become the demon race. Big brother, don't you think it's unfair to slander me like this? Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei coldly. The other party was just a third-order origin king, so Yang Kai was not afraid of him at all. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was whether Chu Fei had some kind of power behind him. It was impossible for Chu Fei to come looking for trouble for no reason, so the only problem was the spirit pill. In this market, there were several alchemists and shops that provided alchemy services, but they were all established by the Blue Feather sect disciples themselves and had no direct relationship with the protectors. Big brother is not slandering you. Junior brother Jiang came to you for a pill 5 days ago, and after returning, he has been in retreat, but a few days later, he became the demon race. Now that he has become like this, don't say it's just a coincidence. Protector Zhu said that he was a heavenly talent, so how could his foundation be unstable? Besides the problem with the spirit pill you refined, I can't think of a second reason. Yes, after Big Brother Jiang came back that day with a happy expression on his face, saying that he had picked up a big bargain. I even advised him to find someone to verify the quality of the spirit pill he refined, but he was in a hurry to enter retreat. Now it seems that cheap things are no good. I didn't expect that Big Brother Jiang would have such a problem after just a few days of retreat, a Blue Feather sect disciple who had come with Chu Fei echoed. Chapter 1948. The market was extremely lively, and there were many people coming and going. Although Yang Kai's rented shop was located in a remote location, as soon as this incident happened, it attracted countless cultivator onlookers. The people who came later did not know the whole story, only seeing the miserable appearance of the cultivator surnamed Jiang and foreseeing his future fate. All of them glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if Yang Kai was really a lousy alchemist who dared to harm his fellow alchemists. Naturally, there were some people who knew that this matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, but in Blue Feather sect, there was little sentiment between the disciples, and none of them had any friendship with Yang Kai, so naturally, none of them would stand up for him at this time and cause trouble for themselves. Yang Kai observed the situation carefully and knew that if he didn't handle this matter well today, he would no longer be able to earn source crystals by alchemy here in the future. It didn't matter if he could refine alchemy or not, but he was worried that the other party might have some kind of follow-up plot. Do you have any evidence that Brother Jiang became the demon race because of the spirit pill refined by Brother Yang? Lu Xianyun asked through gritted teeth, but this question was obviously feeble. Chu Fei sneered. Junior Brother Jiang is here. What evidence do you need? Lu Xianyun was speechless for a while and looked anxiously at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, 5 days ago, Brother Jiang came to me and asked me to refine an emperor-grade blood yang pill. This spirit pill's function is to supplement one's vitality. Perhaps it is related to some kind of secret technique Brother Jiang cultivates. At that time, I gave him 4 spirit pills. Dare I ask if he has any left? If there are any remaining spirit pills, he can find an alchemy grandmaster of the sect to examine them and see if there is any problem with them. Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She excitedly said, yes, if there are any remaining spirit pills, can't you just find someone to verify them? Chu Fei snorted. All the spirit pills have been taken by junior brother Jiang. Where do you want me to find the rest? Yang Kai spread out his hands. Brother Chu said so. That meant that there was no evidence at all. It was pure slander. Then there was nothing that could be done. Forgive this junior brother for not keeping you company. Brothers, take care. When you find evidence, it won't be too late to argue with me. As he spoke, Yang Kai turned around and was about to enter the store. The other party was clearly looking for trouble, and Yang Kai didn't have the heart to continue entangling with them. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape? When Chu Fei saw Yang Kai's attitude, he suddenly became furious and shouted, a life for a life, a debt must be repaid. You want to leave just like that after hurting junior martial brother Jiang to this extent? How can there be such a good deal in this world? Yang Kai turned around and looked at Chu Fei with a smile, asking coldly, what does brother Chu think we should do? Come with me to Protector Zhu to receive your punishment. Chu Fei shouted, nonsense, I am Protector Bian's disciple. Even if there is a punishment, it is Protector Bian's business. Since when was it Protector Zhu's turn to decide? Bold, daring to be disrespectful to Master Protector. You've only just entered the sect, yet you're already so arrogant. What will you do in the future? Let this brother teach you a good lesson on how to be a qualified junior brother. Chu Fei was here to pick a fight, and now that he had finally found a reason to take action, how could he endure? Saying so, Chu Fei arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash and stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. The power of the Origin King's territory domain burst forth and completely enveloped Yang Kai, as if it could completely seal the space around him, making it extremely viscous and difficult for him to move. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Similarly, he pushed his territory domain. Resisting the suppression of his opponent's territory domain, at the same time, a golden light flashed from his hand and several dozen golden blood threads appeared. These golden blood threads suddenly transformed into a long golden blood whip and lashed out towards Chu Fei. Space seemed to be torn apart. The violent vitality contained in the golden blood threads seemed to have transformed into a ferocious viper, exuding an unparalleled pressure that made it difficult for anyone to take them lightly. Chu Fei was taken aback. He had thought that his opponent was just a junior brother who had just broken through to the second-order Origin King realm. With his third-order Origin King strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with him? How could he have known that Yang Kai's attack would be so strange? Not only was his opponent's territory domain not weaker than his own, but it was also much more solid, making it impossible for his territory domain to suppress him. What's more, the majestic power contained in this casual attack also showed that this junior brother's source chi was surging. Otherwise, with a difference of only a minor realm, it would have been impossible for Chu Fei to feel any pressure. As the golden blood thread whip lashed out, a chill surged from Chu Fei's heart. Without even thinking about it, Chu Fei quickly withdrew his hand and summoned a mirror-like artifact in front of him. A burst of light shot out from the mirror towards the golden blood thread whip, and at the same time formed a cone-shaped barrier in front of him. Asterisk pa, asterisk with a light bang, the golden blood thread whip struck the mirror-like barrier, but was deflected to the side, failing to hurt Chu Fei. This mirror can actually deflect attacks. But if that's all, Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer. The deflected golden blood thread whip suddenly twisted and transformed into a golden python. This golden python had red eyes and sharp fangs as it opened its maw and wrapped itself around Chu Fei's body at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped itself around Chu Fei 7 or 8 times before biting down on his neck. Chu Fei screamed, but before he could react, Yang Kai had already rushed forward, his entire body almost touching Chu Fei's. Raising his right fist, a 5-colored light flashed from it as it smashed down towards Chu Fei's face like a giant hammer. Chu Fei wanted to resist, but to his horror, he found that he was completely powerless in front of Yang Kai. The other party's strange golden python secret technique and pure territory domain made it impossible for him to even use his strength. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Chu Fei was sent tumbling through the air several times before crashing to the ground. The audience went into an uproar. Everyone's hearts shook violently as they watched this one-sided battle with dumbfounded expressions. The battle between Yang Kai and Chu Fei started and ended quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Lu Xianyun did not even have time to help. Only now did Lu Xianyun assume an offensive posture, but the moment Chu Fei was sent flying, she froze in place. She had no room to intervene at all. Shocked, her beautiful eyes trembled as she stared at Yang Kai. She was shocked to find that compared to Yang Kai in the Starlight Corridor, this man seemed to be much stronger. She had never doubted that Yang Kai was not Chu Fei's opponent. After all, this man had caused Yin Lusheng to suffer a big loss in the Starlight Corridor. Although Chu Fei was also a third-order origin king, the strength in his body had not been fully transformed into source qi, so naturally, he could not be compared to Yin Lusheng. Yang Kai could make Yin Lusheng suffer, so naturally, defeating Chu Fei should not be a problem. However, she had not expected that Yang Kai's victory would come so easily. What part of his opponent was a third-order origin king? If one were to say that he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, many would believe it. Did this man really come from the territory of a low-class star? If they had not met in the Starlight Corridor, Lu Xianyun would not have believed this fact. Lu Xianyun was shocked, and so were the surrounding Blue Feather sect disciples. Especially those who knew that Yang Kai was also an alchemist cultivator. They could not believe their eyes. One had to know that although alchemists also cultivated, because they spent a lot of time on alchemy, their cultivation would not be too high relative to their own level of alchemy. Yang Kai being able to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill and being an Origin King realm cultivator was already incredible, but now he had easily crushed his brother, a third-order Origin King, with just his second-order Origin King cultivation. That's right, the scene before his eyes could only be described with the words crushing. Yang Kai's bizarre performance had simply blinded their dog eyes. A disciple with such powerful combat strength, capable of crushing opponents above his realm and proficient in alchemy, it was difficult for him not to be taken seriously. The surrounding Blue Feather sect disciples looked at Yang Kai and could already foresee that after today, he would definitely receive the attention of the sect and be vigorously cultivated. As for injuring their brother, was that even a big deal in Blue Feather sect? Many people were already thinking about how to build a good relationship with Yang Kai so that when he soared one day, they would be able to eat meat and drink soup. The other two Origin King realm cultivator, who had come with Chu Fei, were pale at this moment. When Chu Fei and Yang Kai fought, they, like Lu Xianyun, wanted to help, but in the blink of an eye, Chu Fei was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. This scene was completely different from what they had expected. What they had expected was that Yang Kai would be severely taught a lesson by Chu Fei, beg for mercy, and allow them to do whatever they wanted. But the cruelty of reality left them with little ability to think. Yang Kai's sharp eyes drifted over, causing the two to involuntarily take a step back. One of them was a first-order Origin King, while the other was a second-order Origin King. Even if they joined forces, they were not Chu Fei's opponent, so how could they dare challenge Yang Kai? Fortunately, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of finding trouble with them, and instead walked towards Chu Fei step by step, squinting his eyes and smiling. "Brother Chu, no discord, no concord. Now that we know each other, we can have a good talk about this brother Jiang and how he became the demon race." When Chu Fei heard this, he no longer dared to lie on the ground and play dead, quickly jumping up and shouting fiercely, "What do you want to do? Brother must be joking. This junior brother is new here. How could he dare do anything to you? And I just want to talk to you." Yang Kai smiled very amiably, but in Chu Fei's eyes, this smile was like that of an evil ghost. Saying so, Yang Kai cracked his knuckles as he clenched his fists. Chu Fei's face was pale and his eye was bruised, one of his eyes swollen into a slit as he spat out bitterly, "I admit defeat this time, but don't push your luck." "Push my luck?" Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. "Brother insulted my reputation as an alchemist for no reason. If this matter is not resolved today, how can I perform alchemy here in the future?" "Then what do you want?" Chu Fei grit his teeth and asked. Chapter 1949. After realizing the gap between himself and Yang Kai, Chu Fei no longer had his previous arrogance, but in front of so many people, he did not want to tarnish his reputation. Otherwise, how could he raise his head in Blue Feather sect in the future? So even if he was frightened, he could only throw the question back to Yang Kai. It's very simple. Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei with a smile and raised a finger. With senior brother causing such a ruckus, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue performing alchemy here in the future. Shouldn't senior brother compensate for my losses? Compensate for your losses? Chu Fei's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets, never having expected Yang Kai to be so unscrupulous. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Junior brother doesn't need much. Just a few 100,000 source crystals should be enough. A few 100,000, in your dreams. Chu Fei immediately jumped up, his face twisting. You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant price? A few 100,000 source crystals was an amount Chu Fei did not even dare to imagine. Since he began cultivating, including all the source crystals he had spent so far, he only had a few 100,000 or 200,000. Yang Kai asking for a few 100,000. Wasn't that the same as asking for his life? Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold as he snorted. Brother, you don't have the slightest sincerity. It seems we can't continue this discussion in that case. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, he suddenly tilted his head and listened attentively, as if he had noticed something. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei smiled happily and laughed. Junior brother, today's matter ends here. Brother will remember you. We will meet again someday. Looking at Yang Kai's expression, how could he not know that a master was sending a message to Yang Kai? Since a sect master had intervened, he was safe. Saying so, Chu Fei waved his hand. Turning to the other two, he shouted, "Let's go." The two did not dare to neglect and quickly lifted up junior brother Jiang, who was still struggling, before quickly leaving. You want to leave after insulting my reputation? How could there be such a cheap deal in this world? Yang Kai coldly snorted, causing Chu Fei to be shocked. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai rushing in front of him. His fist, which was shining with colorful light, was once again magnified in front of his eyes. The power of the condensed territory domain lingered around Chu Fei's body, completely suppressing his momentum, causing Chu Fei to only have time to cry out in shock. Yang Kai pressed him to the ground and beat him up. A third-order origin king was not weak, and even if Chu Fei had not fully converted his Saint Qi into Source Qi, he would still be able to put up a desperate fight. However, after the previous confrontation with Yang Kai, Chu Fei knew that he was not this junior brother's opponent at all, so this time, he did not even try to resist. Instead, he simply pushed his Saint Qi to protect his vitals, allowing Yang Kai's fists to fall like raindrops. The onlooking cultivator was completely dumbfounded. A series of muffled bangs rang out. Occasionally, Chu Fei's miserable howls could be heard. By the time Yang Kai got up, Chu Fei was covered in blood and lying on the ground groaning. Obviously, his injuries were not light. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced in a certain direction, and cursed before calling out to Lu Xianyun, "Pack up!" Lu Xianyun was startled. Finally recovering, she hurriedly followed Yang Kai back to their residence. Wherever the two passed, the Blue Feather sect disciples took the initiative to make way for them, all of them staring at Yang Kai with fear in their eyes. Lu Xianyun followed behind Yang Kai, staring at his broad back in a daze, her thoughts flying. She had not expected that Yang Kai, who usually looked very peaceful, would be so ferocious when he went crazy. In the shopping district, if not for the fact that they were fellow disciples, Chu Fei would have been beaten to death by Yang Kai. However, after this incident, it was likely that they would no longer be able to go to the shopping district to perform alchemy in the future. This made Lu Xianyun feel a little regretful. After all, the two of them had made a lot of profit from alchemy in the past month. They had earned a lot of source crystals. Walking and walking, Kaiyang suddenly came to a halt. Lu Xianyun was caught off guard and almost bumped into his back. She quickly stopped and asked, "Brother Yang, what's wrong?" "You go back first. I have to go to the peak." Yang Kai turned back and said. "The peak?" Lu Xianyun frowned but immediately reacted. "Protector Bien wants to see you?" "Then the one who sent you a message just now." Yang Kai nodded. "It's a small matter, don't worry." "Do you want me to go with you?" Lu Xianyun asked. "Protector Bien didn't summon you, so I'm afraid you can't go up. You should go back first." Yang Kai finished speaking and walked straight to the peak. Lu Xianyun shouted from behind, Be careful. Yang Kai didn't answer and just waved his hand. When he was halfway up the mountain, a figure appeared in front of him and stared at Yang Kai indifferently, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Brother Ko. Yang Kai looked indifferent and cupped his fists. The one who stopped him was Ko Wu. It was also Ko Wu who had sent him a message just now and told him to go to the top of the mountain to see Protector Bien. Your courage isn't small, daring to disobey my orders. Didn't I tell you to let Chu Fei go? Why did you hit him? Ko Wu coldly snorted. Yang Kai sneered and said, being bullied like this, why should I swallow my anger? Protector Bien's faction isn't so weak, is it? If that's the case, Brother Ko really disappoints me. How long have you been in the sect? What do you know? Do you think today's matter was just Chu Fei looking for trouble? Ko Wu said coldly. Of course I know he was instigated to come here. Yang Kai sneered. I just want to make some source crystals by performing alchemy there. Who is blocking my path to wealth? Let me guess, is it Protector Zhu? And Protector Bien doesn't want to have any conflict with Protector Zhu? Is that why you want me to compromise? Ko Wu looked at Yang Kai with some surprise and nodded. You're not too stupid. Yes, although Chu Fei's actions were not directly ordered by Protector Zhu, it still involves the interests of Protector Zhu's faction. Alchemy is alchemy, so why don't you enter Treasure Source Hall? You should know that Treasure Source Hall is an alchemy hall set up by our faction in the market. If you enter there to perform alchemy, we can shelter you if something happens. Yang Kai spread his hands. I'm poor. If I enter Treasure Source Hall, I'll have to pay 60% of my earnings. Brother, you know I just came to the star boundary. How can I not have some source crystals? That's a reasonable reason. Ko Wu knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, so he didn't criticize him further. But you beat Chu Fei today, giving Protector Zhu an excuse to find fault with you. What if they decide to punish you according to the sect's rules? No matter what, Chu Fei is still your senior brother. What you're doing is disrespectful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Isn't that why Protector Bien called me over? I'm sure she'll deal with it properly. Ko Wu's face went black as he quickly said, don't mention the word elder in front of Protector Master. Otherwise you'll lose your dog life. I understand, she's a woman. Yang Kai nodded. Forget it, come with me. I hope Protector Master is in a good mood today. Otherwise, you'll be out of luck. Ko Wu shook his head and did not continue to reprimand him, instead leading Yang Kai towards the top of the mountain. Arriving at the same palace as before, Ko Wu led Yang Kai into a side room. The air in this room was sweet and fragrant, with pink furnishings everywhere, making it look like a woman's boudoir. Bien Yuqing was lazily reclining on a bench, her exquisite curves exposed, one hand supporting her cheek as she closed her eyes and dozed off, a leisurely posture that would arouse one's imagination. That chair was covered with a precious animal skin blanket, and beside her, there were several young women in their prime who were wearing revealing clothes. Some were gently fanning themselves with a fan. Some were peeling grape-like spirit fruits and feeding them to Bien Yuqing's mouth, and some were kneeling on the ground and gently massaging Bien Yuqing's long and slender beautiful legs. When Yang Kai entered this place, the first thought that popped into his mind was extravagant. Ko Wu, as always, lowered his head and looked straight ahead at his feet before cupping his fists and saying, Protector Bien, I've brought that boy here. Greetings, Protector Master. Yang Kai did not look straight ahead like Ko Wu, but his eyes were clear and there was no trace of lust in them. Because he knew that a woman like Bien Yuqing was not someone he could touch right now, and if he even had the slightest bit of lust in his heart, she would teach him a harsh lesson. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Bien Yuqing, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them slightly and swept Yang Kai with a sharp gaze, causing Yang Kai to feel uncomfortable all over, as if he had been cut by a knife, causing his skin to ache. Yang Kai's eyes met hers, and for a moment, he felt as if the other party's eyes had turned into bottomless vortexes, trying to pull his soul in and sink him forever. Startled, Yang Kai hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and felt a tingling sensation, waking him up slightly. When he looked at her again, Bien Yuqing's eyes had returned to their original state without any ripples. Little one's courage isn't small. You've only been in the sect for a few days, yet you dare cause trouble for this queen. Bien Yuqing's voice was soft and pleasant, but her tone was quite displeased. Protector Master is wise. Yang Kai resisted the uncomfortable pressure and quickly said, This disciple didn't cause trouble, but was bullied and humiliated, so I resisted. Resisted? Haha, I heard that you beat your brother so badly, he doesn't even look human anymore. It will take him at least 3 months to recover. Is this what you mean by resisting? Bian Yuqing looked at Yang Kai faintly. Perhaps I was a little heavy-handed, but only in this way can others not dare to look down on Protector Master's branch. If this disciple had tolerated it, I'm afraid others would have thought our branch was weak and easily bullied. Oh! Bian Yuqing raised her brow and said with a smile, then according to what you said, this queen should gather all the disciples and praise you in front of everyone, using you as an example? This disciple is only doing his duty. Protector Master is too serious. Impudent! Bian Yuqing shouted and waved her hand, sending a huge force towards Yang Kai, directly knocking him into the wall. Master, please calm your anger. Kou hurriedly tried to appease her. Unexpectedly, after Bian Yuqing flew into a rage, she began giggling, causing Kou to be stunned, wondering what Bian Yuqing was feeling right now. Chapter 1950. Kai Yang and Bian Yuqing didn't have much contact. Besides this meeting, they had only met once before. When he first met Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai only felt that this woman was very strong. After all, she was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm, but as for her temperament, Yang Kai had no idea. However, this second meeting made Yang Kai understand that this woman was temperamental. She was extremely difficult to provoke. Her casual strike didn't contain too much strength, but it wasn't something that the current Kai Yang could contend against. After hitting the wall, he could only feel the blood in his chest tumbling, and his chest bones faintly aching. When he stood up, he heard Bian Yuqing's tender laughter. Yang Kai clutched his chest and stared at Bian Yuqing intently. The latter's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, a hint of approval flashing across her eyes as she nodded lightly. This queen likes men with backbone. Your performance was not bad. At least you didn't ruin this queen's reputation. Yang Kai frowned but did not answer. However, Bian Yuqing suddenly changed the topic. Today's matter can be big or small. This queen does not want to give Zhu Junshan an excuse to find trouble with this queen. After all, you have only been in the sect for a month, yet you dared to offend your superiors. This queen's fault for not teaching you properly. How about this? You go to Ice Cliff for 3 months, and today's matter will be forgotten. She spoke very casually, but Yang Kai felt something was wrong and quickly asked, Dare I ask Master Protector, this Ice Cliff, what kind of place is it? He had been in Blue Feather Sect for more than a month, but had never heard of this Ice Cliff. Ice Cliff. Bian Yuqing smiled sweetly. It's a place where disciples who make mistakes are imprisoned. The environment there. Haha, you'll know when you see it. Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking. Kou turned his head and glanced at him, his eyes full of sympathy, as if Ice Cliff was a very bad place. Take him away. Bian Yuqing waved her hand casually. She closed her beautiful eyes again. Disciple will take his leave now. Kou respectfully retreated, pulling a Yang Kai with him as he left. Yang Kai was full of questions, but when he saw Bian Yuqing's expression, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. He could only leave with Kou. After leaving the palace, Kou let out a sigh of relief. Every time he met Bian Yuqing, he felt a great deal of pressure. Brother Kou. Yang Kai turned to look at Kou. Hey, junior brother Yang. Kou sighed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder, saying earnestly, Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. Big brother can only say that the master of the Dharma Protector is exceptionally generous this time. After all, it's not a long time. 3 months. It'll be over in a casual closed-door meditation. When the time comes, Big Brother will personally pick you up. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai felt even more uncomfortable, becoming more certain that this Ice Cliff was not a good place to be. However, unless he could kill his way out of Blue Feather Sect now, he would not be able to escape. He could only obediently follow Kou to the Ice Cliff. Silently calculating his strength in his heart, Yang Kai could only hide his depression in the bottom of his heart. Kou once again summoned his ship-like flight-type artifact, and after the two of them boarded, it flew off in a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. Looking down from above, the buildings of Blue Feather Sect seemed to be passing by at an incredible speed. The further they went, the more Yang Kai could feel the chill in the air. At a certain moment, Kou suddenly pointed to the front and said, Junior brother Yang, that's the Ice Cliff, the place where all the disciples of the sect who make mistakes will be imprisoned. They will all be thrown there. Don't even think about running away. Although this place is not close to the headquarters, and there is no one within a 10,000-kilometer radius, if you leave the ice cliff without permission, the master of the Dharma protector will know, at that time. Kowu did not finish his words. How could Yang Kai not understand what he meant? Gently nodding, Yang Kai looked up ahead. Somewhere in front of him, white clouds swirled around, making it impossible to see the real scenery. Yang Kai could only vaguely make out a towering mountain peak, but this peak seemed to have been split in half from the middle. The cut was neat and tidy, and there was a chasm in the middle that made it seem daunting. After arriving here, the chill in the air became more and more obvious. Even with the protection of the ship, Yang Kai could feel the biting cold. What's more, there seemed to be another kind of aura mixed with this chill that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a long time before suddenly calling out, "Emperor pressure?" Kowu looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked in amazement, "Junior brother Yang, you can actually perceive the presence of Emperor pressure here? Have you encountered an Emperor Realm Master before?" If one had not encountered an Emperor Realm Master before, it was impossible to know what Emperor pressure was like. When Kowu first came here, he only felt that the coldness here was extremely uncomfortable, as if it had a natural suppressive force on cultivators, but he did not understand why. It was not until Bian Yuqing explained it to him that Kowu understood the reason behind it. Yang Kai was a second-order origin king from the territory of a low-level star, yet he was able to determine that the chill in front of him contained Emperor pressure. This was not something that could be explained by profound eyesight. The only possibility was that Yang Kai had experienced Emperor pressure before. There is a restricted area in the territory of the Great Desolate Star where Emperor pressure remains. I have felt it before. Yang Kai replied casually. So that's how it is. Kowu did not doubt him and nodded. There are many guardians in the territory of low-level stars, each of whom is a high-level Emperor Realm Master. Perhaps the guardian of your Great Desolate Star territory left some traces in that restricted area. But why is there Emperor pressure here? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Kowu smiled slightly. This is related to the origin of Ice Cliff. It is rumored that the birth of this ice cliff is related to an Emperor Realm Master who can control ice principles. This ice cliff was created by that master with a single slash of his sword. The ice cliff is surrounded by that Emperor Realm Master's ice concept and has not dissipated even after 10,000 years. Why else do you think Ice Cliff became the place where the disciples of my Blue Feather sect are imprisoned? This place was created by an Emperor Realm Master with a single slash of his sword. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Everyone in the sect says so, but I don't know if it's true or not, Kowu chuckled. Junior brother, when you get there, try to stay at the top of the ice cliff as much as possible. Don't go too deep. The deeper you go, the stronger the Emperor Realm ice concept will become. Even the sect master and the 4 protectors can't reach the bottom. With your ability, you won't be able to compete with the Emperor pressure. If you go too deep, it will only lead to disaster. I understand. Many thanks for Brother Ko's warning. Yang Kai nodded. In addition, the Master Protector didn't just confine you. Although the environment of this ice cliff is harsh, making it impossible for ordinary people to stay here for long, if you can comprehend something here, you will benefit immensely. Don't disappoint Lord Protector's kind intentions. Kowu's words were sincere and earnest. Really? Yang Kai grinned. In that case, brother shouldn't go back. How about we go together to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao? No need. Kowu's expression became serious as obvious fear appeared in his eyes. I came to this damned place once before and stayed there for a month. I almost didn't make it back. What was brother's cultivation when you came here at that time? Third Order Origin King. Kowu replied. Yang Kai suddenly curled his lips. The Master Protector really thinks highly of me. This means that the Master Protector thinks your potential is greater than mine. Kowu chuckled and formed a seal with his hand, causing the ship to stop moving forward. He then turned to Yang Kai and said, Brother will send you off here. Go on your own. I'll pick you up in 3 months. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything more, jumping off the ship and rushing straight towards the top of the ice cliff. After Yang Kai left, Kowu immediately drove the ship away from this damned place. The bone-piercing cold seemed to penetrate deep into one's soul, not only hindering the flow of one's qi, but also affecting one's thoughts, giving one the illusion that even their mind was frozen. The hot breath he exhaled was clearly visible and thick like a fog. As soon as Yang Kai landed at the top of the ice cliff, he involuntarily circulated his qi to resist the pervasive cold, finally feeling a little better. The space above the ice cliff was as spacious as a flat piece of land, but near the rock face, there were a number of large and small holes. Obviously, these were simple caves excavated by the Blue Feather Sect disciples who had been imprisoned for many years. Yang Kai stood in place and looked around. He found that there was not a single blade of grass growing on this ice cliff, making it look extremely desolate. Even the rocks had been frozen into ice. Although there was a faint trace of emperor pressure here that contained extremely profound ice principles, it was not obvious, so it was relatively easy for Yang Kai to resist it with his current strength. If Su Yan were here, the beautiful figure of Su Yan suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. If she were here, this ice cliff would not be an unbearable forbidden area, but instead a blessed land. This place contained an emperor's ice principles and ice principles, which would provide an unimaginable boost to her cultivation speed. As long as she could comprehend the mysteries of these principles and condense her own concepts, her growth time would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, Su Yan was still on Shadowed Star. As for Yang Kai himself, he didn't cultivate the ice attribute, so he could only sigh. Shaking his head, Yang Kai dispelled the thoughts and confusion in his mind. After familiarizing himself with this empty and desolate environment, Yang Kai went directly to the rock face, drilled into one of the cave mansions, and began to inspect it. Since he was going to stay here for 3 months, he naturally had to first determine if there was anyone alive here. If there was a fellow disciple who had also been thrown into solitary confinement here, Yang Kai felt that it would be better to inform them first. After a quick investigation, Yang Kai determined that there was no one alive here except for himself. However, there were more than a dozen dead people. These dead people were scattered in different cave mansions, each of them in a cross-legged meditative posture. Their appearances were lifelike and their expressions were extremely serene, as if they had not suffered any torture or pain at all. Instead, it was as if they had lost their vitality in a deep sleep. Chapter 1951. This discovery caused Yang Kai's heart to tremble, because this was the true danger of this ice cliff. The omnipresent ice domain could erode a cultivator's mind, causing them to unknowingly lose their life. This was why the dead cultivator could maintain a serene demeanor, showing no signs of struggle or pain. After inspecting the cave mansion, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before directly jumping off the ice cliff. Although Ko Wu had repeatedly warned Yang Kai not to enter the depths of this ice cliff, since there was such a rare emperor pressure here, Yang Kai naturally wanted to experience it. Back when he was comprehending this emperor pressure in the dead territory outside Shadowed Star, he had gained a lot. Yang Kai now had his own way of dealing with the suppression of this emperor pressure. However, he did not dare to act recklessly and instead controlled his speed as he slowly descended. As Ko Wu said, the further down he went, the stronger the emperor pressure became and the more terrifying the ice domain it contained became. After descending less than 1,000 meters, Yang Kai was already struggling. Even if he used all of his strength, he was unable to resist the bone-chilling cold. Even circulating his source qi was difficult for him to do so. In desperation, Yang Kai could only push his territory field. When his territory field was formed, it was also under the suppression of the emperor pressure from the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden's emperor pressure was even stronger than this place. As such, his territory field had a certain degree of resistance to this emperor pressure. As soon as his territory field appeared, Yang Kai felt much more relaxed. He quietly released his divine sense to explore the bottom, wanting to find out how deep this ice cliff was. However, very soon, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense in shock, because he noticed that the icy concept and energy of the laws had actually frozen the divine sense he'd released, and if he hadn't withdrawn it in time, his divine sense would have been damaged. After being aware of this, Yi Zichen said, Yang Kai no longer dared to release his divine sense. Down below was a dark abyss, like the maw of a great beast, causing one's heart to tremble. Continuing to descend another 1,000 meters, Yang Kai heard a series of cracking sounds from outside his body. That was a sign that the territory was about to reach its limit. If he continued to dive deeper, his territory field would inevitably collapse. At that time, with just Yang Kai's own strength, he would not be able to resist the emperor pressure and ice concept at this depth of several thousand feet. Only death awaited him. This was his limit. Yang Kai understood and didn't try to be brave. Instead, he lifted his body and flew upwards. This was an investigation. Although he gained nothing, Yang Kai knew that this was indeed a good place to train his will. In a way, he had to thank that Bian Yuqing. He didn't fly to the top of the ice cliff. Instead, he chose to carve out an immortal's cave 1,000 feet away from the top. This was the most suitable location for his current strength. The Emperor's pressure and concept of ice here were at a level that he could barely contend with. Cultivating in seclusion in such a location would be of great benefit to one's growth. Carving out an immortal's cave took Yang Kai quite a bit of effort. The ice cliff had been immersed in this special icy environment for many years, and the rock walls had long been corroded by the Emperor pressure and principal strength. They were no longer ordinary rock, but extremely solid ice. It took Kai Yang a full 3 days to carve out a simple cave dwelling, and this cave residence was only the size of 2 rooms. Yang Kai didn't rush to enter retreat and instead sat cross-legged in the cave, recovering while resisting the harsh environment. Fortunately, he had been helping others with alchemy some time ago. He had accumulated a lot of Origin King grade spirit pills and source crystals. As such, his recovery speed was quite fast. Yang Kai spent a few more days adjusting his state to its peak before he began to deal with the most important matter at hand. Breakthrough. His strength had reached the peak of the second-order Origin King realm, and his comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way was almost enough. After coming to the star boundary and entering the Blue Feather sect, he had the qualifications to break through. However, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. Firstly, he didn't want to stand out too much. He was now under the eaves of others, so it was always right to be careful. Secondly, he wanted to accumulate as much as he could to make this breakthrough smoother. Most importantly, he didn't have a suitable place to do so. Although he had a residence in the Blue Feather sect and could use his identity token to activate the barrier around it to prevent ordinary cultivators from spying on him, he absolutely couldn't prevent Bian Yuqing's divine sense from inspecting him. Yang Kai didn't want to expose his secrets. This was not Shadowed Star. On Shadowed Star, he was the master and could easily find a secluded place where no one would disturb him. Yang Kai originally wanted to stay in the Blue Feather sect for a while and gain Bian Yuqing's trust before leaving the sect temporarily to find a suitable place to enter secluded retreat and break through. However, this trip to the ice cliff gave him a different idea. Wasn't this ice cliff a very good place to break through? Within a 10,000-kilometer radius, there was no one, and the Emperor pressure and principal strength permeated the air. Even if he made a commotion during his breakthrough, it would not spread too far. After 3 months, when he broke through to the Third-Order Origin King realm and returned to the Blue Feather sect, if Bian Yuqing asked, he would have a good explanation. At that time, he would simply tell her that he had comprehended something while in retreat at the ice cliff. He believed she wouldn't ask too much. After all, a Third-Order Origin King was nothing to her. For various reasons, Yang Kai felt that his breakthrough was inevitable. Yang Kai had thought a lot about how to break through to the Third-Order Origin King realm in the past few years, and had a plan in mind. Inside his secluded home, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, surrounded by the source crystals he had earned during this period. Roughly counting, there were at least 30,000 pieces. These were all the source crystals Yang Kai had now. Even if he was an Origin King-grade alchemist, he had been helping others perform alchemy for more than a month, so source crystals were not easy to earn. However, 30,000 low-rank source crystals should be enough to support his breakthrough this time. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to break through to the next realm and instead sat in this cold environment, recalling his life's journey on the martial Tao, learning from High Heaven Pavilion, walking step by step from a trial disciple, experiencing countless hardships. Along the way, there were beauties accompanying him, so he was not lonely. Yang Kai had not grown up for long, and among all the Origin King realm cultivators, he was quite young, but his life experience was rich and varied, not much worse than those old monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Scenes from over the years replayed in Yang Kai's mind, as if they were just yesterday, the excitement and danger still vivid in his mind. Yang Kai's mood was as tranquil as an ancient well. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai forgot everything. The cold world principles lingered around his body, invading his flesh and penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Inside the secluded home, Yang Kai's hair and beard gradually turned white, as if he had been frozen. His vitality gradually weakened, and even his breathing and heartbeat became slower and slower. He gradually became like the dozen or so Blue Feather sect disciples who had died, as if he was walking towards the end of his life in the cold. But inside his body, earth-shaking changes were taking place. In his lower abdomen, a mixture of Source Qi and Saint Qi exploded violently. Yang Kai's physique and vitality also scattered and condensed in the Dantian region of his abdomen, catalyzing a magical transformation there. The biggest difference between a second-order origin king cultivator and a third-order cultivator was not the conversion ratio of Source Qi to Saint Qi. Even if a cultivator did not have any Source Qi, they could still break through to the third-order origin king realm. The difference between the two was the origin essence crystal. Only by condensing one's own origin essence crystal could one truly become a third-order origin king cultivator. The origin essence crystal was the essence of a cultivator, containing all of the cultivator's insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way. It was similar to the nature of the monster core in the monster beast's body. A monster beast could use its monster core to stimulate its own secret techniques, improving their lethality and power. A cultivator above the third-order origin king realm could also do so. The origin essence crystal was the manifestation of a cultivator's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. When facing an enemy, the power of one's attacks would be even stronger. In a moment of crisis, one could even directly summon their origin essence crystal and perish together with their enemy, just like a monster beast summoning its monster core. There was no difference between the two. However, if one wanted to condense their own origin essence crystal, they would first need to figure out what kind of attribute they were cultivating. An origin essence crystal was not omnipotent. Its existence could often only enhance a cultivator's strength in a certain aspect, unable to cover everything. For example, when Yang Kai first entered the martial Tao, he cultivated a Yang attribute secret art. Later, he could become the demon race, transforming the strength in his body into a demonic flame. Even the golden blood threads and 5 elements indestructible, Sword Qi, he cultivated could be condensed into his own origin essence crystal. However, once chosen, the origin essence crystal could only enhance one aspect of one's strength. If Yang Kai condensed his own insights into the 5 elements indestructible Sword Qi into an origin essence crystal, the power of his 5 elements indestructible Sword Qi would be greatly increased in the future. Choosing the golden blood threads would be the same. However, Yang Kai did not intend to do so. His origin essence crystal would naturally bear the brunt of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was mysterious and difficult to defend against, far superior to any other attribute. Since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he naturally wanted to focus on this aspect. This was an idea he had never changed. This was also why he did not dare to break through in Blue Feather sect at will. This was his trump card. Bian Yuqing still did not know he cultivated the Tao of space, so if it was exposed during his breakthrough, it would likely immediately attract the attention of the elders of Blue Feather sect. Even in the vast star boundary, the Tao of space was a force few people were proficient in. In his lower abdomen, a mixture of Source Qi and Saint Qi continued to gather and slowly condense, accompanied by an unimaginable pain. At the same time, in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's own perception and understanding of the Tao of space were transforming into an invisible force that cleansed his knowledge sea. Yang Kai's soul was unprecedentedly calm as he focused all his consciousness on his body. Amidst this wondrous state, the ethereal Tao of space flowed out, but Yang Kai was unaware of it and instead focused on perceiving the essence of this force, slowly comprehending it. Time passed quickly and silently. Gradually, extremely obvious fluctuations of space force emerged from Yang Kai's body, shattering the layer of frost covering his body. Chapter 1952. 1,000 meters deep inside the ice cliff, inside the secluded cave, extremely obvious space force fluctuations appeared, forming a clear territory that enveloped the entire cave. Cracking sounds rang out as the space around Yang Kai became unstable. Numerous tiny spatial rifts slowly took form, and they were like nimble fishes swimming freely in the water before they were annihilated under the self-repair of the laws of the heavens and earth. This cycle repeated endlessly. Later, the tiny void cracks began to connect, forming extremely terrifying void cracks. The surrounding space was like a piece of cloth that had been cut open by a sharp sword, leaving countless scars on its surface. The chaotic turbulence of the void continued to surge about, causing the small secluded cave to be riddled with scars and gravel. At the same time, a dazzling light of stars suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's body. These specks of starlight, like fireflies, dotted his skin. This starlight was what Yang Kai had absorbed in the starlight corridor before, but was unable to integrate it into his physical body and instead stored in his knowledge sea. Affected by Yang Kai's breakthrough, this starlight emerged on its own initiative, turning into a magical catalyst that allowed the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body to transform into Source Qi. If someone else were standing nearby at this moment, they would likely be able to tell at a glance that Yang Kai was a star master. After all, the phenomenon on his body was too obvious, so it was difficult for anyone not to associate it with him. Majestic strength poured out of his body like a magnificent tsunami, but Yang Kai was completely unaware of it, completely immersed in his comprehension of the Tao of space. A series of large and small void black holes formed around him, a direct manifestation of Yang Kai's secret technique. A series of pitch-black crescent-shaped attacks shot out in all directions. These were the effects of his moon blades. In terms of cultivating the Tao of space, Yang Kai had comprehended 2 secret techniques on his own, and at this moment, he had reached the point of condensing them. A metallic clanging sound came from his lower abdomen, as if something was suddenly born there. All of Yang Kai's insights and understanding of the Tao of space in this life converged into this newly born object. The origin essence crystal was formed. At the same time, Yang Kai's own momentum rose sharply. Clap, 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 clap. The source crystals he had arranged in advance seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and suddenly exploded. Rich heaven and earth energy filled the cave, and Yang Kai's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the heaven and earth energy, filling his body. The shackles of the peak of the second-order origin king realm were broken in an instant, allowing Yang Kai's cultivation to smoothly reach the next level. But this wasn't the end. He continued to absorb the pure energy contained in the shattered source crystals, stabilizing his current cultivation base. It made his foundation even more solid. As for Yang Kai himself, he wasn't paying attention to his own realm at all. All of his attention was still immersed in comprehending the power of space. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he now had a new understanding of the obscure aspects of the Tao of space that he had not understood before. Another brand new secret technique vaguely appeared in his mind. He was overjoyed. On the surface, however, he remained calm and collected as he focused on comprehending the secret technique. He wanted to break through the bottleneck that prevented him from comprehending the secret technique and reveal this brand new secret technique. Time flew by and a month and a half passed. During this time, Yang Kai had not moved at all. The 30,000 source crystals he had arranged around him had long been consumed, and his realm had stabilized at the third-order origin king realm. Although he had not completely transformed his Saint Qi into Source Qi yet, this was not something that could be done overnight. Instead, it required the accumulation of time. But when he opened his eyes again, his whole person seemed to have become a little different from before. In his eyes, there was a faint illusory power, and with every movement he made, he seemed to be able to cause space to distort. Is this the new secret technique? Yang Kai muttered to himself. With a thought, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. This was not the teleportation of a space secret technique, because Yang Kai did not move at all, still sitting cross-legged. But if one used their divine sense to scan him, they would not be able to discover his existence at all. With his current third-order origin king realm strength, using this secret technique was enough to deceive an ordinary Tao source realm cultivator. But if one were to look with their naked eyes, they would still be able to vaguely see a transparent figure, motionless like water ripples. This was a kind of concealment secret technique. Yang Kai had fused himself with the void to create a unique concealment secret technique. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai grinned. Let's call it nihility. Different from exile and moon blade, nihility was not a secret technique for combat, but rather a concealment secret technique. To a certain extent, it was several times more precious than exile and moon blade, because only by preserving one's life would one have the strength to fight again. However, Yang Kai vaguely felt that nihility was not just a concealment secret technique, it also had another function. As for how effective this function was, it still needed to be tested. After more than a month of secluded cultivation and achieving all his goals, Yang Kai was in a very good mood. He closed his eyes and began to examine his condition. Sinking his divine sense into his lower abdomen, Yongkai soon discovered that in the dantian region of his lower abdomen, there was a hexagonal crystal. This was his origin essence crystal, a manifestation of all his insights into the Tao of space. To put it bluntly, if this origin essence crystal was obtained by someone and they comprehended all the mysteries contained within it, they would be able to obtain Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of space and use all of Yang Kai's secret techniques. This was Yang Kai's most precious treasure right now. This was not the first time he had seen an origin essence crystal. Back then, he had found an origin essence crystal in Luyan's desert. At that time, he didn't know what it was, but it was later confirmed to be the origin essence crystal of the insect emperor. However, it was swallowed by the soul-warming lotus, allowing the soul-warming lotus to evolve into its seven-colored form. Later, in the blood prison of Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai found the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King and even obtained one from Purple Star's vault. The shape of origin essence crystals seemed to be similar, hexagonal crystals, but their colors were quite different. Regardless of what color the origin essence crystals of others were, Yang Kai's origin essence crystal was pitch black, a darkness that seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. This color also matched his space force, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Withdrawing his attention, Yang Kai checked the ratio of his own realm to his source chi conversion. Naturally, there was no need to mention his realm. Condensing his own origin essence crystal meant that Yang Kai had broken through to the third-order origin king realm. However, the conversion of his source chi made Yang Kai very dissatisfied. It was only half of what it should be. Although he had been condensing his origin essence crystal before, he was well aware of his own situation. When the starlight actively poured out of his knowledge sea and acted as a catalyst to transform his Saint Chi, he was naturally aware of it. But now the starlight in his knowledge sea was almost exhausted, yet the Saint Chi in his body had not been completely transformed into Source Chi, which made him very depressed. This was also the reason why he did not understand the situation of the star boundary. If he knew that even if he was a star master and absorbed enough starlight in the starlight corridor, it would take him several years to transform all his Saint Chi into Source Chi after entering the star boundary, he would definitely not think so. For example, Yin Lusheng spent 5 years in the starlight corridor to transform all his Saint Chi into Source Chi. He was also a star master. Aio was also a star master, so if there were no accidents, it would take him at least 5 or 6 years to transform his Saint Chi. The cultivator who came from the territory of a low-level star and was not a star master were even more miserable. It was normal for it to take 10 years, and it was possible for it to take 20 to 30 years. Even 40 to 50 years was not considered much. A few decades was nothing for an Origin King realm cultivator. The transformation of Source Chi could make a cultivator stronger and stronger, so even if their realm did not change, the strength a cultivator could display would gradually increase. However, it took Yang Kai less than 3 months to transform more than half of his Saint Chi into Source Chi. This kind of incredible speed was almost unprecedented. Today's Yang Kai was more than twice as strong as he was a month and a half ago. After all, his realm had risen by a minor realm, and the proportion of Source Chi he could transform had increased significantly. There isn't much starlight catalyst left in my knowledge sea. What should I do if I want to continue transforming Source Chi in the future? Right. I heard some people say some time ago that there is a source condensing pill that has a similar effect to starlight. Should I refine some source condensing pills? Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Source condensing pills, as the name suggested, were spirit pills specifically used to transform the Saint Chi in a cultivator's body into Source Chi. They could only be taken by an Origin King realm cultivator and were an Origin King grade high-rank spirit pill. Although their effects were not as good as starlight, they were the most commonly used auxiliary spirit pills for Origin King realm cultivators. However, Yang Kai had only heard of the name of this spirit pill and did not have the pill recipe, so he did not know what materials were needed to refine it. Yang Kai secretly decided that after the seclusion was over, he would go to the market and see if he could collect the source condensing pill recipe. There were many other pill recipes as well. There was a wide variety of pill recipes in the star boundary, far more than those on home star's territory. Collecting some right now could be considered a precaution, as they might come in handy in the future. However, collecting pill recipes also required a large number of source crystals. Thinking of his empty space ring, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had never expected that he, who was extremely wealthy in home star territory, would become so poor in the star boundary. Putting away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai stood up. As he stood up, the layer of frost that had condensed on his body began to fall. Yang Kai patted it casually, but in the next moment, he suddenly frowned before a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that his ability to resist the harsh cold around him was much stronger than before. At that time, Yang Kai had chosen this location to open a secluded home because he could barely resist the harsh environment here. He wanted to temper his will here. But now, he found that the harsh cold around him could not affect him at all. Obviously, because his strength had improved, his resistance to the harsh environment had greatly increased. Chapter 1953. There was still some time before the 3-month confinement ended, and Yang Kai had nothing urgent to deal with now, so his mind couldn't help becoming active. Arriving at the entrance of the secluded home, Yang Kai looked down and saw nothing but darkness. A month and a half ago, he could only go less than 5,000 meters down this ice cliff before he had to return, which showed just how harsh the environment here was. Now that his strength had increased a lot, he was interested in testing his limits. In addition, if he could stay in the Emperor Pressure and Ice Principles for a long time, it would be of great benefit to his will and state of mind. Not to mention, if he encountered any Dao Source Realm Masters in the future, he would not be suppressed by them. Yang Kai could withstand Emperor Pressure, so how could he be afraid of Dao Source Realm cultivators? Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and jumped down. Just like before, the deeper he went, the stronger the Emperor Pressure became, and the crueler the remaining ice principles became. The omnipresent cold seeped into Yang Kai's body and knowledge sea, becoming a great hindrance to him. Yang Kai's speed was not fast, but he was testing his bottom line little by little. 3,000 meters, safe and sound. 5,000 meters, still bearable. 8,000 meters, somewhat difficult. After reaching 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai found it a little difficult to continue. After breaking through a minor realm, transforming so much of his source chi, and condensing his own origin essence crystal, he could only dive 5,000 meters further than before? Yang Kai shook his head, realizing more and more how terrifying an Emperor Realm Master was. According to his current level, 1,000 meters was his limit. Just as he was about to stop at this position, just as he was about to dig out a new immortal's cave nearby to temper himself, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind that made him excited. I wonder if nihility can resist the ice principles. As soon as he thought of it, Yang Kai immediately acted. Immediately, he displayed the new secret technique he had just comprehended. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind only a transparent, almost imperceptible afterimage. Like ripples in water. After using the nihility secret technique, Yang Kai immediately felt that the terrifying Emperor Pressure and Ice concept that had been wreaking havoc around him had disappeared. There was no longer any pressure in the place where he was at. It was really effective. However, before Yang Kai could be pleasantly surprised, he discovered a new problem. After using his secret technique nihility, Yang Kai could indeed ignore the Emperor Pressure and Ice principles in this place. But in just 2 breaths of time, the omnipresent Emperor Pressure and Ice principles had destroyed his secret technique. He let his figure reappear. The pressure that surged like the sea arrived as expected. Standing there, Yang Kai frowned, thinking about the reason. Soon, he had some insight. His secret technique relied on the power of space to perform, fusing his body with the void, thus creating blind spots for vision and divine sense. Because he had fused with the void, he had deceived the surrounding Emperor's might and ice laws, which was why he could ignore their suppression. But the secret technique nihility was not omnipotent. After all, his realm was too low, and he could not control the Emperor Pressure and Ice principles at all. Under the collision of the 2 forces, his control of space principles was naturally inferior to the Emperor Pressure and Ice principles, which was why he was exposed. In other words, as long as there was an attack that surpassed his own strength, they could break his nihility secret technique. Yang Kai understood. This was inevitable. He was not the slightest bit frustrated. Instead, he felt that this drawback was natural. There was no secret technique in this world that could not be broken. In the end, It was still a matter of one's own strength. But if that was the case, Yang Kai grinned and once again used his nihility secret technique. Immediately after, his figure flickered and he used teleport. The next moment, he dived down another 500 meters and soon, the surrounding emperor pressure and ice principles broke his nihility secret technique. However, at the same time his figure appeared, before the surrounding terrifying forces could suppress him, he once again used nihility, merging himself into the void and avoiding the violent murderous intent. Repeating this process, Yang Kai dived down at an extremely fast speed, completely forgetting the dangerous environment he was in. His original intention was just to test the effect of his nihility secret technique, but in the heat of the moment, he dived deeper and deeper. By the time he reacted, he had already gone down who knew how many meters. Recovering from his shock, Yang Kai could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Looking up, he could only see a ray of light. How could he dare to be negligent? He instinctively wanted to leave this damned place quickly, lest he make a mistake and be buried here, which would be a real joke. But just as he was about to leave, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed something. Somewhere down below, a little fluorescent light flickered slightly. What is it? Yang Kai kept using nihility while turning his head to look down. A moment later, another fluorescent light flickered in that same location. Yang Kai confirmed that his eyes were not playing tricks on him and that there was indeed something there. After pondering for a while, he used teleportation again and dived down. However, this time, to his surprise, he found that he had reached the bottom of the ice cliff without even realizing it. In the deepest part of the ice cliff, the emperor pressure and ice attribute domain would definitely be fatal to an ordinary Dao Source Realm master. Even masters from the third order Dao Source Realm would not be able to reach this place. Ko Wu had said before that in Blue Feather Sect, the sect master and the four great protectors had all come to explore this ice cliff, but unfortunately, no one had been able to reach the bottom. However, the nihility secret technique had given Yang Kai the ability to temporarily protect himself and successfully reach this place that no one had visited for 10,000 years. The source of the light was not too far from him, so Yang Kai carefully moved while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, lest some kind of murderous intent suddenly descend. After a while, he arrived at the source of the light. The light at the bottom of the ice cliff was very dim, but Yang Kai was not an ordinary person, so his eyesight was not affected. Looking around, he could not help but light up. Not far in front of him, there was a strange ice flower-like object. This ice flower seemed to have been carved out of ice and was crystal clear, without the slightest impurity. At the very top of this strange object, there were 3 small fruits. These fruits were not big, each about the size of a pigeon's egg, but they also looked crystal clear and gave off a faint glow, making them look unreal. When Yang Kai first saw this, he subconsciously thought that this was not a spirit flower or exotic fruit, but rather a real ice sculpture. However, he soon realized that he was wrong because there was a faint fragrance in the air. It was the unique fragrance of spirit fruits. It was slightly cool, and it made people feel refreshed. This was obviously a genuine spirit flower or exotic fruit. In this terrifying environment at the bottom of the ice cliff, Yang Kai did not dare to release his divine sense, but he could still perceive that this ice flower and the 3 ice fruits contained extremely powerful energy. If a cultivator who cultivated ice attribute secret chi were to obtain these things, it would be no less than a peerless treasure. It was very likely that these fruits were born because of the emperor pressure and ice attribute secret chi here. Yang Kai quickly made a guess in his heart. A spirit flower or exotic fruit that was born in this kind of place would have an unimaginable value. Because it was immersed in this special environment all year round, whether it was the flower or the fruit, it was certain to contain emperor pressure and ice attribute secret chi. Whether it was used for alchemy or swallowed, it was very likely that a cultivator would be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Emperor Realm Master. A priceless treasure. Yang Kai could not help breathing a little faster, almost failing to use nihility in time, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. After stabilizing his emotions, Yang Kai squatted down and, with a thought, circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. In an instant, Yang Kai's right hand was wrapped in a crimson flame. This was the power of his fire sword chi. If he wanted to pick this kind of treasure, it was impossible to not take some precautions. The only thing he could think of was to use his fire sword chi to restrain the ice attribute secret chi contained in this spirit flower or exotic fruit. However, Yang Kai still underestimated the horror of this thing. When his hand touched the stem of the ice flower, the crimson flame actually trembled slightly and was almost extinguished on the spot. At the same time, an indescribable chill spread from his fingers to his arm. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's arm was covered in a layer of frost. Yang Kai was shocked, and without even thinking about it, he shouted, "Dragon transformation." Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon phantom flashed and disappeared, while Yang Kai's right arm transformed into a dragon claw in an instant. Dragon scales covered his arm, giving it a terrifying appearance. Yang Kai grabbed the ice flower and pulled it up with all his might, not daring to linger in his hand any longer, and simply threw it into the sealed world bead. The next moment, he used his heart to sense the situation inside the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, the huge embodiment that had been meditating leisurely opened its eyes. Yang Kai had left a wisp of his soul clone inside the embodiment, so it was completely free to move around. The mountain-like body stood up, flickered slightly, and disappeared from the place of seclusion. When it reappeared, it was already in another place. This was the place where Yang Kai threw the ice flower in. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the crisp sound continued. Inside the sealed world bead, the place where the ice flower was located was rapidly turning into frozen earth, and it was also spreading at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying concept contained in the ice flower even affected the space inside the sealed world bead to a certain extent, causing the temperature inside to drop a little. Soon, the area within a radius of 10 miles was covered by a layer of ice. It was only at this time that the abnormality caused by the ice flower gradually subsided. The embodiment inside the sealed world bead and Yang Kai at the bottom of the cliff couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. Chapter 1954. Having inadvertently obtained such a rare treasure like the ice flower, Yang Kai was in a good mood. This thing was indeed useless to him, but it could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources, especially source crystals, which he was currently in short supply. If he could find a good auction house to auction off the 3 ice fruits, Yang Kai estimated that he would not have to worry about source crystals in the near future. The bottom of the cliff was not a place to stay for long, so after obtaining the ice flower, Yang Kai prepared to evacuate. But at that moment, a sharp and strange cry suddenly sounded in his ears, followed by a snow-white ray of light that suddenly shot out from nearby, roaring like thunder, giving off a fierce momentum. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a great sense of crisis rose in his heart, and he instantly dodged. Asterisk chi, asterisk the snow-white ray of light struck the air, plowing a huge gully in the ground, sending ice and rocks flying everywhere. Who? Yang Kai subconsciously thought that it was someone hiding at the bottom of this ice cliff who had launched a sneak attack on him, because the sudden appearance of this attack just now gave him a feeling that it was a Sword Dao secret technique, and that snow-white light was clearly a kind of sword chi filled with ice principles. But as soon as he spoke, he felt that something was wrong. This was the bottom of the ice cliff, and he had used his nihility secret technique to sneak in. If someone was really hiding here, how terrifying would that person's strength be? Would such a master need to launch a sneak attack to deal with him? So, he quickly looked towards the source of the attack. What he saw gave him quite a fright. In front of him was another snow-white ray of sword chi, wrapped in a cold concept that could freeze one's heart, and principal strength burst out in all directions. Splashing through the void, it was unstoppable, impossible to resist. Yang Kai made such a judgment in an instant, and once again used teleportation to dodge. At the bottom of the cliff, he had to constantly pay attention to the suppression of the surrounding emperor pressure and ice concept while maintaining his nihility secret technique so that he would not be crushed to death. But now such a violent attack had suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was a little flustered to deal with it. After dodging his opponent's second attack, Yang Kai took the time to carefully look at the source of the attack. When he saw what had attacked him, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was shocked and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The one who had ambushed him was not a person, but an existence that looked like a demonic insect. The demonic insect looked like a dung beetle with a thick carapace on its back. Originally, It should have been green in color, but perhaps because it had been at the bottom of the cliff for too long, its entire body had a crystalline white color. Spirit-eating demonic insect? No way. Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. The spirit-eating demon insect was not a specialty of the star boundary. It also existed in the star territory. Therefore, Yang Kai recognized this exotic insect. The spirit-devouring demonic insects ate everything. As long as there was a little bit of spiritual energy, they could become their food. Secret treasure. Artifact armor, a cultivator's body, saint crystals, and so on. What's more, their gnawing could ignore all forms of defense and could even devour powerful ancient barriers. In his native star boundary, there was a legend that on a certain cultivation star, there was an ancient sealed place where a fierce existence had been sealed. It was a group of spirit-devouring demonic insects that had gnawed away at the ancient seal's energy. Only then did the ferocious existence manage to break free. That cultivation star had been plunged into a bloody storm, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Of course, this was just a legend, and whether it was true or not was impossible to determine. But in the end, there was no smoke without fire, so the spirit-devouring demonic insects were very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the growth rate of these things was extremely slow. The cultivator also knew how dangerous they were, so once they were discovered, they would go all out to kill them. Yang Kai had also seen spirit-devouring demonic insects before, so he recognized them at a glance. However, the spirit-devouring demonic insects he had seen before were nothing more than a group of caterpillars, unable to cause any harm to a cultivator. However, the snow-white spirit-devouring demonic insect in front of him was as tall as 2 people and looked quite majestic. Its fierce appearance alone gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure. A monster insect queen? Yang Kai's face sank. Spirit-devouring demonic insects weren't extremely small and delicate existences. Their structure was somewhat similar to that of ants. Among a group of spirit-devouring demonic insects, there would be a mother, and all the spirit-devouring demonic insects would obey its orders. The one in front of him was definitely a monster insect queen. The most outrageous thing was that this snow-white queen monster insect had 2 large pincers in front of its body. On one of the pincers, there was a sharp sword condensed from energy, flashing with white light. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. At the bottom of this ice cliff, the sudden appearance of such a huge monster insect queen was already incredible enough. But this monster insect queen was actually capable of condensing an energy sword on its own. What kind of situation was this? As for the 2 identical Sword Dao secret techniques just now, they were clearly unleashed by the monster insect queen. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing storms and waves and had a lot of experience, he still felt that his brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Everything in front of him completely subverted his common sense and destroyed his perception, leaving him unable to come up with a reasonable explanation. The intelligence of spirit-devouring demonic insects was very low. Even if they grew for tens of thousands of years, they still couldn't evolve to the point where they could display Sword Dao secret techniques. However, judging from the 2 sword lights just now, it was clear that this monster insect queen's attainments in Sword Dao secret techniques were not low. Those 2 sword lights definitely had the demeanor of a grandmaster. There was another point that puzzled Yang Kai. However, he faintly felt that those 2 sword lights, or rather that Sword Dao secret technique, were somewhat familiar. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, the monster insect queen once again raised the energy sword on its pincers, its 2 small eyes flashing a cold white light as it stared coldly at Yang Kai, filled with a kind of human-like contempt. Immediately, the surrounding ice principles began to linger around the energy sword. White light flashed as a sword light shot out, cutting through the void like a soaring dragon. But before it could reach him, Yang Kai's breathing stagnated as the space around him froze. This was sword intent, a kind of supreme and cold sword intent. The world energy flowing through the air turned into tiny ice needles and shot towards Yang Kai. Snow suddenly began to fall. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock, "Clear sky snowfall." Yang Kai was shocked to the extreme, never having imagined that he would see this Sword Dao secret technique in the star boundary. Yang Kai was well aware of the power of this secret technique, so he didn't dare hesitate and pushed his hands forward, sending out countless moon blades to meet it. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the cold Sword Dao secret technique displayed by the monster insect queen was greatly enhanced by the harsh environment at the bottom of this ice cliff. Although Yang Kai's study of space secret techniques had reached a level that ordinary people could not hope to reach, he was still just a third-order origin king cultivator. On top of that, the harsh environment at the bottom of this ice cliff had a great effect on the sword Dao secret technique displayed by the monster insect queen. As such, as soon as the two secret techniques collided, the moon blades shattered, unable to resist the sword light at all. The dazzling cold sword light tore through Yang Kai's resistance and struck his face. Yang Kai's breathing stagnated as he hurriedly circulated his nihility secret technique to merge himself with the void. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk countless ice needles and huge sword light pierced through the place where Yang Kai stood, directly breaking through his nihility secret technique. Yang Kai's transparent body reappeared, and although he was able to avoid most of the attacks because he had merged with the void, he was unable to completely resist the cold sword Dao secret technique. After reappearing, Yang Kai felt cold all over and his face turned purple. Before he could refocus his attention to deal with the monster insect queen, the surrounding emperor pressure and ice principles pressed down on him. Panicking, Yang Kai hurriedly used nihility again to avoid the violent murderous intent. I can't stay here any longer. If I do, I will definitely die. Yang Kai made a decision in his heart. The moment his body transformed into nihility, he madly pushed his strength and teleported upwards, trying to escape from this dangerous place. Even without looking back, Yang Kai knew that the monster insect queen was close behind him because of the numerous sword lights that were flying towards him from behind. If not for his proficiency in space secret techniques, he would likely have been frozen into an ice sculpture or killed on the spot. Impossible, this doesn't make sense. Yang Kai flew upwards while dodging the attacks from behind, a look of confusion on his face. The reason for this was none other than the sword Dao secret technique displayed by the monster insect queen that confused him greatly. After observing this secret technique several times, Yang Kai finally determined that he had seen it before. Clear sky snowfall. It was clearly the secret technique that Su Yan had used in front of him before. During his days in High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai would occasionally exchange a few moves with Su Yan. He had seen Su Yan use clear sky snowfall more than once, so this secret technique had left a deep impression on him. After coming to the star boundary, how could Yang Kai not be surprised to see this secret technique being used by a spirit-devouring monster insect queen? The monster insect queen being able to use a secret technique was shocking enough, but it was actually using Su Yan's secret technique. If it weren't for the sharp pain in his chest, Yang Kai would have thought he was dreaming. But then again, this monster insect queen's mastery and understanding of clear sky snowfall was definitely not something that Su Yan could compare with. After all, Su Yan was only a first-order origin king at the time, and this secret technique was something she had learned from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. The same secret technique had appeared in two different places. The only explanation was that someone had passed it down in the middle. Who was the one who had acted as the middleman? Was this secret technique passed down from the star boundary, or was it passed down from the star territory? Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he could not find a reasonable explanation. But soon he remembered something. Su Yan once said that everything she learned in Ice Heart Valley was created by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Even the profound Frost Divine sword she brought out of Ice Heart Valley was Bing Yun's personal sword. Opening his sealed memories, Yang Kai vaguely remembered that when he was in Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star, Sect Master Bing Long once said that Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun, was most likely still alive because in the frozen pond, there was only Bing Yun's personal sword, profound frost, and no origin essence crystal. Could it be? Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun, also came to the star boundary. Chapter 1955. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt this was a possibility. Yang Kai didn't know how strong Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun, was, but Ice Heart Valley used to be a great sect in Star Territory a long time ago, stronger than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union, and Purple Star. However, because too much time had passed and the disciples failed to live up to expectations, Ice Heart Valley gradually declined. Even so, there was still an origin king realm cultivator in Ice Heart Valley. To be able to create such a sect, how weak could his own strength be? This sect had been around for 10,000 to 20,000 years. If Bing Yun had left star territory long ago and arrived in the star boundary, it would make sense. The clear sky snowfall secret technique used by the monster insect queen was definitely related to Bing Yun. It could even be said that the formation of this ice cliff was most likely related to Bing Yun. If Bing Yun was still alive, with her age and aptitude, it wouldn't be difficult for her to reach the Emperor realm. The remnant Dao here was also consistent with the ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques cultivated by Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai gradually sorted out the sequence of events, but whether it was the truth or not, he didn't know. At the very least, his guess explained why clear sky snowfall appeared in the star boundary. As the sword wave continued to attack him from behind, Yang Kai soon discovered a sign that made him feel slightly relaxed. The monster insect queen chasing him from behind seemed to only know a single clear sky snowfall and didn't use any other secret techniques. All of its killer moves were based on clear sky snowfall. This made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, if this was the case, he had the confidence to deal with it. Fortunately, he was proficient in the Tao of space, and cultivators who were proficient in the Tao of space were famous for their ability to escape. It was actually very difficult to kill a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space. Whether it was in star territory or the star boundary, this was the case. The last thing a cultivator wanted to offend was someone like Yang Kai. The power of space allowed them to come and go without a trace. If he couldn't kill them in one strike, he would be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, once a cultivator offended such an enemy, there were only two safest solutions. Kill them quickly or turn hostility into friendship. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. From the bottom of the cliff all the way up, Yang Kai had wandered back and forth between the gates of hell several times. Because he couldn't use his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't know how strong this monster insect queen was. He only knew that it was not something he could contend with right now, so naturally, he extinguished any thoughts of fighting and just wanted to get rid of it. But for some reason, the monster insect queen seemed to have gone crazy. It chased after Yang Kai like a maggot. His huge body moved with indescribable agility, and he was not much slower than Yang Kai when he jumped on the ice cliff. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai shot out from the ice cliff like a cannonball and landed on a nearby mountain peak. Only now did he finally catch his breath. Without the suppression of the rich emperor pressure and ice principles from below, as well as the natural advantage of the monster insect queen, the situation was finally not so bad. Yang Kai turned around. Waiting with rapt attention, he exhaled softly. In the next moment, the huge snow-white figure arrived and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. Observing the monster insect queen from the top of the mountain, Yang Kai could see its ferocious face more clearly, causing his scalp to go numb. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the energy fluctuations coming from the monster insect queen were not much worse than Bian Yu Qing's, perhaps even stronger. The Emperor Realm? Yang Kai paled. Even if this monster insect queen was not a monster beast of the Emperor Realm, it was not far from it. There was a gap of 2 great realms between it and Yang Kai. Fighting such an enemy, it was no different from seeking his own death. Yang Kai could not help but rejoice that he had not been killed by it at the bottom of the ice cliff. Just as Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, he suddenly discovered an extremely strange thing. This monster insect queen did not seem to have the slightest signs of life, and there were no signs of blood flowing from its body. Dead. Yang Kai could not help frowning. There were no signs of life. There were no signs of blood flowing, indicating that this monster insect queen was dead. But how could a dead thing be so flexible? How could it display a sword Dao secret technique, like clear sky snowfall? However, this also explained why it couldn't kill Yang Kai so easily even though it had the powerful aura of an Emperor Realm Master. It was just an inanimate object, so it couldn't display the power of an Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai carefully observed it again, and was surprised to find that there was a clear wound on its abdomen, seemingly caused by sword qi that had penetrated its entire body. The wound was covered in ice crystals, revealing the internal organs in its abdomen, but strangely, there was no blood flowing from it. It really was a dead thing. Could it be the same as the corpse spirit race? Its soul was not extinguished, and it came back from the dead in the special environment at the bottom of the ice cliff? Since encountering this monster insect queen, Yang Kai had many questions, but he did not have the time to investigate because after the monster insect queen rushed up, it quickly launched an attack. The long sword formed from energy drew a circle on its pincers, and where the sword pointed, a fierce burst of energy erupted. In the sky, snow began to fall, the size of goose feathers, and the world was instantly covered in a snow-white silver. A whistling cold wind swept up, and with the monster insect queen as the center, an area of 10 miles was shrouded in an indescribable chill. In this world, it was as if all the laws no longer existed, leaving only cold. And in this place, the monster insect queen was the ruler. This was the control that masters of the Emperor realm had over the strength of laws. With a single thought, they could change the world, move the stars, and change the moon. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly as he desperately circulated his strength to resist, but he was still so cold that his teeth chattered and his entire body shivered. He had taken a blow from his opponent at the bottom of the ice cliff, and although he had used nihility to neutralize the fatal damage, he had not been able to completely avoid it and had suffered heavy injuries. Now that his opponent's sword had appeared, he was immediately in a worse situation. The monster insect queen's eyes glowed with a strange snow-white light as it issued a sharp, ear-piercing cry. As it cried out, the icy sword intent it emitted caused the nearby world principles to flow, making the originally not-so-cold peak even more unbearable than the bottom of the cliff. Yang Kai's face sank as he realized that he had made a big mistake this time. He could indeed fight those above his realm, but there was a limit to this. Facing this monster insect queen that was most likely a cultivator from the Emperor realm and was proficient in a sword Dao secret technique, even if he had the ability to do so, he would not be able to do anything. Yang Kai could almost foresee that when his opponent's sword fell, his soul would scatter. At this critical moment, Yang Kai desperately urged his space force to teleport away. But to his despair, the surrounding space had already been sealed by the ice principles and his space force was completely useless at this moment. The queen monster insect's eyes glowed with white light, revealing a cruel light. It raised its long sword high, and the power of law lingered on the sword. On the verge of life and death, Yang Kai's mind suddenly flashed and he hurriedly summoned something, poured his strength into it, and threw it towards the monster insect queen. This thing was a bracelet-like artifact with countless rice-sized rune patterns on it, all of them flashing brightly and containing a rich emperor pressure. When Yang Kai threw the bracelet, the monster insect queen turned a deaf ear to it, but when the bracelet smashed towards it, the rice grain-sized runes on the bracelet began to glow and a natural suppressive force enveloped its body, causing the monster insect queen to suddenly scream. Its eyes trembled violently as it stared at the bracelet in horror. Like a mouse that had seen a cat, its huge body trembling slightly. This bracelet seemed to have a natural restraining effect on the monster insect queen. Asterisk ding dang. Asterisk the bracelet smashed directly into the monster insect queen's head. Although Yang Kai had used a lot of strength, such an attack was obviously unable to cause any fatal damage to the monster insect queen. However, the power contained within the bracelet made the monster insect queen feel as if it had been struck by lightning. The ice principles that had shrouded the world suddenly collapsed, and the snowflakes falling from the sky turned into sharp blades that shot out in all directions uncontrollably. Yang Kai's face paled. How could he dare to remain in place? Directly summoning the sealed world bead, Yang Kai hid inside it. But the moment Yang Kai disappeared, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out and a violent ice principles poured into the monster insect queen's body, causing it to explode one after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the monster insect queen's body was torn to shreds, but there was no blood and its snow-white body was riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Even the energy swords condensed from its pincers had collapsed. Backlash. After displaying such a pure sword Dao secret technique, Yang Kai had been interrupted at a critical moment, causing the monster insect queen to experience the terrifying killing power of its own secret technique. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk above the ice cliff. The ice and rocks were cut into pieces by the overflowing sword chi, and the entire summit seemed to have been flattened. It was easy to imagine that if Yang Kai were still here, even if he used all of his defensive means, he would not be able to resist such power, and the only result would be death. A series of explosions rang out as the shattered ice and rocks fell down the ice cliff, slamming into the rock walls, causing a series of loud noises. After a full 30 breaths, the abnormalities at the top of the ice cliff gradually subsided. Only then did Yang Kai's figure flash and reappear from the sealed world bead. The scene in front of him caused him to involuntarily gulp. secretly rejoicing that he had escaped so quickly. When he turned his attention back to the monster insect queen, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that it was lying motionless on the ground. Its body, which had been fatally wounded before, was now in tatters. Obviously, it couldn't be any more dead. A snow-white light suddenly emerged from the monster insect queen's body, twisting slightly before condensing into the shape of a long sword. Its form was 70 to 80% similar to Su Yan's profound frost divine sword. What the hell is this? Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the snow-white light shot directly towards him. In an instant, an icy cold aura enveloped his body, causing him to tremble in fear. However, this feeling was incomparable to the pressure Yang Kai felt from the monster insect queen. Yang Kai grit his teeth and summoned the sealed world bead, his vast divine sense bursting out like a tide from his knowledge sea, wrapping around the snow-white light as he shouted, "Come in." The next moment, the snow-white light wrapped by Yang Kai's divine sense was pulled into the sealed world bead. Chapter 1956. At the top of the ice cliff, with the disappearance of the snow-white light, the tranquility of 10,000 years was restored. Yang Kai's face was pale as he gasped for breath. Stepping forward, he picked up the bracelet artifact he had just thrown away, a look of relief on his face. This time, he was able to escape danger, and even cause the monster insect queen to suffer a backlash from its own secret technique, resulting in its death, all thanks to the power of this bracelet artifact. Emperor Artifact, Insect Enslavement Bracelet. The Insect Emperor's source artifact had a natural restraining effect on exotic insects. The Insect Emperor had fallen from grace and was killed by Yang Kai on Shadowed Star. The two Emperor artifacts he possessed had also become Yang Kai's spoils of war. In addition to the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, which symbolized his identity, there was also the soul-splitting saber. However, the grade of these two Emperor artifacts was too high, and they did not match Yang Kai's strength, so Yang Kai was unable to refine them. These two Emperor artifacts had been hidden inside the Black Book space. Yang Kai had not used the soul-splitting saber yet, but this was the second time he had used the Insect Enslavement Bracelet. The first time was in the Severed World, when Yang Kai and Shui were being chased by countless illusionary void butterflies. At that time, Yang Kai had also used the magical effects of the Insect Enslavement Bracelet to repel the countless illusionary void butterflies that even Origin Kings feared. Using it that time allowed Yang Kai to experience the magical effects of the Insect Enslavement Bracelet at certain times. Just now, Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered that he still had this special artifact, so he took it out to try it out. Unexpectedly, its effects were surprisingly good. Looking at the Insect Enslavement Bracelet in a daze, Yang Kai looked a little puzzled, because even if the Insect Enslavement Bracelet was an artifact once owned by the Insect Emperor, it had a natural restraining effect on exotic insects. However, the monster insect queen was not weak, so how could it have been suppressed by this Insect Enslavement Bracelet and directly killed? Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled. After a while, he put away the Insect Enslavement Bracelet. His figure flickered and disappeared, entering the sealed world bead's sealed world bead. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered the snow-white light that had appeared from the monster insect queen's body. Where was he now? Yang Kai's figure flickered again, and with a single thought, he appeared in another part of the small sealed world. Here, the scenery was beautiful and tranquil. Only a snow-white ray of light was flying at high speed in the shape of a sword, like a headless fly. Yang Kai was hiding in the dark. He didn't show himself immediately. Instead, he observed it silently. Now that this guy had been taken into the sealed world bead, it was equivalent to entering Yang Kai's territory. Even if it had the strength of the Emperor realm, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. The more he looked at it, the more Yang Kai felt that its shape was very similar to Su Yan's profound frost divine sword. This also confirmed Yang Kai's previous speculations about Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Is this the monster insect queen's soul? Yang Kai thought to himself. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. This snow-white sword-shaped light was indeed somewhat similar to a soul. It was a structure composed entirely of energy, and it also contained a trace of chaotic consciousness. However, it was definitely not the monster insect queen's soul. On the contrary, Yang Kai felt an awe-inspiring sword intent from it. What the hell is this? After observing it for a long time, Yang Kai determined that this thing could not pose any threat to him after leaving the monster insect queen's body. Only then did he leisurely reveal himself. Yang Kai had just appeared in front of it. The snow-white sword-shaped light suddenly let out a clang. An ice concept and principal strength instantly lingered on the sword's body. The sword tip trembled slightly as it pointed in the direction of Yang Kai. "You overestimate yourself." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stretched out his hand, and waved it gently. The energy in the world suddenly changed and lingered on the sword's body. The ice concept and principal strength, which had been gathering more and more fiercely, burst apart like bubbles. Inside this sealed world bead, Yang Kai was like a master on Shadowed Star. With a single thought, he could change anything he wanted. The other party wanting to fight him here was simply a brainless act. The inexplicable snow-white light obviously did not realize this, and after Yang Kai dispelled its condensed killing move, it continued to display its clear sky snowfall secret technique without being discouraged. "Just rest for a moment." Yang Kai spat disdainfully before stretching out his hand and forming a rope of energy visible to the naked eye that tightly wrapped around the other party. Yang Kai stretched out his hand again, and the bound snow-white light immediately flew into his hand. Yang Kai closed his eyes and carefully sensed this strange thing. He really wanted to know what this thing was. With the passage of time, Yang Kai's calm expression gradually changed, becoming one of surprise, amazement, shock, disbelief, a myriad of wonderful expressions. After a long time, Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared at the snow-white light in his hand, as if he had seen a ghost. "It's actually a sentient sword intent? Is there such a thing in this world?" Yang Kai looked horrified. This snow-white sword-shaped light was not the soul of the monster insect queen, as he had originally thought, nor was it the soul of some kind of creature. Instead, it was formed from the clear sky snowfall secret technique's sentient sword intent. In this world, not every existence with flesh and blood could be called a living being or possess sentience. Some trees, strange stones, and even spirit pills, after absorbing enough world energy over the years, may also develop sentience. For example, there were many kinds of world spirit treasures, such as pill spirits. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. It was just that Yang Kai had never thought that the sword intent contained in a secret technique could also develop sentience and give birth to its own chaotic will. This snow-white sword-shaped light was the sword intent contained in the clear sky snowfall secret technique. Under the influence of the ice concept and principle below the ice cliff, it had accumulated for countless years and was born. To put it bluntly, it was a sword intent. Just how profound was the understanding of the sword Tao of the master who used this technique back then? It was just a sword intent that could produce such a bizarre change after 10,000 years. However, this also explained why it could not display the true cultivation of the Emperor realm. The monster insect queen had died long ago. It was most likely killed by the master of the Emperor realm back then, but because of the special environment and its powerful body, it had remained intact. After the sword intent developed sentience and gave birth to the chaotic will, it instinctively attached itself to the monster insect queen. This was not possession, but the most basic control of the monster insect queen's body. Naturally, it could not display the full strength of the monster insect queen. It was no wonder that it only knew the clear sky snowfall secret technique, and that all its killing moves evolved from this secret technique. It turned out that this was the reason. It was born from the clear sky snowfall secret technique, so it naturally did not know anything other than the clear sky snowfall secret technique. It had not completely merged with the monster insect queen, so under the suppression of the insect enslavement bracelet, it was directly expelled from the monster insect queen's body. Without a carrier, the secret technique it used would naturally suffer a backlash. There were all kinds of things that he could not understand before, but after Yang Kai learned the truth of this snow-white sword-shaped light, everything had a reasonable explanation. Looking at the struggling sword intent in his hand, Yang Kai frowned. It was undeniable that this thing was definitely a good thing. After all, it was a sword intent. If he could refine and devour it, it would be equivalent to comprehending the secret technique that the master of the Emperor realm comprehended. He would be able to use such a powerful secret technique. Even Yang Kai was a little tempted. Although he had mastered a lot of secret techniques now, if he could use one more, he would have more options when facing enemies. However, if he wanted to use such a secret technique, he would need to cultivate an ice attribute secret art or have ice attribute strength in his body. Yang Kai did not have any ice attribute strength in his body, so even if he refined this sword intent, using clear sky snowfall would not have the desired effect. How good would it be if Su Yan was here? Kai Yang wrung his hands and sighed. He couldn't refine it, but he couldn't leave it in the sealed world bead either. After all, there was still a medicine field in the sealed world bead where he planted all the spirit herbs he had accumulated. If this thing ran to the medicine field and destroyed it, Yang Kai wouldn't even have a place to cry. Difficult. Yang Kai frowned. He couldn't refine it, couldn't leave it, and was even more reluctant to throw it away. He scratched his head, unable to think of a good solution to the problem in front of him. Just as he was feeling quite embarrassed, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Yang Kai smiled happily and concentrated on carefully considering the gains and losses. After a while, he made up his mind and felt that this was indeed a good idea. Not only would he not waste this sentient sword intent, he would also be able to improve his strength in a short time. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and flew out of the sealed world bead. Looking around, Yang Kai found the monster insect queen's body, which was riddled with holes due to the backlash from Clear Sky Snowfall's secret technique. He rushed over and threw the monster insect queen's body into the sealed world bead before returning to the sealed world bead. Standing in an open space, with the bound sword intent suspended in midair and the huge snow-white monster insect queen's body on the ground, Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand, summoning the sword intent back to him. Although this sword intent was sentient, its will was chaotic and couldn't be communicated with at all. It only knew the simplest of killing and destruction, so Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything to it. He directly urged his divine sense to envelop it. Yang Kai wanted to brand his soul brand into this sword intent. In this way, he would be able to command this sentient sword intent and make it obey his orders. This was no different from controlling a cultivator. Both were branded into one's soul, but because the other party's consciousness was chaotic, it would not actively cooperate. However, it was precisely because its consciousness was chaotic that Yang Kai was able to use it more conveniently. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai tried his best to brand his will into the sentient sword intent, trying to leave a trace of his life inside it. During this period, he encountered a lot of resistance, and even Yang Kai's divine sense suffered a lot of damage, but one was an unconscious struggle, while the other was a purposeful act. In the end, the sentient sword intent was naturally no match for Yang Kai's methods and was successfully suppressed, engraving Yang Kai's life and soul brand into it. Chapter 1957. Branding his own soul brand was only the first step. After doing this, Yang Kai released the shackles on the sentient sword intent. Sure enough, at this moment, it no longer had any hostility towards Yang Kai. On the contrary, there was a hint of intimacy. The snow-white sword light continued to revolve around Yang Kai, like a newborn baby opening its eyes and seeing its parents for the first time. It no longer posed any threat to Yang Kai, and instead obeyed Yang Kai's various commands. Yang Kai didn't bother with it and simply let it fly around him, instead closing his eyes and restoring his soul. A day later, Yang Kai recovered and opened his eyes. The sword intent had already stopped flying around and was now resting quietly on Yang Kai's shoulder. Come, I'll give you a makeover." Although Yang Kai knew that it was pointless to communicate with it, he still couldn't help but ask. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and caught the sword intent in his palm. Immediately after, he stretched out his hand and sent out several golden blood threads to entangle the sword intent. The sword intent seemed to want to resist, but under Yang Kai's comforting, it soon calmed down. Not long after, the snow-white sentient sword intent was completely wrapped up by the golden blood threads. The massive amount of vitality contained in the golden blood threads was constantly being absorbed by the sword intent. Half a day later, the originally snow-white sentient sword intent had transformed into a brilliant golden color. At this moment, the sword intent was no longer just a collection of pure energy, but because it was covered by the golden blood threads, it even had obvious vitality fluctuations. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had a body of its own. With the golden blood threads as the body and the sword intent as the soul, in a sense, this sword intent had been reborn. However, this was not the end. But this was not the end of it. With a thought from Yang Kai, the golden sword intent trembled slightly and shot directly into the monster insect queen's body. Lying on the ground, the queen monster insect, which didn't have the slightest fluctuation of vitality, underwent an obvious change at this moment. Its snow-white body flowed with a brilliant golden light, and under the influence and repair of the huge amount of vitality, its body, which was riddled with holes due to the backlash of the secret technique, gradually began to heal itself. There were obvious energy fluctuations. From within the queen monster insect's body, his snow-white eyes, which were lifeless, gradually began to glow with a dim light. Yang Kai carefully observed the changes in the queen monster insect, as well as the degree of fusion between the sword intent and the queen monster insect. The method he was using now was completely different from when he used his sword intent to control the queen monster insect. Previously, the sword intent had simply attached itself to the body of the queen monster insect. It was a simple way to control the body, allowing his consciousness to have a carrier. However, Yang Kai was now using the method of condensing blood fiends to reshape the connection between the sword intent and the queen monster insect. If he succeeds, then Yang Kai will have another powerful blood fiend. And if he failed, Yang Kai felt that it was unlikely that he would fail. After all, before this, the sword intent had already reached a certain degree of compatibility with the queen monster insect's body, and with his own means, there was almost no possibility of failure. As time passed, the color of the queen monster insect's body gradually changed to gold and white, and the fusion between its body and soul became more and more stable. This was obviously a sign of success. To be on the safe side, Yang Kai even cut his palm. Forcing out a few drops of the purest golden blood, Yang Kai fused them with the queen monster insect's body to repair its tattered body. At a certain moment, the queen monster insect's snow-white eyes suddenly flashed with a strange golden light, and immediately, its huge body began to move slightly, as if the sword intent was familiarizing itself with its fused body. It struggled to get up from the ground, like a toddler learning how to walk, staggering and nearly falling to the ground several times. When it was finally able to support its own body, it crawled back and forth on the ground. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Success! Although this idea was a bit too bizarre, it finally proved that he was not wrong. Using a different soul and body, he could still condense blood fiends. After all, blood fiends were not real living creatures. This was a divine ability attached to the golden blood thread secret technique that allowed Yang Kai to transform a dead object. The requirements for materials were not so strict. Even if it was crawling on the ground, its body was still a head taller than Yang Kai. The more Yang Kai looked at this new creation, the more satisfied he became. He could clearly feel the chaotic will of sword intent in the queen monster insect's body, which was very close to him. In his previous battle with this guy, he had not been able to probe its bottom line, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to see how powerful it could be. With a thought, Yang Kai issued a command to the queen monster insect. The queen monster insect immediately straightened its upper body, and an energy sword appeared on the pincers that were equivalent to its right hand. As soon as the sword appeared, an ice concept and principle strength gathered on its tip, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet and causing snowflakes to fall. Wherever the sword pointed, the snowflakes would transform into a fierce attack that blasted towards the void. Clear sky snowfall. A violent power suddenly erupted, causing the world to darken as the void in front of Yang Kai seemed to be pierced through and principle strength appeared and disappeared. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. This sword Dao secret technique was truly worthy of being called sentient sword intent. Its mastery of this sword Dao secret technique had already reached the level of a grandmaster, but this wasn't surprising. After all, this was the sword intent of an Emperor Realm Master, and now that it was being used by the monster insect queen, it was equivalent to an Emperor Realm Master personally attacking. The only difference was that the power was much weaker, but the concept was the same. This attack should have the effect of a full-powered attack from a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm, right? Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself while staring at the queen monster insect. He was not dissatisfied in the slightest as the experiment in front of him had already achieved the results he had expected. Although he had previously felt the power fluctuations from this queen monster insect that were roughly equivalent to those from the Emperor realm, after being transformed into a blood beast, the power it could display would always be weaker than its original form. This was inevitable. The army of blood beasts that Yang Kai had condensed before was also like this. What's more, at this moment, the sword intent and the queen monster insect's physical body had just merged, so it definitely could not display its full strength. After a while, perhaps it could improve a lot, but Yang Kai estimated that the third-order Dao Source realm was its peak. It was enough. With such a powerful master from the third-order Dao Source realm by his side that he could order at will, Yang Kai finally had some capital to establish himself in the astral boundary. He no longer had to be so timid-like when he first came here. However, external help was always external, and the goal of a cultivator was to be strong himself. Kai Yang had already experienced this a long time ago, so he didn't place all his hopes on external forces. This trip to the ice cliff was closed. The harvest was huge. Not to mention that the ice flower exotic fruit was a rare supreme treasure. Just obtaining the queen monster insect made Yang Kai's trip worthwhile. What's more, he broke through to the third-order origin king realm here, transformed half of his source chi, and comprehended the nihility secret technique. Yang Kai was in a good mood as he looked at the queen monster insect in front of him. Thinking about it, it was time to find an ice attribute artifact sword for it. If it had the assistance of a suitable artifact, the power of its secret technique would be significantly improved. Thinking about it, when the time came, the queen monster insect could wield a sword and use clear sky snowflakes to stun its enemies. Although Yang Kai had a lot of artifacts on hand, apart from a few emperor artifacts, he did not have any. Nor did he have an ice attribute sword that was suitable for the queen monster insect's use. In this world, how could there be a monster beast that was proficient in Sword Dao secret techniques? After instructing the queen monster insect to recuperate its soul in the sealed world bead and fuse with its body, Yang Kai left. There was no need for him to worry about the rest. All he needed was time to accumulate, and the degree of fusion between the sword intent and the queen monster insect would become higher and higher. Eventually, it would reach its peak and become a complete blood beast. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. The next few days passed uneventfully. Yang Kai stayed 5,000 meters below the ice cliff. He carved out a new secluded home. Living here safely, Yang Kai took advantage of the special environment to temper his will. At the same time, he immersed himself in the research of his new secret technique, nihility. On this day, Yang Kai stood at the top of the ice cliff and looked into the distance. According to his estimation, the 3-month confinement should be up today, so he stood here and waited for Ko Wu to pick him up. Although it was already time, Yang Kai was still in confinement. But in the end, he was still in solitary confinement, and if he ran back, he might get into trouble again. Yang Kai didn't want to provoke any more waves, so he thought it was better to be safe than sorry. But what he did not expect was that after waiting for a long time, Ko Wu would not show up. It was not until the day was almost over that a small black dot appeared in the distance. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he stared over. The appearance of this person was soon imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. It was not Ko Wu as he expected, but a cultivator he had never seen before. Judging from the aura fluctuations coming from this person's body, he was only a third-order origin king. The man who had just arrived stopped a short distance away, apparently not wanting to get too close to the ice cliff forbidden area. Staring in Yang Kai's direction, the man called out, "Senior brother Ko asked me to come here today to tell you that your confinement is over and you can return to the sect." Saying so, he turned around and left. Yang Kai was stunned and quickly flew out from where he was standing and chased after this person at an extremely fast speed. Both of them were third-order origin kings, so with the other party moving at a leisurely pace, Yang Kai was naturally able to catch up. Flying forward side by side, the newcomer frowned slightly and quietly opened up some distance between him and Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai noticed this, he did not care and instead cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask brother's name?" The man said impatiently, "I just came here on Brother Ko's orders to deliver a message. There is no need for you to try and curry favor with me." The look on his face made him seem unapproachable, as if Yang Kai owed him a lot of money. Being rebuffed, Yang Kai was extremely depressed, but he still asked, "Why didn't Brother Ko come today and instead troubled Brother to come here?" Brother Ko had a mission to complete and left the sect a month ago. If you want to wait for him to pick you up, you might as well return to the ice cliff first. The man finished speaking very quickly before suddenly speeding up and leaving Yang Kai behind. Chapter 1958. This newcomer's attitude was very bad, making Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. However, considering that the relationship between Blue Feather Sect's disciples was not very harmonious, and that he had no friendship with the other party at all, in fact, they didn't even know each other before, Yang Kai felt relieved. However, Kou had actually gone out to perform a task as early as a month ago, which surprised Yang Kai greatly. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of task it was that made him leave in such a hurry. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think much about it and flew straight forward. Ice Cliff was only 10,000 kilometers away from Blue Feather Sect, but this distance was nothing to Yang Kai, so it didn't take him long to arrive at Blue Feather Sect's headquarters. Landing in front of his simple residence, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the house next door. This was Lu Xianyun's residence, and the two residences were only 20 meters apart. Inside the house, Lu Xianyun seemed to be meditating, but after noticing Yang Kai's divine sense, she quickly opened her eyes and ran out of the house, a look of surprise on her face as she called out, "Brother Yang, you're back?" She had been alone for the past few months, so she felt very helpless in this unfamiliar Blue Feather Sect. Although she and Kai Yang had not known each other for a long time, because of their similar fates and backgrounds, she subconsciously felt a sense of closeness towards Kai Yang. Especially since Kai Yang's temperament was very good, and he was also very forthright. When she learned that Yang Kai had been confined, she had been worried for a long time. If Yang Kai had an accident on Ice Cliff, she would really be all alone from now on. "I just came back," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Did something happen, huh? Brother Yang, you actually broke through?" Lu Xianyun quickly noticed the traces of Yang Kai's breakthrough and covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. After all, she had heard that the environment on Ice Cliff was very harsh. It was very difficult for anyone to escape unscathed from that place. Originally, she was still worried about Yang Kai's safety, but she didn't expect that not only did Yang Kai return unscathed, he even broke through a realm. "I was just lucky." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "How have you been these few months? What else could it be?" Lu Xianyun shook her head with a bitter smile. "That's it." As she spoke, she suddenly coughed lightly, and an abnormal flush appeared on her delicate face. Although he quickly covered it up, how could he hide from Yang Kai's observation? "Are you hurt?" Yang Kai frowned. "Something unexpected happened while I was cultivating," Lu Xianyun hurriedly replied. Yang Kai stared into her eyes, as if he wanted to look into the depths of her heart. Lu Xianyun forced a smile and said, "It's not a big problem. It's just that I was a little anxious when I was cultivating. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." "Was it really an accident while you were cultivating?" Yang Kai's voice gradually became cold. Lu Xianyun was a third-order origin king cultivator, and although it was possible for cultivators at this level to suffer injuries or become the demon race while in retreat, that was under the premise that they were in a life-or-death retreat. She must have been comprehending some kind of secret technique or secret art. How could Lu Xianyun be in such a place? "Why would I lie to you?" Lu Xianyun said anxiously, "I wanted to enter retreat a few days ago to comprehend the mysteries of the Dao Source realm, but I didn't expect that my strength was not enough." "Tell me the truth, I'm not a child," Yang Kai interrupted her explanation. Lu Xianyun opened her mouth but eventually sighed. "Brother Yang, let's just forget about this matter. Don't ask anymore. Protector Bien and Brother Ko are not in the sect right now, so if we cause any more trouble, I'm afraid it won't end well. Protector Bien is also not in the sect." Yang Kai raised his brow. "And a few days ago, Protector Bien took a lot of people out, including Brother Ko, but I don't know where they went. Also, I'm really fine, just a little injured. You and I are newcomers, so we should just bear with it." Yang Kai nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth rising into a sarcastic smile. He said, "It's good that you can think like that, but I'm afraid some people won't stop here." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked to the side. Lu Xianyun was startled. She suddenly realized what he was looking at and followed his gaze. Her face couldn't help but turn ugly. Over there, a group of 4 or 5 cultivators were walking towards them. The leader of this group was a man with a resolute face and an indifferent expression. His hands were crossed behind his back, giving him an inviolable appearance. Behind him were 3 other people, all of whom were cultivators Yang Kai had met before. One of them was Chu Fei, the one he had taught a harsh lesson in the city. After not seeing him for 3 months, Chu Fei's injuries seemed to have not healed. After all, Yang Kai had not held back at that time, So even if he used pills and Chu Fei's own restorative abilities, it would take him more than 3 months to fully recover. At this moment, Chu Fei was obviously a bit weak, and his face was not as ruddy as before. The other two were also fellow sufferers who had been with Chu Fei at that time. At this moment, Yang Kai had just returned from the ice cliff, yet this group of people had directly blocked him at the door of his house. Their intentions were self-evident. Chu Fei glared at Yang Kai, naturally enraged at the sight of his enemy, gnashing his teeth as he whispered something to the cultivator at the front. The man's expression was indifferent and did not respond at all, but judging from Chu Fei's ingratiating look, this person's status in Blue Feather Sect was definitely not low, at least on the same level as Ko Wu, and his strength was probably not much different from Ko Wu's. The group of people walked over, the cultivator at the front staring at Yang Kai with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. When he stopped 5 meters away, Chu Fei stared at Yang Kai with a fierce expression and sneered. "Junior brother Yang, I trust you have been well since we last met. I didn't expect Protector Bien to not kill you after locking you up in the ice cliff. It seems your life is quite good." Yang Kai chuckled, looked Chu Fei up and down, and said, "Brother Chu, how are your injuries? Are you itching for a beating again, and want this junior brother to help you loosen your bones? If so, this junior brother would be happy to help." When Chu Fei heard this, he subconsciously shivered. In the battle 3 months ago, he had been completely unable to resist Yang Kai and had been beaten to the ground, losing all face. Thinking back to that moment, he still felt like he was in a nightmare, causing him to tremble in fear. Chu Fei could not help feeling a little angry. "Don't be so smug. If you know what's good for you today, this brother will let you go. But if you don't, Oh." Yang Kai shouted with an exaggerated expression. "After 3 months, it seems Brother Chu's courage has grown a lot. Who gave you such courage? Could it be this brother?" Saying so, Yang Kai turned his eyes and stared at the leading cultivator. His tone was not polite at all. The other party was obviously here for revenge, so there was no need for him to show weakness. Chu Fei and the other 2 Origin Kings were nothing in his eyes. 3 months ago, when he was just a second-order Origin King, he could easily deal with them. Now that his strength had soared, he naturally did not put them in his eyes. What Yang Kai was concerned about was the helper they had brought. The aura fluctuations coming from this person were almost the same as Ko Wu's, so if Yang Kai was not mistaken, he should be a master from the first-order Dao Source realm. Since appearing, he had not said a word, but when Yang Kai's eyes met his, a terrifying light suddenly burst out from his eagle-like eyes and a pure spiritual energy burst out, transforming into a sharp attack that shot straight towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea like a spinning top. He had directly used a soul secret technique in an attempt to break through Yang Kai's knowledge sea defenses in one fell swoop. Yang Kai flew into a rage. Divine sense attacks were extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to one's death. The other party's style was so cruel that it was obvious he had no intention of holding back. This was completely different from when Yang Kai had beaten Chu Fei. No matter how hard Yang Kai attacked, Chu Fei would only need to recuperate for a bit longer. But if Yang Kai could not withstand this attack, it would not be a problem that could be solved by recuperating. It would definitely become a nightmare that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Anger welling up in Yang Kai's heart, he coldly snorted and madly pushed the strength of his knowledge sea, transforming it into a roaring wave that rushed forward. Faced with a divine sense attack that had locked onto him, Yang Kai could not avoid it at all. His only choice was to meet it head-on. At the same time, in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed with a dazzling 7-colored glow, and the island transformed from the soul-warming lotus began to spin. As it spun, the 7-colored light became more and more dazzling, and an inexplicable power flowed into Yang Kai's divine sense, increasing the power of his spiritual energy attacks. An invisible collision broke out between the two of them, but the degree of danger was far greater than a real clash of swords. The man's eyes shrank as a look of surprise and horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he had not expected that Yang Kai's divine sense would be able to match his own. In a moment of carelessness, the man suffered a small loss, his head throbbing with pain and his face turning a little pale. Yang Kai was also not in a good state. Such a dangerous collision of divine sense was something he would not have done if he had not been forced to do so. However, he relied on the protection and repair of the soul-warming lotus, so there was no need for him to worry about the consequences. because even if his divine sense was damaged, the soul-warming lotus could help him repair it. On the other hand, when the man noticed that the opponent he thought he could easily crush had erupted with a strength that could contend with his own, he was surprised and blamed himself for being careless. After suffering a loss, he hurriedly tried to withdraw his divine sense. But how could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? Relying on the fact that his cultivation was higher than his own, this man had used his divine sense to suppress him without saying a word. But now he wanted to withdraw? Too late. Yang Kai endured the severe pain in his head, gritted his teeth, and urged his divine sense to chase after his opponent. The man's complexion finally changed as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of disdain and ridicule. Instead, it was filled with panic. Although he had only fought with Yang Kai once in secret, Yang Kai gave him a ferocious feeling. Not to mention why this third-order origin King Jr. brother had a spiritual energy that was comparable to his own. The cruelty he displayed towards himself and his enemy was not something an ordinary person could display. This bastard, does he not want to live anymore? The man's heart was filled with horror. Chapter 1959. When enemies met on a narrow path, naturally the brave would win. When Yang Kai's violent divine sense smashed into his opponent's knowledge sea defenses and tore a large hole in them, he could not help taking a few steps back as he screamed miserably. Where was the demeanor of the arrogant big brother from before? He was simply a weakling who had suffered a setback and could not bear it. Yang Kai's body also shook as his face turned pale. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Instead, he took a step forward and rushed towards the opposite side at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Zhou Yi!" Chu Fei exclaimed in horror. From his point of view, this brother named Zhou Yi had only exchanged glances with Yang Kai for a brief moment before both of them turned pale and trembled. Zhou Yi's brother took a few steps back as Yang Kai took the opportunity to close in, a cruel and terrifying grin on his face. Chu Fei was also a third-order origin king cultivator, so he could naturally detect the fluctuations of the divine sense collision between the two, but he could not believe that in a head-on clash of divine senses, it was actually Zhou Yi's brother who had suffered such a big loss. Seeing that Yang Kai had not retreated and was instead advancing, Chu Fei hurriedly shouted a warning. But how could it be too late? As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of the cultivator named Zhou Yi, a five-colored light blooming from his fist as his five elements indestructible sword Qi whistled out and punched out fiercely, smashing into his opponent's cheek like a heavy hammer. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the air shook violently as a violent force erupted. Zhou Yi was directly smashed into the ground by this ferocious force, leaving behind a human-shaped crater as dust and debris flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei seemed to have seen the scene of him being ravaged 3 months ago, and his face suddenly turned pale as his body trembled. The other two brothers were even worse. Screaming in fright, they hurriedly fled, lest they be implicated. How could this be? Chu Fei was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that after inviting Zhou Yi's brother to avenge him, he would definitely be able to teach Yang Kai a lesson. But now, almost all the masters from Protector Bian's faction had left, so naturally, no one would come to stop him. Today was a good day to take revenge and humiliate Yang Kai, but how could he have imagined that the brother he had invited would be beaten down by Yang Kai in a single exchange? The bizarre scene in front of him almost blinded Chu Fei's eyes. It was not until this moment that Chu Fei noticed that Yang Kai's cultivation was no longer at the second-order origin king realm, but instead at the third order. Breaking through in that damned ice cliffs? Chu Fei was shocked. Chu Fei's Chu Fei, Chu Fei's. Because in Blue Feather sect, there had always been a custom. Any disciple who was banished to the ice cliff and confined there would definitely be valued if they didn't die. And if they didn't die and were able to comprehend or even make a breakthrough in the ice cliff, it was extremely likely that they would become an elite disciple of the sect. Status would rise and soar to the heavens. Over the years, many of Yang's brothers had soared because of this. After all, Ice Cliff was a place formed by a single strike from a master from the Emperor realm. It was filled with rich Emperor pressure and ice principles. Being able to break through in such a place was a testament to one's talent. And now, Yang Kai was undoubtedly such a disciple. If this news were to spread, it would definitely attract the attention of the sect, and this junior brother Chu Fei hated so much. His status would definitely soar. At that time, Yang Kai would no longer be an existence he could look up to. So how could he seek revenge? All he could do was pray that Yang Kai would not find trouble with him. Many distracting thoughts flashed across Chu Fei's mind. Soon, he understood that if he could not resolve this matter perfectly today, he would likely face a great disaster. He could not help feeling a little panicked. Just as he was cursing Zhou Yi for being a useless waste, a low roar full of anger suddenly rang out. "Boy, you court death?" This voice was filled with unspeakable hatred, like the roar of a wounded beast, and the cold murderous intent it emitted was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Chu Fei's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in joy, "Brother Zhou!" This roar was from Zhou Yi, who had been knocked to the ground by Yang Kai's punch. Although Yang Kai had not shown any mercy, Zhou Yi was still a master from the first-order Dao Source realm. So how could he be so easily killed? Zhou Yi's only loss was that his divine sense had been damaged, and he had not had time to guard against Yang Kai's surprise attack. Now that he had recovered, he was naturally furious. As he spoke, he turned his head fiercely and stared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes, his murderous intent bursting out like a tide. Before, he had only come here at Chu Fei's request to vent his anger, but now that he had been punched by Yang Kai, he was filled with murderous intent. After being humiliated to such an extent by a junior brother who was a minor realm lower than him, how could he wash away this stain in his life without using blood and life? The atmosphere in the air suddenly froze. When a Dao Source realm master was enraged, even the world principles would be somewhat affected. The power of the wind gathered around Zhou Yi, causing his black hair to dance wildly in the wind, increasing his might even further. Yang Kai's skin tightened as a sense of crisis instinctively filled his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly used his demon eye of annihilation. In his left eye, Yang Kai's pupil suddenly transformed into a golden slit, long and narrow, giving off a terrifying aura. Inside this golden slit, there was also a faint mysterious power that seemed to have the effect of binding one's soul. Staring at each other, Zhou Yi could not help feeling startled as he felt that there was some kind of demonic power in this long and narrow pupil that was affecting his soul and will. When his divine sense collided with Yang Kai's, he had suffered a small injury, so now that he was affected by the demon eye of annihilation, a flaw naturally appeared. Yang Kai took this opportunity to display his most powerful soul secret technique as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus." A budding lotus pattern suddenly appeared in his left eye. After a slight shake, it blasted into Zhou Yi's pupil. Everything in front of Zhou Yi suddenly changed. All he could see was a lotus. That lotus was crazily absorbing his divine sense, turning it into nutrients. Soon after, it slowly opened its petals, wanting to bloom its own beauty. Compared to him, Yang Kai currently had the advantage in terms of spiritual energy. So how could he give up on this advantage? As soon as he used his blossoming lotus secret technique, Yang Kai once again took the initiative. Before Zhou Yi could react, Yang Kai flicked his hands and shot out several dozen golden blood threads. Under the control of his divine sense, the golden blood threads twisted and intertwined, forming a golden net that enveloped Zhou Yi. This was just one of the many transformations golden blood threads could perform. Dragon transformation. Without hesitation, Yang Kai used his secret technique again, transforming his right arm into a ferocious dragon claw. The tip of the claw was incomparably sharp as he thrust it towards Zhou Yi's chest. Now that things had developed to this point, it was either you die or I die. Zhou Yi's murderous intent was not just a deterrent, but also a genuine desire to kill his enemy. For someone who wanted to kill him, Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy. "Brother Yang, don't!" Lu Xianyun, who was behind him, exclaimed. If Yang Kai really killed Zhou Yi, there would be no end to this matter. But she did not know how to resolve the situation in front of her and could only instinctively shout. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her pleas, his expression indifferent, only the determination to kill his enemy. Just as the dragon claw was about to penetrate Zhou Yi's chest and rip out his heart, Zhou Yi actually broke free from the influence of his blossoming lotus secret technique and shouted, "Boy, you've got guts!" With a loud crash, the lotus pattern in Zhou Yi's eyes shattered, and the murderous intent that had been suppressed by the secret technique reappeared. At the same time, the aura of the first-order Dao Source Realm Master erupted. "Sad Wind Palm." Zhou Yi shouted as he stretched out his palm to block his chest. Wind attribute energy gathered in his palm like a whirlpool that engulfed Yang Kai's right arm. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk an ear-piercing sound of friction rang out as the dragon scales on Yang Kai's right arm shattered, and even the dragon claw was unable to maintain its shape. Although the cultivator of the First-Order Dao Source realm was only a minor realm higher than Yang Kai, because all the strength in his body had been transformed into Source Qi, his true combat power was beyond the reach of an ordinary Third-Order Origin king. What's more, the cultivator of the First-Order Dao Source realm had already touched the threshold of principal strength and could roughly mobilize principal strength to enhance his own killing moves. Zhou Yi was undoubtedly proficient in the power of the wind attribute. That sad wind palm contained his comprehension and usage of the power of the wind attribute. The principles of wind were elegant and flexible, and when added to this sad wind palm, it made this move appear even more unruly. The terrifying murderous intent coming towards him caused Yang Kai's expression to change drastically, but he did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stabbed his dragon claw into Zhou Yi's chest. You! Zhou Yi's eyes trembled violently. Even though he desperately urged his Source Qi to form a protective barrier around his body, he still could not stop Yang Kai's sharp dragon claw from advancing. Under that terrifying dragon claw, his defense was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Zhou Yi's heart was grabbed by Yang Kai. At that moment, the sad wind palm's attack also hit Yang Kai. However, his figure suddenly distorted and disappeared, leaving the violent force behind him to linger in the void. When the aftershock of the move dissipated, Yang Kai's figure reappeared, as if he had never moved. Nothingness. The use of his new secret technique allowed Yang Kai's body to turn into nothingness and merge with the void, thereby avoiding most of the damage from the sad wind palm. However, the aftershock of the attack still blasted into Yang Kai's body, rampaging through his flesh and blood, destroying his flesh. Yang Kai's blood boiled in his chest, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He's not dead, Zhou Yi exclaimed in shock. He had thought that Yang Kai was going to take him down with him. After all, Yang Kai's hand had already pierced into his chest and was holding onto his heart. As long as Yang Kai exerted a little more force, he would die. What's more, the grieving wind palm he unleashed in rage was definitely not something a Third-Order Origin king could resist after being struck head-on. But what Zhou Yi couldn't figure out was that Kai Yang only seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, nothing serious at all. What kind of secret technique is that? Yang Kai was actually able to avoid his attack without moving. At that moment, it was as if his opponent did not exist in this space. Chapter 1960. In front of the simple wooden house, Yang Kai's right arm was dripping with blood, and the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth made his expression even more terrifying. His right hand reached into Zhou Yi's chest and grabbed his violently beating heart. Zhou Yi was lying on the ground, his body wrapped in a golden net of golden blood threads as he stared at Yang Kai in front of him with trembling eyes. Madman! This guy is definitely a madman, Zhou Yi screamed in his heart. The two maintained this deadlocked posture, motionless. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost impossible to breathe. Not far away, Lu Xianyun covered her mouth with her small hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Chu Fei and the other two Origin kings also swallowed hard. Haha, brother, you're finished. Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Zhou Yi's face twitched slightly. Although he was full of unwillingness, the current situation forced him to admit that his life was now in someone else's hands, and his life was completely out of his control. As long as Yang Kai used a little more strength, he could take his life. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Zhou Yi stared at Yang Kai coldly, not showing any intention of begging for mercy, and instead showing extreme stubbornness. Do you want to try? Let's see if I can leave this damned place after killing you. Junior brother, I don't have any strong points, but my ability to escape is top-notch. Yang Kai snickered meaningfully. His smile was so evil that Zhou Yi didn't dare to speak for a while, for fear that the other party would really crush his heart. If that happened, regardless of whether Yang Kai could live or not, Zhou Yi would definitely die. He only had one life. How could he not cherish it? If you dare move, I'll kill him. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at Chu Fei, who was not far away and was preparing to flee. Until now, Lu Xianyun suddenly recovered, and her tender body flickered as she arrived beside Chu Fei and stared at him vigilantly. This was to prevent him from taking the opportunity to escape. Chu Fei scowled and really didn't dare to move, a pained expression on his face. Looks like you're a smart person. You don't want to end up in a life and death struggle, right? Why don't senior brother accept it? Zhou Yi's eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kai in front of him. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course I don't want to fight to the death, but today's matter has reached this point. It was really hard to clean up this mess. This brother, do you think I should kill you and run away, or should I kill you and wait for the sect to punish me? Don't tell me that as long as I let you go, you won't bother me anymore. I won't believe such childish words. Zhou Yi's face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to respond. Forget it. Kai Yang suddenly laughed happily. Let's vent our anger first before we talk about it. Saying so, he turned his head to look at Chu Fei, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Speaking of which, all of this was caused by the few of you. You even caused me to be grounded for 3 months. Since that's the case, I'll start with you. All of you, kneel on the ground and slap yourselves. While slapping yourselves, call yourselves pigs. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of Chu Fei and the others changed drastically. You've gone too far. Chu Fei roared. Although this place was relatively remote, and generally no one would come here, if he really did such a thing. How could he establish himself in the sect in the future? News of this would immediately spread, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire sect. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. The second-order Origin King Cultivator also shouted with an angry expression. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled lightly, no longer paying attention to Chu Fei and the others, instead turning his head to look at Zhou Yi. Slowly tightening his grip, Yang Kai said coldly, Brother Chu and the others are not cooperating. What do you think we should do? Junior brother, I have no time to spare right now, so I can't force them. This is making me a little upset, and if I can't control my strength properly. Zhou Yi's forehead immediately oozed beads of sweat as he felt the pressure on his heart grow stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to breathe. Panicking, he quickly turned his head and shouted angrily at Chu Fei and the others. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. This matter was caused by you lot, so if you want to see me die, don't do anything, but if I, Zhou Yi, can escape this disaster, you know what kind of anger you will have to bear. As soon as Zhou Yi spoke, Chu Fei and the others could not help turning pale, all of them staring at Yang Kai with resentment and pleading, as if hoping he would show mercy and spare them this time. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to their pleas and continued to increase the strength of his hand. Still not kneeling. Zhou Yi suddenly roared. Chu Fei and the others did not dare hesitate and all knelt on the ground, their expressions ugly as if they had just lost their parents. This was a great humiliation. All of them were Origin King Realm cultivators, so it was normal for them to bleed and be injured. But when had they ever been forced to kneel? All of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts and secretly vowed to find an opportunity in the future to wash away this shame and pay back today's humiliation 100 times over. Otherwise, how could they dispel the hatred in their hearts? Why didn't I hear the sound of people slapping themselves? Yang Kai tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Zhou Yi's fierce eyes immediately drifted towards Chu Fei and the others. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk Chu Fei and the others waved their hands again and again, fanning their cheeks mechanically. What else? Yang Kai continued to sneer. Chu Fei's blood and qi churned in his chest, almost causing him to cough up blood. He wished he could rush over and take Yang Kai down with him right now, but under Zhou Yi's tyrannical abuse, how could he dare to resist? Steeling his heart, Chu Fei began to cry. I'm a pig, woo-woo, with Chu Fei taking the lead. The remaining two naturally did not dare to remain silent. So a strange scene played out as the 3 Blue Feather sect disciples knelt on the ground and slapped themselves while cursing. This kind of humiliation was 100 times more unbearable than any other form of torture in the sect. I shouldn't have provoked Junior Brother Yang. I'm a pig. I'm a pig, Junior Brother Yang. Please be magnanimous and let us off this time. Isn't that good? Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, people can only be forced. Is that enough? Zhou Yi stared at Yang Kai coldly, his teeth clenched so hard they seemed to be bleeding, the hatred in his eyes almost tangible. Brother, your eyes are so fierce. Yang Kai looked frightened. Junior brother is a coward, so don't glare at me like that. If Junior brother becomes flustered and crushes your heart. Zhou Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but when he opened them again, his expression returned to normal and he quickly said, Junior Brother Yang, this brother had eyes but failed to see. Today you have vented your anger, so shouldn't you stop here? In the end, we are brothers from the same sect, we see each other often. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his left hand and slapped him. Asterisk pa, asterisk a blood-red palm print appeared on one of Zhou Yi's cheeks as a few of his teeth were knocked out. Now you know we are brothers from the same sect. We see each other often? Why didn't you say that when you were about to teach me a lesson? You what? As Yang Kai spoke, he slapped Zhou Yi again. Zhou Yi instinctively wanted to resist, but when he felt the gradually increasing force of the palm on his heart, how could he dare to move? Abruptly eating the second slap, the anger that had just been quelled reignited, and his eyes became bloodshot. If you say another word, I'll slap you. If you say another word, I'll see. Ha, you still dare to glare at me? Yang Kai punched out, hitting Zhou Yi right in the eye socket, leaving him with a black eye. Zhou Yi finally became obedient. He knew that Kai Yang was a bit crazy and difficult to provoke. If he didn't behave now, the only one who would suffer would be himself. Lowering his head, he didn't look at Kai Yang. While in his heart, he was thinking about how to torture Kai Yang in the future to wash away today's humiliation. Xian Yun, this is the guy who hurt you, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Lu Xianyun's expression changed, and she opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end she nodded. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to guess this. After all, with Lu Xianyun's strength, it was impossible for Chu Fei to hurt her. The only person who could hurt her was this Zhou Yi. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and said fiercely, as a brother of the sect, not only did you not take care of us junior brothers and sisters who had just entered the sect, you even deliberately bullied us. Brother Zhou Yi, you really are quite capable. As soon as his words fell, Yang Kai raised his left fist and began beating Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had no room or leeway to resist and could only endure Yang Kai's beatings. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, his physique was extremely strong. The strength of his punches was so great that it didn't take long for Zhou Yi's face to be bruised and swollen, making him look extremely miserable. Suddenly, Zhou Yi sneered coldly and muttered, "Little brat, if you don't kill me today, I'll make sure you suffer in the future." Yang Kai frowned and looked up into the distance thoughtfully, coldly snorting as he said, "Rest assured, before I die, I'll drag you down with me." In his perception, there were experts flying over at high speed from that direction. After all, they had been causing trouble here for so long, so they must have alarmed the other members of Blue Feather sect. So Yang Kai had expected someone to come over. What he hadn't expected was that this person seemed to be a very powerful master. The pressure he was exuding before arriving indicated that this person's strength wasn't any weaker than Bian Yuqing's. Which protector has arrived? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Lu Xianyun obviously also noticed this and couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with worry in her beautiful eyes. After all, Yang Kai had really caused quite a ruckus today. Chu Fei and the others were still kneeling on the ground, slapping themselves and cursing themselves. A short while later, a streak of light suddenly shot over and stopped not far above Yang Kai and the others. When this light dissipated, several figures were revealed. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate and their bodies to feel heavy, as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Chapter 1961. The leader of this group was an old man with a white face and no beard. Behind him stood several men and women, all of whose cultivations varied from Origin King Realm to Tao Source Realm. At this moment, all of them were staring at the strange scene below in amazement. After seeing this old man, Zhou Yi was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Protector Miao, save me! Protector Miao?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he immediately knew the identity of this person. Miao Qi was also one of the protectors of Blue Feather sect, and his cultivation was indeed at the level of the Third Order Tao Source Realm, on par with Bian Yuqing, Zhu Junshan, and the others. If a master of this level wanted to take Yang Kai's life, he would likely not be able to resist. Yang Kai wasn't quite sure what kind of attitude Miao Qi would take to deal with today's matter, but he secretly made up his mind that if Miao Qi decided to side with Zhou Yi and threaten his life, he would directly release the monster insect queen and cause a ruckus. Although the monster insect queen could only display the strength of a cultivator from the First Order Tao Source Realm now, it still had enough strength to delay Miao Qi for a while. Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to escape with Lu Xianyun. As for whether or not he could escape at that time, that would depend on his own means. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down a little and stared at Miao Qi fearlessly. Miao Qi also seemed to be sizing up Yang Kai, and the strange scene in front of him surprised him slightly. After all, the gap in strength between Yang Kai and Zhou Yi was obvious. It stood to reason that Yang Kai should be the one to be subdued, but instead, it was Zhou Yi who was being held hostage. Miao Qi couldn't figure out why this was happening. As for Chu Fei and the others, their appearances and performances were truly unsightly. "Protector Miao, save us!" Chu Fei and the others also cried out one after another. Miao Qi's appearance gave them hope, and they no longer cared about Yang Kai's previous threats. All of them stood up from the ground with swollen cheeks and shouted for help. Miao Qi remained indifferent. His divine sense constantly scanned Yang Kai's body, as if trying to pry into some kind of mystery. Behind him, a cultivator who looked like a middle-aged man stood out. He looked down at the crowd and asked coldly, "What happened here?" Chu Fei and the others obviously recognized this man. Hearing this, he quickly cupped his fists and said, reporting to Big Brother Pang, "We had some grievances with this junior brother Yang before. So when we heard that he had returned from the ice cliff today, we specifically came here to apologize. But we did not expect that this junior brother Yang would hold a grudge against us and would not listen to our explanations. We were not his match. Brother Pang and Protector Miao, please uphold justice for us." Chu Fei was eloquent and almost instantly came up with a perfect excuse, directly putting the blame on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and stared at Chu Fei with great admiration, not having expected this guy to be so eloquent. Big Brother Pang did not comment, instead frowning and asking, "What happened to junior brother Zhou?" Chu Fei was suddenly filled with indignation. Pointing to Yang Kai, he cursed, "Brother Pang, Brother Zhou was just passing by and saw us being humiliated. He wanted to come forward and intercede for us, but he didn't expect junior brother Yang to act so sanctimonious, pretending to be polite while launching a sneak attack on Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou is a kind-hearted man. How could he have known that this beast would have such wild ambitions? We were the ones who implicated Brother Zhou." As Chu Fei spoke, he wept bitterly, a look of annoyance on his face. Throughout the whole process, Zhou Yi did not say a word. However, he cooperated very well and put on a grief-stricken expression. "Nonsense." Lu Xianyun couldn't bear to listen anymore. Her pretty face flushed red as she ground her teeth and said, "It was clearly you who held a grudge and colluded with Brother Zhou Yi to find trouble with Yang Kai. But now you—" "Xianyun, there's no need to explain," Yang Kai interrupted her. Looking at Chu Fei with a sneer, he said lightly, "Right or wrong. Protector Miao has his own judgment." "But—" Lu Xianyun still wanted to say something, but when she saw the firm look in Yang Kai's eyes, she sighed and fell silent. Both she and Yang Kai knew that if Protector Miao stood on Chu Fei and Zhou Yi's side, even if Chu Fei made up a lousy excuse, Protector Miao would not mind. However, if Protector Miao was really fair and just, there was no need to explain anything. Everything depended on Miao Qi's attitude. "No need to explain? I think you have a guilty conscience. Now that Brother Zhou's life is in your hands and he could lose his life at any time. What else do you have to explain?" Chu Fei's previous cowardly appearance was replaced by a generous and impassioned one, as if he had really suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai just sneered. Brother Pang frowned and said with a look of disgust, "Shut up." Chu Fei hurriedly nodded and no longer dared to speak. Brother Pang then looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Are you the new disciple?" "Yes, Kai Yang greets fellow senior brothers, greets Protector Miao. Please forgive this disciple for not being able to greet you now, if he has offended you." Kai Yang maintained his previous posture, while replying in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Brother Pang sneered, "I've heard of you. You're quite bold. You've only just entered the sect, but you've already caused a lot of trouble. It seems that Yen Xiuran was beaten by you, and even the treasure-seizing snake was bitten to death by you. The last time you made a mistake, Protector Bien grounded you, and now you've just come out and caused trouble again?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said coldly, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop." "Arrogant." Brother Pang coldly snorted. "Little Shao, you've only just entered the sect, yet you're already causing trouble everywhere. It seems you're not a good person either." Yang Kai's face became cold as he quickly said, "Brother Pang doesn't understand the whole story, yet you're evaluating me like this. Isn't that a bit biased? Brother is teaching you a lesson for your own good, yet you dare talk back? Brother Pang looked angry and his source chi fluctuated, as if he really wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. If this Brother Pang's attitude represented Protector Miao's, then he was afraid he would not be able to escape today. Just as he was about to summon the monster insect queen and make a scene, Protector Miao gently waved his hand. The furious Brother Pang lowered his head, restrained the fluctuations of source chi in his body, and walked to the back docilely. Miao Qi's eyes swept over Yang Kai and finally landed on Zhou Yi, coldly snorting, "Mediocre." Hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but turn pale. He naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Miao Qi's words. After all, no matter what, it was a fact that he was suppressed by Yang Kai, and there was no way to justify it. Being suppressed by a third-order origin king junior brother like this, calling him mediocre was already a fair assessment. Zhou Yi realized that he would no longer be able to be put in an important position by the sect in the future, and he couldn't help feeling cold and desperate. At the same time, he was filled with a monstrous hatred for Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Miao Qi judge him like this? He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and didn't say a word, but his eyes flashed with an extremely bitter light. At that moment, Miao Qi glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and said in a deep voice, "This old master doesn't care why you're killing each other today, but since this old master has seen it, he can't ignore it. Imprison them all and throw them into the bone prison. When Protector Bien returns, he will deal with them." After saying this, Miao Qi turned around and left. Brother Pang bowed and respectfully saw Miao Qi off. After Miao Qi left, Brother Pang stood in place and pondered for a moment before saying, "You heard Protector Miao's words, right? Obediently follow his orders." Chu Fei and the others scowled, each of them like defeated roosters, standing there without any fighting spirit. None of them had expected Protector Miao to deal with today's matter in such a manner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was overjoyed, because as long as Miao Qi didn't directly attack him, everything would be easy to handle. This kind of treatment was undoubtedly what Yang Kai wanted to see the most. Hearing this, he grinned and said, "Brother Pang, if it weren't for Junior Brother, I would have disobeyed your orders, but you also saw the look in Zhou Brother's eyes. I was afraid that if I let him go and he bit me. Junior Brother's strength is too low, he won't be able to resist." "You're such a busybody." Brother Pang coldly snorted, standing there and saying, "Don't worry, since Protector Miao has given the order, Zhou Yi won't dare act recklessly. Just let him go." Since Brother Pang has said so, Junior Brother can only comply. Yang Kai smiled as he took back the golden blood threads that were binding Zhou Yi and pulled his hand out of Zhou Yi's chest, causing blood to spurt out, making it difficult for anyone to look at him directly. Secretly, Yang Kai had pushed his Saint Qi into Zhou Yi's body, secretly taking advantage of him. Zhou Yi couldn't help groaning as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, grit his teeth, and glared at Yang Kai. Sorry, was my action a bit too fierce? Do you want to try again?" Yang Kai asked innocently. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You better pray you don't fall into my hands one day, otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." "Brother Pang, he's threatening me." Yang Kai immediately shouted, a look of panic on his face. Brother Pang simply ignored him, a look of displeasure on his face as he formed a series of seals with his hands and sent out a series of seals towards everyone present, including Lu Xianyun. The 6 people involved in today's incident all had their cultivations sealed in an extremely short amount of time. "Come with me." Brother Pang looked extremely impatient as he waved his hand, wrapped everyone in his source chi, and flew them towards the bone prison. In front of the bone prison, Yan Xiuran was still guarding the entrance, but when he saw Brother Pang arrive, he quickly greeted him with a flattering smile. Brother Pang nodded and said, "Take these troublemakers in and keep an eye on them." "Yes." Yan Xiuran nodded before sweeping his eyes over. The next moment his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he pointed at Yang Kai with a furious expression. It's you, you bastard." Brother Yan, we meet again." Yang Kai greeted him with a smile. Yan Xiuran's face couldn't help turning cold. Good. I didn't expect you to come to the bone prison again. This brother will definitely entertain you well." "Then I'll have to trouble brother." Yang Kai put on a fearless look, causing Brother Pang to shake his head. Chapter 1962. Yang Kai had been in Blue Feather Sect for only 4 months, and had already been sent to the Bone Prison twice. However, the situation was very different this time. The first time he was caught, the second time he was only punished. He and Lu Xianyun were locked in one cell while Zhou Yi, Chu Fei, and the others were locked in another, separated only by an aisle. Even in the darkness, Yang Kai could still feel the resentful gazes directed at him from the other side. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the cold, wet ground, his brow furrowed. He was afraid he could no longer stay in Blue Feather Sect. He and Lu Xianyun had temporarily joined this sect because they had no other choice, so they had no sense of belonging here. Now that this incident had happened, Yang Kai did not want to stay here any longer. If he continued to stay here, perhaps one day someone would come looking for trouble. Yang Kai knew that his current strength was not high, but he could not always be lucky enough to turn danger into safety. As long as there was such an accident, his martial Dao career would likely come to an end. Especially after seeing Yan Xiuran, Zhou Yi, and the others secretly chat for a long time before sneering at him and leaving, Yang Kai knew that they must be up to no good. Perhaps they wanted to kill him here. Yang Kai was not willing to sit still and wait for death. Now that Protector Bian and Ko Wu were not in the sect, as long as they did a good job of cleaning up the aftermath, they would not be exposed. Besides, even if Bian Yuqing came back, with that woman's temperamental personality, it was hard to say whether she would stick up for him. She probably did not have good intentions when she threw him into the ice cliff. It was a way to test his potential. If he died, she would not care about him. If he could survive, she would pay a little more attention to him. But that definitely did not mean she was kind. After making up his mind, Yang Kai quietly began to contact one of the masters in this place. Senior Wu Meng Chuan, Yang Kai kept calling out softly. To his surprise, there was no response. That day when he was first locked in the Bone Prison, this guy named Wu Meng Chuan took the initiative to find him and said he wanted to teach him a set of secret techniques to break the seal on his body. But at that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about Blue Feather Sect and didn't dare to act rashly for fear of being used as a pawn. Today, if Yang Kai wanted to escape from Blue Feather Sect, he would have to rely on Wu Meng Chuan's ability. If he really was from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, it would be a good idea to let him out and cause a ruckus. At that time, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun could take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now, there was no reaction from the other party, which made Yang Kai wonder if Blue Feather Sect had transferred this person away, or if he was already dead. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he kept trying. Finally, after trying for a full 4 hours, a hidden wave of divine sense came out leisurely and sent a message to Yang Kai. "It's you, kid. You've been locked up again?" Wu Meng Chuan looked very surprised. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Senior, please don't laugh at me." "Senior, why haven't you responded for so long? I thought Senior was no longer here." Wu Meng Chuan's laughter came. "The amount of spiritual energy I can recover every day is only enough for half an hour, so I didn't dare to use it easily. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded slightly, not suspecting anything. "Kid, what do you want from this old master? Have you decided to cooperate with this old master?" Wu Meng Chuan's mood was faintly excited. After all, he had been here for so many years and had finally met a suitable helper, so he wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, it was unknown whether he would be able to escape from the Bone Prison in his lifetime. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Then he said, "There's no problem with cooperation. I can also help Senior escape from here, but what benefits can Senior give me? After all, this junior can't help you for nothing. What benefits do you want? This old master won't lie to you. This old master has nothing on him right now. So even if I agree to your request, I won't be able to give you anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to give you anything. But if you trust this old man, then I'll give you a chance. Once this old master gets out, this old master can give you whatever you want." Wu Meng Chuan said in a deep voice. Yang Kai curled his lips and said with a look of indifference, "How about this, Senior? Do you have any good secret techniques? Just teach me one." "You want a secret technique?" Wu Meng Chuan asked in return, falling into silence immediately. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. The reason why he made this request was just a casual remark, because even if Wu Meng Chuan did not give him any benefits, he could only choose to cooperate with the other party in order to survive. He made this request with a tentative attitude, but judging from the other party's silence, it seemed that there really was a chance. This made Yang Kai realize that Wu Mengchuan could not wait to leave this place, and he was an indispensable help. Otherwise, he would not have considered it so seriously. Should he raise the price? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind, but he quickly rejected it. The other party's strength was so high that if he annoyed him, the first person he would deal with after regaining his freedom would be him. After a while, Wu Mengchuan made a decision. He let out a strange laugh and said, "Good, since you want a secret technique, this old master will teach you the most powerful secret technique this old master knows. With the help of this secret technique, reaching the Emperor realm in the future will not be a dream. Accept it well." As soon as these words fell, a message poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea like a tide. Yang Kai opened his knowledge sea's defenses and accepted it all. This message contained 2 sets of secret techniques, one of which was the secret technique to lift his own seal, and the other was the benefit Wu Mengchuan wanted to give to Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly investigated. Wu Mengchuan's voice came again, this time with an indescribable weariness. "Boy, this old master is counting on you. Lift your seal as soon as possible and help this old master escape." After speaking, he did not move, as if he had just used up all the spiritual energy he had accumulated. When Yang Kai called out again, he no longer responded. Yang Kai then began to examine the 2 secret techniques that Wu Mengchuan had taught him. Needless to say, the secret technique to lift the seal wasn't too profound. Yang Kai only skimmed through it a few times before he was able to comprehend it. All he needed to do now was to circulate his qi according to the secret technique's route and gradually break through the seal in his body. As for the other set, it had a very strange name: the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's Secret Technique. Yang Kai did not have time to study it carefully and quickly reviewed it. Not long after, his expression turned to one of extreme shock. He had thought that Wu Mengchuan would casually give him a set of secret techniques to deal with him. Even if he said he would teach him the most powerful secret technique he knew, Yang Kai did not take it seriously. Who would teach their most powerful secret technique to a stranger for no reason? But now it seemed that Wu Mengchuan was most likely telling the truth. This heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique was not so much a secret technique as a secret technique, and a very profound one at that. If one cultivated with this secret technique, one would be able to devour all things with world energy, like the spirit-devouring monster insects, and forcibly plunder the world energy for one's own use, allowing one to grow stronger at an extremely fast rate. This secret technique was divided into several parts, the most profound of which actually included parts of the Emperor realm. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. Including the Emperor realm meant that this heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique was a secret technique that could be cultivated to a higher level in the Emperor realm. The value of such a secret technique was simply immeasurable. In the star boundary, it was definitely a treasure that countless people would fight over. Yang Kai was shocked deep down and checked it several times to make sure that he was not mistaken. While he was shocked, he was also full of doubts. How could Wu Mengchuan teach him such a high-level secret technique without hesitation? Even if he had a favor to ask of him, it was impossible for him to be so forthright. What kind of evil intentions did he have? It was not that Yang Kai was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but this matter was not normal no matter how he thought about it. He secretly guessed that this secret technique either required a special talent to cultivate, or even if he could cultivate it, there would be great drawbacks. Yang Kai was leaning towards the latter possibility. As for what these drawbacks were, he had no way of guessing. Putting aside the matter of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique for the time being, Yang Kai began to comprehend the secret technique to lift the seal on his body. The seal on his body was issued by the First Order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, Brother Pang, and required a special trick to lift it. If he tried to forcibly break it, not only would he suffer a backlash from the seal, but it was also very likely that he would be harmed. Yang Kai was not a new cultivator, so he still had some common sense. He was mentally prepared for a long battle. But what he didn't expect was that after circulating the secret technique provided by Wu Mengchuan, it only took less than an hour for the barrier in his body to show signs of loosening, and his strength began to slowly flow again. This discovery surprised Yang Kai, and he secretly wondered if Wu Mengchuan was a master of Blue Feather Sect. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the method to lift the seal on his body? How could he teach him the method to lift it so quickly? However, if he was a master of Blue Feather sect, how could he be imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison? This made Yang Kai a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. In this situation, the sooner he could lift the seal, the better. The gradually surging power fluctuations from his body did not escape Lu Xianyun's notice. When she noticed this, Lu Xianyun immediately covered her red lips with her hand as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe that he could forcibly break through the seal of a Dao Source Realm Master and achieve such a good result. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Lu Xianyun took the initiative to sit down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, using her body to block Yang Kai. But this could only delay him. When the power fluctuations from Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious, Zhou Yi and the others who were imprisoned on the opposite side finally noticed. One by one, they got up from the ground and stared suspiciously in Yang Kai's direction. Chapter 1963. This MO was observing the heavenly phenomenon at night and saw that the northern Pajun, ravenous wolf, and 7 kill stars were all about to move. Tonight would probably be another night of bloodshed and mourning. So this MO decided to stay at home tonight and recite the reincarnation mantra to deliver all living beings from torment. Buddha is merciful, good. After confirming that Yang Kai was really breaking through the barrier, Zhou Yi's face changed dramatically and he shouted, "Boy, you dare act like this? Are you not afraid of being punished by the sect's rules?" Chu Fei also shouted, "Yang Kai, you're dead. Haha, you dare to break through the barrier? You don't put Protector Miao in your eyes at all. No one can save you now, just wait for Protector Miao's monstrous wrath." He had a gloating expression on his face, as if he could really see Yang Kai's death, dancing with joy. But soon he could no longer laugh, because after a short while, the fluctuations in Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious and intense. On the surface of his body, rope-like rune chains appeared, but these rune chains seemed to be under attack from some unknown force and were faintly showing signs of collapsing. The barrier was about to be broken. How is that possible? Chu Fei was horrified. Yang Kai was just a third-order origin king cultivator, but under the premise that his strength was sealed, he was actually able to break through Big Brother Pang's barrier. This made Chu Fei unable to believe his eyes. Not good. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was even more worried. Now, he and Yang Kai could be considered to be mortal enemies. If Yang Kai really recovered his strength and escaped from the bone prison, the first person he would deal with would likely be Zhou Yi. And now, Zhou Yi was already injured, and his strength was sealed. There was no way he could fight back. That would be the end of him. When he thought of this, Zhou Yi's expression suddenly became flustered as he shouted loudly, "Junior brother Yen." But just as he spoke, a burst of sound suddenly rang out from the opposite side. The rune chains around Yang Kai's body turned into specks of fluorescent light and disappeared as the aura of a third-order origin king burst forth. Yang Kai stood up and, before Zhou Yi could shout a second time, turned his body into a shield and slammed into the prison wall in front of him. With a loud crash, bone fragments flew out and Yang Kai leapt out of the bone prison like a beast that had just been released. Like lightning, he arrived in front of Zhou Yi, stretched out a hand and tightly grabbed his neck. Zhou Yi froze in place, not daring to move. His eyes were filled with panic as he stared at Kai Yang, who was so close to him, trembling. His throat was the only sound he could make. Seeing this shocking scene, Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang Kai. Yang was Yang and Yang. Yang Kai stared at Zhou Yi indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising into a cruel sneer. "Junior brother Yang." Zhou Yi gulped down his saliva, but didn't struggle. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said with difficulty, "You don't really want to kill me. Senior brother has indeed made some mistakes before, but in the end, you and I are fellow disciples. Forgive me, I apologize to you. I won't divulge what happened today. It's not too late for you to stop now." "Do you think that's possible? Idiot." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. Yang Kai tightened his grip slightly. Zhou Yi's neck was immediately broken and twisted to the side. Yang Kai tossed his body aside and took off his space ring. Yang Kai did not even bother to check how much wealth was in this space ring. Yang Kai simply stuffed it into his own pocket. Inside the cell, Chu Fei and the others were already trembling. Collapsing to the ground, seeing Zhou Yi die in front of them, How could Chu Fei and the other two not know that they were in deep trouble? Staring at Yang Kai in panic, endless regret filled the depths of his heart. They had never expected that after offending Yang Kai, their final outcome would be like this. Junior brother Yang, please spare my life. Big brother was wrong. Please spare my dog life. Chu Fei cried and begged loudly for mercy. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust before stretching out his hand and sending out a golden blood thread that struck Chu Fei's forehead. A bright red spot appeared on Chu Fei's forehead, but he maintained a stiff posture and remained motionless, his vitality and brilliance quickly dissipating from his eyes. The golden blood thread flew through the cell and passed through the vital points of the remaining two, taking their lives before immediately sweeping up all three of their space rings. After doing all this, Yang Kai turned around and said, Xianyun, you stay here. I'll be right back. Where are you going? Lu Xianyun looked stunned. After all, from the moment she felt the fluctuations of power in Yang Kai's body to the moment the barrier was lifted, to the moment Yang Kai killed Zhou Yi and the other three, everything had happened too quickly. Before she could fully react, Yang Kai had already succeeded. Lu Xianyun quickly realized that Yang Kai wanted to rebel against Blue Feather Sect, otherwise, he would not have acted so decisively and ruthlessly. She did not have any intention of rejecting Blue Feather Sect and simply shared the same attitude as Yang Kai towards it. If they had not been forced to, who would have inexplicably joined this sect? Now that she had decided to rebel against Blue Feather Sect, she did not have the slightest psychological burden. The only thing she was worried about was that with the strength of the two of them, they would not be able to carve out a bloody path and would ultimately fail. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai say this, she quickly asked. Yang Kai did not have time to explain and simply gave her a look that said not to worry before his figure flickered, and he walked towards the depths of the bone prison. He did not know what the depths of the bone prison were like, but the place where Wu Meng Chuan was imprisoned was obviously heavily guarded. The deeper Yang Kai went, the darker and more humid it became. There were obvious and hidden energy fluctuations all around, indicating that there were extremely strong barriers or spirit arrays. Once touched, the consequences would be unimaginable. To Yang Kai's great surprise, the cultivator imprisoned in the bone prison was looking at him indifferently, none of them making any noise, as if they had long been aware of his arrival. Some of them were even showing him the way forward, allowing him to safely avoid the locations of the barriers and spirit arrays. These guys should be with Wu Meng Chuan. Yang Kai concluded that they must have received instructions from Wu Meng Chuan, so they were not surprised at his arrival and even kindly led the way for him. Yang Kai observed secretly. He was shocked to find that there were at least a few dozen cultivator imprisoned in the depths of the bone prison, and although some of the cultivator's strength had been sealed, Yang Kai could still sense that they were not to be trifled with. These guys made Yang Kai feel troubled. Obviously, they were all Dao Source Realm masters. What is the background of this Wu Meng Chuan? Who are these people? Why are they all locked up here? Yang Kai had all kinds of doubts in his heart, faintly feeling that this Blue Feather Sect should be involved in some huge secret. After going more than 1,000 meters deep, Yang Kai came to the end. At the end, there was a cell made of unknown materials. It was sealed on all sides, with only a window-sized hole. Looking inside, it was pitch black. He could not see anything. However, Yang Kai clearly felt the aura of a living being inside, one that was a little weak and did not have the power he imagined a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator should have. You're quite fast, boy. It seems your aptitude is quite good. Wu Meng Chuan's voice came from the cell in front of him, sounding a little surprised. Senior Wu, Yang Kai asked tentatively. It is this old master. What should I do now? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Whether or not he could safely escape from Blue Feather Sect depended on the strength of the people locked up here. Yang Kai naturally did not want to waste time. I will teach you a method. Once you crack the barrier of this cell, you can open the door. Wu Meng Chuan's voice came out and immediately sent out his divine sense, imprinting the method into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai frowned but did not resist, instead carefully comprehending it. This method was somewhat similar to the secret technique used to crack his own barrier, but it was more complicated. With his previous experience, Yang Kai could easily comprehend it, and in less than half an incense stick worth of time, he began to use it freely. Bursts of energy burst out from Yang Kai's body as they poured into the cell door in front of him. Cracking sounds came from the dark cell door as inexplicable spirit arrays and barriers were peeled off layer by layer. Time passed, and Yang Kai struck the cell door with his palm. The cell door flashed brilliantly. All the barriers and spirit arrays were lifted. Wu Mengchuan's excited voice came again. Well done, you are indeed a promising talent. Now come and help this old master pull out these damn spirit-suppressing gold chains, and this old master can regain his freedom. There was a fanatical expectation in his voice, and even a little bit of madness. This made Yang Kai hesitate slightly, not knowing whether what he was doing was right or not. If he released a terrible monster, he would suffer the consequences of his own actions. But in this situation, he had no choice, so after a little hesitation, he threw these concerns to the back of his mind. He pushed open the cell door, and with the help of the dim light, Yang Kai looked inside. After seeing Wu Mengchuan's appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. On the opposite wall, there was a humanoid creature, but it seemed that its limbs were nailed to something, so it could only maintain that posture, tightly clinging to the wall. This humanoid creature's original appearance was almost impossible to see. It was as thin as firewood, and there seemed to be not much flesh on its body. Its cheekbones were high, making it look very frightening, and its hair was sparse and messy. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a guy was already dead. There was not much life aura left, and Yang Kai could not even feel the flow of blood in its body. However, its two eyes were extremely bright and green, like will-o'-the-wisps, making one's hair stand on end. Senior Wu. Yang Kai frowned. Ha ha. The skinny old man who was nailed to the wall grinned. Boy, there's no need to doubt. This old master is Wu Mengchuan. You. Yang Kai couldn't bear to describe it. How much hatred did this Wu Mengchuan have with Blue Feather Sect that he had been tortured to such an extent? Persecuted, this old master simply endured the humiliation to save his own skin, Wu Mengchuan said in a low voice, like the howl of a ghost. Chapter 1964. Someone's coming. Why haven't you acted yet? Wu Mengchuan's expression suddenly became cold as he shouted in a deep voice. Yang Kai also noticed the sound of someone entering the bone prison, so he no longer hesitated and rushed directly to Wu Mengchuan's side, reaching out and grabbing the cone-shaped artifact in his right hand. This artifact was probably made of spirit-suppressing gold. As soon as Yang Kai grasped it, he felt all the strength in his body being suppressed, unable to move at all. Use your physical strength, Wu Mengchuan reminded him. Yang Kai nodded, the muscles on his arms bulging as he exerted all his strength. With a swish, the cone-shaped artifact was pulled out, bringing with it a jet of black blood. This blood was sticky and looked as if it was about to dry up, completely devoid of any color it should have. Yang Kai did the same and quickly pulled out the cone-shaped artifact from Wu Mengchuan's limbs. Only then did the old man who was nailed to the wall fall from the wall and collapse on the ground. He seemed to be gasping for breath, but his mouth kept letting out strange laughter. His body was also wrapped in chains made of spirit-suppressing gold, which were extremely strong. Yang Kai tried to pull at them, but found that they could not be broken. In the end, he had no choice but to use his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to break the chains. The 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a body-tempering secret art and was not restrained by spirit-suppressing gold. Regaining his freedom, Wu Mengchuan stood up shakily, his green eyes flashing even faster as he laughed lowly, his face filled with crazy hatred and joy. Zhu Junshan, Bian Yuqing Miao Qi. Tong Tsong, are you ready to bear this old master's anger? Yang Kai's heart thumped when he heard this. The 4 names that came out of Wu Mengchuan's mouth were the names of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect. Obviously, Wu Mengchuan had a monstrous hatred for these 4 people, and it could even be said that Wu Mengchuan was tortured like this. It was likely these 4 people's handiwork. However, Wu Mengchuan's current situation could only be said to be struggling at death's door. He had just escaped, and yet he was already boasting so shamelessly, which made Yang Kai feel that his idea was a little too unrealistic. He even regretted that he didn't escape from this place as soon as he got out. Instead, he wasted precious time on rescuing this old man. However, there was no point in regretting it now. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, Senior, our deal has been completed. I won't stay here any longer. Our lives and deaths are up to fate. As he spoke, he was about to leave. Wu Mengchuan chuckled and squinted at Yang Kai. What? Do you think I'm no match for them? Yang Kai frowned. It's not that I don't trust you, Senior, but your current state. Humph. Wu Mengchuan snorted lightly and waved his hand. Follow this old master. This old master will let you broaden your horizons. His casual appearance stunned Yang Kai for a while. He really didn't know what he was going to do next, but this old man had gone to great lengths to get him out. Wu Mengchuan was probably not someone who would easily seek death, so Yang Kai could only restrain his temper and follow him all the way forward. Not long after, the two came to the cell where many cultivators were imprisoned. After seeing Wu Mengchuan, the cultivators who had been guided by Yang Kai before all looked excited and gathered at the door of the cell, staring at Wu Mengchuan eagerly. Wu Mengchuan stood in the corridor and looked around. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. His withered hands slowly spread open. With this action, an inexplicable suction force gushed out from his body. Yang Kai was shocked. At this moment, he felt his knowledge cease suddenly turbulent. As if it was being pulled by something, his spiritual energy was about to leave his body. Not only that, the blood and qi in his body were also churning violently, making him feel as if his whole body was on fire. His complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly operated his secret art to suppress the discomfort in his body. Even so, it was extremely difficult for him to resist. But the cultivators imprisoned in the cells were not so lucky. After seeing Wu Mengchuan's posture, some of them immediately cried out in shock, no longer having the same expectations and fanaticism towards Wu Mengchuan before. Instead, they quickly retreated as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. But behind them was the prison wall. Where could they retreat to? Screams rang out one after another, and blood-red rays of light shot out from the cells in all directions. Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking all these blood-red rays into his abdomen. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his withered body began to fill up, and his dirty robes fluttered without any wind. His exposed cracked skin gradually became lustrous, and his sparse white hair not only quickly turned black, but also became lush. His whole body seemed to have been injected with unimaginable vitality, suddenly breaking away from the state of near death and transforming into an appearance full of vitality. Yang Kai was shocked to the extreme. He could clearly see that the blood-red rays of light shooting out from the cells were clearly the blood and qi and life essence of the cultivators. But at this moment, they had all become the capital and foundation of Wu Mengchuan's strength. What kind of evil technique was this? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? Yang Kai immediately thought of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method that Wu Mengchuan had given him before. Although Yang Kai had not carefully studied that secret art, he vaguely knew its uses and characteristics. What Wu Mengchuan displayed at this moment was definitely the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method. How could this secret art be so evil and strange? It could forcibly deprive others of their blood and qi and life essence for its own use? How could this secret art be so powerful? How could it restore a dying person's vitality in a very short time? What kind of secret art was this? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, he also knew that the more heaven-defying a secret art seemed to be, the greater the drawbacks. This heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method definitely had drawbacks that he had not discovered. Perhaps Wu Mengchuan's evil temperament was related to this. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the power fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's body were increasing at an incredible speed. From the Saint Realm to the Origin King Realm, it only took him 3 breaths to reach the First Order Origin King Realm, then the Second Order Origin King Realm, the First Order Tao Source Realm. All of these continued to climb, seemingly without limit. This old man had said that he was a master from the Third Order Tao Source Realm, and it seemed that he wasn't just boasting. Sect Master, please spare us. We have followed you all the way back then and have been loyal to you without any complaints or regrets. Even after being imprisoned for so many years, we have never compromised. Sect Master, why must you do this? Suddenly, a cultivator's scream rang out from the cell. Immediately afterward, pleas for mercy rang out from all directions, and all the cultivator addressed Wu Mengchuan as Sect Master. Sect Master? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Which sect's Sect Master is Wu Mengchuan? Could he be from Blue Feather Sect? When this thought emerged, Yang Kai was startled. He instinctively denied it, but after thinking about it carefully, it really was possible. Because until now, he still didn't know the name of Blue Feather Sect's Sect Master. Within a month of coming to Blue Feather Sect, Yang Kai had inquired about the situation of Blue Feather Sect and learned the names of the 4 protectors. But when he asked about the Sect Master's name, all of his brothers showed unfathomable expressions. Once, when he asked Ko Wu reprimanded him, telling him not to look for trouble and to be careful of what he said. Yang Kai didn't quite understand what was going on at that time, but now, he somewhat understood. This was quite interesting. The sect master of Blue Feather Sect was actually imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison, bound by a cone-shaped artifact and chains made of spirit-suppressing gold. If it weren't for the help of a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai, Wu Mengchuan would likely never have been able to escape from that place. No wonder the secret technique this old man taught me to lift the seal was so effective. If he was really the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, he would certainly understand the secret techniques of his own sect. The pleas for mercy continued, and all the cultivators' faces turned ashen as despair filled their hearts. They thought that after Wu Mengchuan escaped, he would definitely release them, his former subordinates, to wash away the shame of the past. But Wu Mengchuan did not do as they wished. Instead, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique to deprive them of their vitality and life essence. When their trust and expectations were betrayed, they saw the true face of Wu Mengchuan's cruelty. This old man can feel your sincerity, but this old man needs strength now. Since you all said that you would follow this old man to death, then now, this old man wants you to fulfill your promise. This isn't too much, is it? Wu Mengchuan turned a deaf ear to the pleas for mercy and screams around him, just standing there and urging the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique while speaking lightly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked as well. Yang Kai finally understood why the cultivators of Blue Feather Sect were so scheming and deceitful. If the sect master was like this, how could he expect his disciples to be any better? It could even be said that the reason why Blue Feather Sect was in such a state was all because of Wu Mengchuan. I absolutely can't be entangled with him for too long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to leave the bone prison and escape from Blue Feather Sect, otherwise, with Wu Mengchuan's temperament, he might kill him one day. Yang Kai did not want to put his safety in the hands of others. Wu Mengchuan, you are the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You have brought shame to the emperor. I curse you to die a horrible death. Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. However, knowing that begging for mercy was useless and that he would die without a doubt, he cursed loudly. This explosive information caused Kai Yang to be dumbfounded. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Although he had never heard of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, he could feel the unusual weight of these words alone. Only when a cultivator's cultivation reached the emperor realm could they be called an emperor. However, ordinary masters of the emperor realm did not have the qualifications to be called an emperor at all. Only the best of the best in the emperor realm were worthy of their own titles. Titles were different, but they often represented the principles that the master of the emperor realm was most proficient in, the secret art they cultivated, and even the great glory they had achieved in their life. A title represented a legend, an epic, and a glory that shook the ages and dazzled the contemporaries. Chapter 1965. If Emperor Realm Masters were considered the cream of the crop in the star boundary, then titled emperors were considered the cream of the crop. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was definitely one of the great emperors. Wu Mengchuan was actually a descendant of a titled emperor? Such a thing was really beyond Yang Kai's expectations. And judging from the title of the great emperors, he obviously also cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. It could even be said that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was passed down by the great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor. At that time, Kai Yang was stunned. How could a titled emperor's secret art be described with the word precious? It was simply a rare treasure. If news of this spread out, even ordinary emperor realm masters would try their best to snatch it away. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He had accidentally learned such a big secret. Would Wu Mengchuan turn hostile and kill him to silence him? And why did he pass down the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to him so readily? It was undoubtedly his most precious treasure. Yang Kai did not believe that Wu Mengchuan was really so kind. Judging from his current style of conduct, this old man was cruel, cold, and inhumane. He could even kill his old subordinates at will. So how could he be so magnanimous to a cultivator he had just met? Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly became vigilant and decided to release the monster insect queen if he sensed something wrong. As if aware of the change in Yang Kai's aura, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Fortunately, Wu Mengchuan did not pay attention to him and instead said in a low voice, "Humph, if it weren't for one of you leaking the news back then, those 4 bastards would have died. If I had let those 4 bastards know that I am the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and that I have mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, how would I be where I am today? After so many years, this old man is no longer in the mood to investigate who betrayed me back then. Once all of you are dead, it will be clean." As he spoke, Wu Mengchuan activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique even more fiercely. Standing not far behind him was Yang Kai, who was struggling to resist the devouring force. Cold sweat dripped down. "Damn it! I've heard so many explosive secrets all of a sudden today. I'm having some indigestion." Inferring from Wu Mengchuan's words, he might have been betrayed by one of his subordinates back then, and as a result, the 4 great protectors learned that he had mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, so they attacked and imprisoned him here, hoping to find out the cultivation method of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Perhaps there were some conspiracies, sneak attacks, and so on. But Wu Mengchuan obviously did not cooperate. Otherwise, he would not have lived to this day and would have been killed by the 4 great protectors long ago, who would not covet the secret art passed down by a titled emperor. It was understandable that the 4 protectors dared to attack Wu Mengchuan after receiving the news. After all, they were all third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so it would have been easy for them to launch a sneak attack. If they ambushed him, they would definitely succeed. Just as many distracting thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, the screams in the surrounding cells gradually subsided, and the vitality of the cultivator quickly dissipated. Yang Kai looked around and found that the appearance of those people after death was extremely withered, as if they had been weathered for hundreds of years. Their eyes were bulging, and there was not the slightest trace of vitality in their bodies. After devouring the vitality and life essence of so many people, Wu Mengchuan had also changed from his old and decrepit appearance to the current him. Now he had a head of black hair. His skin was fair, and his body was majestic. He looked no different from a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. And judging from the violent energy fluctuations that emerged from his body, his cultivation had surprisingly recovered to the level of the third-order Dao Source Realm. He turned his head. Chuckling at Yang Kai, he said, "Let's go. This old master will lead you to a bloody path." This old master smells the aura of an old acquaintance. How nostalgic. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight ahead. Wherever Wu Mengchuan passed, blood spurted out from the cells on both sides before he opened his mouth and swallowed it all. Of the cultivators imprisoned in these cells, those who were slightly weaker died directly, while those who were stronger couldn't hold on for long before Wu Mengchuan forcibly plundered their blood qi and life essence. Along the way, the energy fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's body became more and more terrifying. The violent energy fluctuations of his vitality made even Yang Kai tremble in fear. He was afraid that this old man would not be able to bear it and self-destruct. A few figures quickly approached from the front. Obviously, they had noticed that something was wrong with the bone prison and wanted to come in to investigate. The one leading this group was Yen Xiu-ran, and behind him were the 2 Origin King Realm cultivator who had tortured Yang Kai many times before. These people had just entered the bone prison, and before they had time to figure out the situation, Wu Mengchuan, who was walking towards them, smashed them to pieces with a palm strike. From the burst of flesh and blood, Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth and swallowed them one by one. "Brother Yang." Lu Xianyun's voice came from the darkness. A cold light flashed in Wu Mengchuan's eyes, and he was about to attack Lu Xianyun when Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Senior, this is my friend." "Your friend?" Wu Mengchuan looked at Lu Xianyun coldly for a while, seemingly hesitating for a while before nodding. "Fine, her strength is not very high, so she is not of much use to this old master. Many thanks for Senior's mercy." Yang Kai breathed a heavy sigh of relief. If Wu Mengchuan had really attacked Lu Xianyun just now, he would not have been able to sit back and watch. He would have torn apart all decorum with Wu Mengchuan. Fortunately, this did not happen. "Brother Yang, this senior is..." Lu Xianyun did not know that she had just walked through the gates of hell, but she also noticed that Wu Mengchuan was not to be trifled with. After being stared at by him for a while, she broke out in a cold sweat. It felt as if she was being stared at by the god of death. The aura of death rushing towards her made it difficult for her to breathe. "This is Senior Wu," Yang Kai explained casually before turning to Wu Mengchuan and asking, "Can Senior help me lift the seal on my friend's body?" Although Yang Kai could also lift the seal on Lu Xianyun now, it would definitely take some effort, so it was better to try and see if Wu Mengchuan could help. Wu Mengchuan did not speak when he heard this and just raised his hand, directly breaking the seal on Lu Xianyun's body and restoring her strength. "Boy, after leaving here, take your friend and run away as far as you can," Wu Mengchuan suddenly said faintly. "Huh." Yang Kai was startled. He had been thinking about how to escape from Wu Mengchuan. After all, he had now mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, and the reason why Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned and plotted against was because of this secret art passed down by a titled emperor. He felt that Wu Mengchuan would not let him leave with such a secret art. He did not expect this old man to say such a thing. There was definitely something fishy about this. It was just that Yang Kai could not see it yet. "What? You don't want to leave?" Wu Mengchuan chuckled. "That's not what I meant." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "In that case, many thanks, Senior. And don't die, this old master is looking forward to your growth. Ha 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 ha." Wu Mengchuan laughed strangely and strode forward. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun glanced at each other and followed closely behind. After a while, the three of them left the bone prison. "Let's go." Wu Mengchuan stood there with his hands behind his back as he narrowed his eyes and stared in a certain direction. From that direction, a streak of light was rapidly approaching, and judging from its aura, it was Miao Qi, whom Yang Kai had met not long ago. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Wu Mengchuan and said, "Senior, take care." After saying that, he pulled Lu Xianyun and soared into the sky. After Yang Kai left, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and glanced in the direction he disappeared, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes as he laughed strangely. "The seed has been planted. When will it sprout? I'm really looking forward to it." After watching for a while, he suddenly turned his head again and stared coldly in the direction Miao Qi was coming from, his robe fluttering without any wind as he shouted, "Miao Qi, come and die!" Wrapped in a mysterious light, Miao Qi was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly stopped, asking in horror, "Wu Mengchuan? How did you manage to escape?" "Ha ha ha ha, this old master's life is not destined to end here. There will always be someone to help me. Back then, this old master said that one day, I would cut you bastards into pieces, and today, this old master has come to fulfill his promise." After experiencing a moment of panic, Miao Qi gradually calmed down and glared at Wu Mengchuan coldly. "Humph, you've just escaped, yet you think you can compete with this king? Don't forget, you and I are both from the Third Order Dao Source realm. How could this old master do something he wasn't sure of?" As soon as Wu Mengchuan's voice fell, he suddenly opened his mouth and summoned a small bottle-like artifact. From this bottle, 10,000 rays of blood-red light suddenly sprayed out, instantly covering the world in a blood-red hue. This was because the surroundings were dyed red, and even the flowing air seemed to have turned into blood, making one feel as if they were in a sea of blood. "Blood spirit bottle. You really have this thing." Miao Qi's horrified cry came from the sea of blood. Wu Mengchuan roared, "Yes, this thing has always been with this old master. If it had not been fully restored back then, this old master would not have fallen into your hands. Miao Qi, Miao Qi, you underestimate this old master too much. This old master is a descendant of a titled emperor. How could he not have one or two emperor artifacts? In this blood spirit sea, this old master is the master. How much strength can you display? This old master will break your bones one by one and devour your vitality and life essence little by little. Your soul will become this old master's meal, and you will never have the chance to enter the samsara." Wu Mengchuan's resentful voice sounded like a curse in Miao Qi's ears, causing his face to suddenly pale. "Don't worry, after killing you, I will go find Zhu Junshan, Bian Yuqing, and Tong Kong. All of you will die." Miao Qi's panicked roar came from the blood spirit sea. The blood spirit bottle was an emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Although Wu Mengchuan could not display its full power with his Third Order Dao Source realm cultivation, with the help of this emperor artifact, Miao Qi was not his opponent at all. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Chapter 1966. More than 100,000 kilometers away from Blue Feather Mountain, Two streaks of light flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and shot towards a hidden area below. When the light dissipated, the figures of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were revealed. We escaped just like that. Lu Xianyun's pretty face was filled with surprise and disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Flying all the way here, she was surprised to find that they had not encountered the slightest obstruction. After all, she and Yang Kai were both disciples of Blue Feather Sect and had identity tokens on them. Even if they were occasionally questioned by someone, all they had to do was show their identity tokens and pass safely. After leaving Blue Feather Mountain, the two of them had been flying in this direction, and now that they had reached a certain distance, they decided to descend. 100,000 kilometers was safe enough. What's more, Blue Feather Sect was in chaos right now, so no one would care about two disciples escaping. This was also thanks to the fact that Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu were not in the sect. Brother Yang, we really escaped. Lu Xianyun was still immersed in excitement with a smile on her face. Xianyun, come here. Yang Kai did not show a happy look, and instead beckoned to Lu Xianyun with a solemn expression before immediately taking out a few space rings from his pocket and releasing his divine sense to investigate them. These space rings belonged to the enemies he had killed in the bone prison before, and there were only 4 of them in total. After a quick inspection, Yang Kai quickly learned what was inside these space rings, leaving one of them behind before stuffing the other 3 into Lu Xianyun's hand and saying, "Take this." "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai in a daze. "Nothing from now on. You and I will go our separate ways," Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's tender body trembled and she asked with some difficulty, "Brother Yang, do you think this mistress is holding you back?" Yang Kai frowned and fell silent for a while before nodding. "Yes." Lu Xianyun looked at him seriously. Suddenly, she ground her teeth and said, "No." "Brother Yang, tell me the truth. Is there some kind of danger approaching? Is it related to that Senior Wu? Why are you asking so many questions?" Yang Kai looked impatient. "Are you women also long-winded? If I tell you to take the things and leave, then leave." Lu Xianyun gritted her teeth and glared at him. Her towering chest heaved up and down as she said in a deep voice, "During this period of time, I have received a lot of care from Brother Yang. Now, if Brother Yang is in any danger, Xianyun will not sit idly by." "What danger could I be in?" Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Anyway, from now on, you and I won't interfere with each other's business. You go your way and I go mine. Let's part ways here. Good luck." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he directly urged his power to break through the sky. "You want to leave just like that?" Lu Xianyun raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and chased after him. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai would do this, from her impression of him these days, Yang Kai wasn't such a ruthless person, so Lu Xianyun concluded. Yang Kai had definitely encountered some kind of big trouble and didn't want to drag her down, so he wanted to separate from her. But how could Lu Xianyun be ungrateful? Naturally, it was impossible for her to let Yang Kai take the risk alone. Even if her strength was limited, 2 people together was better than 1 alone. But to Lu Xianyun's surprise, after chasing for a while, she found that she had lost track of Yang Kai. His speed was simply too fast, definitely not something a third-order origin king should possess. Moreover, wherever Yang Kai passed, he left behind a faint space force fluctuation. Yang Kai understood the Tao of space. Lu Xianyun was well aware of this. At that time, in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used this technique in his battle with Yin Lusheng. Chasing after someone who was proficient in the Tao of space and was determined to get rid of her was undoubtedly too difficult. So Lu Xianyun chased after him for a while. In the end, she could only give up helplessly and land back on the ground. She sighed faintly as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and muttered to herself, "Many thanks for this period of time. You must take care of yourself." Opening her palm, Lu Xianyun saw 3 space rings on her palm. Sweeping them with her divine sense, she quickly found that these 3 rings contained a lot of source crystals and artifacts. One of the space rings contained the most wealth, which was none other than Zhou Yi's ring. "It really suits his character," Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. Yang Kai had only taken the ring that belonged to the Origin King Realm Cultivator and left most of the things for her, obviously worried that she would not have enough cultivation resources in the future. High up in the sky, Yang Kai flew alone. The reason why he chose to part ways with Lu Xianyun was because Yang Kai felt uneasy, and the source of that uneasiness came from Wu Mengchuan. Although he did not know what Wu Mengchuan was up to, he did not think that the old man would be so kind as to let him go, especially after he mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. He is definitely up to something. This old man was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and very likely had one foot in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was not confident he could face him at all, so in order to avoid implicating Lu Xianyun, he could only separate from her. Lu Xianyun was a Third Order origin king and an overlord in her own star territory. Yang Kai believed that even in the star boundary, she would be able to take good care of herself. If her luck was really bad and she had an accident, it could only mean that her opportunity had come to an end here. Right now, Yang Kai only wanted to get as far away from Blue Feather Sect as possible, so he had no intention of stopping and simply flew forward. Along the way, Yang Kai also experienced the landscape of the star territory. Towering mountains and great rivers of world energy were everywhere, and the cultivation environment here was much better than any of the cultivation stars in the home star territory. At night, when he looked up, there were countless nebulas in the sky, each one representing a star territory. After flying for more than a month, Yang Kai finally felt a little safer. Now that he was tens of millions of kilometers away from Blue Feather Sect, even if Wu Mengchuan had the powerful cultivation of the Third Order Dao Source realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to deal with him from such a distance. Stopping midair, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, but as far as his eyes could see, there was only desolation. He did not know where he was now. As a newcomer, he knew nothing about the star boundary, only that it was divided into 4 major star territories. He should still be in the Southern Territory. Slowing down, Yang Kai moved forward slowly, restoring his strength while waiting for an opportunity to find a place to gather. Half a day later, he finally found something. In front of him, a chariot-shaped flight-type artifact was flying towards him, and judging from the energy fluctuations coming from this chariot artifact, it was obviously an Origin King-grade mid-rank artifact. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped aside while waving his hand, trying to stop the other party from inquiring about the location of the nearby city. But the other party had no intention of stopping at all, and instead flew directly past Yang Kai. Atop this chariot artifact, there were 3 cultivators, and without even looking at Yang Kai, it simply flew off. So cold. Yang Kai looked depressed. But soon, he discovered that behind this chariot, there were many other lights rapidly approaching. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused and subconsciously thought he was involved in some kind of pursuit, but after carefully probing himself, he found that this was not the case. Because the people chasing after him did not emit any murderous intent, obviously they were not targeting the 3 cultivators in front of the chariot artifact. Instead, they seemed to be hurrying towards a certain place. What's going on? Kai Yang stood in the same place, constantly waving his hands, trying to find someone to ask for the reason. But those people completely ignored him, not showing the slightest intention to pay attention to him. Yang Kai was quite embarrassed. However, he had gained a bit of insight. The artifact refining techniques of the star boundary were really extraordinary, as could be seen from the flight-type artifacts used by the cultivators. There were all kinds of strange flight-type artifacts. There were simple long swords, shuttles, war chariots, ships, palanquins, and even windmill-like artifacts. All of them were quite fast, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy just looking at them. Hey kid, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and catch up, otherwise you won't be able to get any benefits. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head when he heard this, and found a tiger-headed chariot parked beside him. This tiger head was lifelike and majestic, and on top of it, a middle-aged man with a Third-Order Origin King cultivation was looking at Yang Kai curiously. Overjoyed, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, friend." The middle-aged man nodded and looked Yang Kai up and down thoughtfully. "You are not from Maplewood City?" "Maplewood City?" Yang Kai raised his brow, but immediately shook his head slowly. "No." "May I ask how far away Maplewood City is from here?" "If you go this way, you'll reach 100,000. The middle-aged man seemed to be a good person and enthusiastically pointed the way for Yang Kai before immediately grinning. "But boy, are you sure you want to go to Maplewood City now and not join in the fun? I was just about to ask, why are you in such a hurry?" Yang Kai asked with a puzzled look. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously. 30,000 kilometers away, in Clear Jade Mountain, someone discovered a mysterious firebird. It seems to be a sentient artifact spirit, so they all want to capture it and refine it into their own artifact spirit. Firebird, artifact spirit? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. If you want to go to Maplewood City, just go straight ahead, but if you want to join in the fun, don't be late. After saying this, the middle-aged man urged his chariot and flew away. Yang Kai was dumbfounded in place, his heart filled with inexplicable excitement. Although the middle-aged man's description was not very clear, if what he said was true, then the one in Clear Jade Mountain was most likely Lu Yan. Lu Yan's original body was in the form of a firebird, and it was the artifact spirit that gave birth to sentience. Moreover, an existence like Lu Yan was a great attraction to any cultivator. The reason was simple: the birth of an artifact spirit was not simple, it required great opportunities and luck. Chapter 1967. In the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used his space secret technique to make the corridor unstable, causing him, Xiao Xiao, and Lu Yan to be separated. During this time, Yang Kai had been worried about their safety, but unfortunately, he had no way to inquire about their whereabouts. Xiao Xiao looked like a puppet at first glance. Most likely, anyone would be interested in it. If it was exposed in front of outsiders, it would definitely be targeted. However, Xiao Xiao's escape methods were extremely good. He was a member of the stone mongoose race, so he was born with the ability to escape through the ground. It would be quite difficult for others to catch him. Lu Yan was different. She did not have such powerful escape methods like Xiao Xiao, and her existence could also arouse the interest of any cultivator. Catching her and integrating her into their own artifact was tantamount to creating an artifact spirit, which was enough to raise the power of their artifact to a whole new level. Not only that, some cultivator who was proficient in fire attribute secret techniques could even directly devour Lu Yan and integrate her power into their own body, greatly increasing their strength. Even if she was useless to them, they could still sell her. They believed they could definitely sell her for a good price. Therefore, Lu Yan's situation was much more dangerous than Xiao Xiao's. At this moment, after hearing the information provided by the middle-aged man, Yang Kai could not help feeling anxious. If the one in Clear Jade Mountain was really Lu Yan, then she was in a very bad situation. With so many cultivator rushing over, Lu Yan could not cope at all, so it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Thinking so, Yang Kai also quickly used his movement skill and chased after those people. A distance of 30,000 kilometers was actually nothing for an Origin King Realm cultivator, so it only took half a stick of incense to cover the distance. Yang Kai arrived at the bottom of Clear Jade Mountain. Many martial artists had already gathered here. A rough count put the total number at about 200. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that the cultivation of these people was not very high. Most of them were Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm cultivators, with Dao Source Realm Masters being rare. It seemed that the overall level of cultivator in Maplewood City was not very high, Yang Kai secretly guessed. The cultivator gathered here. They didn't seem to have any intention of entering the mountain range to search. Instead, they began to form groups of 3 to 5, shouting to form teams. It seemed that they wanted to rely on their advantage in numbers to act. There were also some fellows who were covered in cuts and bruises. It was obvious that they had been burned by the flames. There were even a few corpses on the ground. They looked terrible as their bodies were charred. That firebird is truly ferocious, although we can infer from the energy fluctuations in its body. It was only a third-order Origin King, but the flames it spat out were extremely difficult to resist. Brother Zhao and Brother Zhang were both veteran Origin Kings, but in a single exchange, they were burned to death. Fortunately, we ran quickly, otherwise. The person who spoke was sitting beside the corpses. While treating his injuries, he described his encounter with the firebird with lingering fear. Many people gathered around them, trying to deduce the firebird's battle prowess based on its injuries. It was precisely because of the experiences and descriptions of these people that the Origin Kings who were not very strong gave up the idea of monopolizing the treasures and instead formed groups. Yang Kai naturally heard what he said and could not help feeling excited. The fluctuations of a third-order Origin King and the terrifying flames were in line with Lu Yan's characteristics. If Yang Kai was still doubting whether the firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was Lu Yan before, now he was more than 80% sure. Lu Yan also had the aura of a third-order origin king, and because she had swallowed so many exotic flames, she had even been swallowing Sun's true fire. As such, her flames were extremely terrifying. Even Yang Kai did not dare to touch them easily. "Friends, so you've seen the firebird?" Yang Kai pushed through the crowd and stepped forward to ask. "Naturally, we've seen it." The person who spoke raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Smiling bitterly, he continued, "Otherwise, how could we have returned with such injuries?" "Then dare I ask what the firebird looked like?" "I can't say, but it looked quite strange. Its tail was extremely long, but it wasn't very big, only about 3 meters in length." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If Lu Yan's true form was revealed, it should have been a behemoth, which was not quite consistent with Lu Yan's image. Then does it only have the form of a firebird? Can it change into something else? Yang Kai continued to ask. The man suddenly laughed. "Then what do you want it to look like? A cold-faced, red-haired beauty wearing revealing clothes?" The onlookers suddenly burst into laughter as they stared at Yang Kai strangely, as if they were looking at a lecher. "Many thanks," Yang Kai smiled and withdrew from the crowd. Although he did not obtain much information from others, he still gained some benefits. Whether the firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was Lu Yan or not, he would know after going in. He secretly urged the soul brand in his knowledge see and silently sensed it. There was a soul connection between him and Lu Yan, which was planted when he subdued Lu Yan. As long as the distance was not too far, he could sense each other by urging the soul brand. But to his disappointment, he did not feel Lu Yan's response. It seemed that he could only go in and explore. Just as he made up his mind to enter Clear Jade Mountain, a figure quietly approached him from behind. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked back and saw a petite young girl with a pair of bountiful breasts staring at him with a smile. That girl should have been an outstanding beauty, but she had a brown crescent-shaped birthmark on one side of her face. That ugly birthmark directly ruined her beauty, causing many men who saw her to first have their eyes light up, then wring their wrists and sighing. The girl was wearing a long green dress, but the loose skirt still could not hide her ample bosom. There were several cloth bags tied around her waist, but it was unknown what was inside. With a flattering expression and a harmless smile on her face, she looked at Yang Kai and said timidly, "Uncle, can I have a word with you?" Yang Kai's face went black as he snorted. "Who's your uncle? Do I look that old?" Although from a mortal's point of view, Yang Kai was indeed not young as a cultivator, he was still very young. From his appearance alone, he looked to be in his early 20s. Suddenly being called an uncle by a young girl, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became bad. It seemed that Yang Kai's fierce appearance had frightened the girl, and she could not help taking a few steps back, an aggrieved expression on her face. Yang Kai looked her up and down. His eyes paused for a moment on her ample bosom, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing. Third-order origin king? He was stunned to find that this girl, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, was actually in existence whose cultivation was no weaker than his own. However, as for how old this girl's true age was, Yang Kai could not say. Perhaps this girl was an old witch who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Yang Kai was definitely not naive enough to believe that the aggrieved expression on her face was real. For this kind of old witch, putting on a show was nothing out of the ordinary. Their wonderful performances could even deceive him, let alone Yang Kai. However, this long-lost appellation reminded Yang Kai of a certain person. Lin Yuner. Back when they were still in High Heaven sect, this little girl had happily called Yang Kai uncle, making him sound much older than before. Yang Kai did not know how this girl was doing now. When Yang Yun left, he did not take anyone with him, not even Yi Shiyun, only Lin Yuner. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Lin Yuner's tyrant strength body. The expression on Yang Kai's face gradually softened as the girl stretched out her small hand and patted her chest, bolstering her courage. Then, big brother, can I speak with you for a moment? Her acting is quite good. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, but nodded calmly on the surface. What do you want to talk to me about? The girl looked around cautiously before moving her red lips and sending a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly asked, "You're not lying to me, are you?" "I have no grievances with you. Why would I lie to you?" The girl said with an innocent expression. "Lead the way," Yang Kai motioned. The young girl immediately smiled and led the way in front of him. She did not guard against Yang Kai at all, but it was unclear whether she was pretending or simply fearless. Yang Kai guessed that it was the latter. After walking for a short time, the girl left the crowd. In a remote location, there were two other people waiting for her. Seeing the girl return, both of them wore joyful expressions. Yang Kai observed them carefully and secretly released his divine sense to sweep them, quickly discovering that they were both third-order origin king cultivators. The two were a man and a woman. The man had a firm look on his face and a kind smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. The woman, on the other hand, was gorgeously dressed and had an enchanting figure. Her pair of watery eyes seemed to contain a strong charm that made one involuntarily attracted. Her slightly moving red lips were also extremely seductive. A man with poor mental fortitude would likely feel his mouth go dry from just looking at her. Yang Kai showed a sluggish expression at the right time before quickly returning to normal. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but smile, as if she was very satisfied with her own charm. "Little sister Xiaoqi, did you find him?" the woman asked with a smile. The girl nodded and said cheerfully, "This big brother should be able to and is also very interested in our plan." Saying so, she pointed to Yang Kai. The man smiled and nodded to Yang Kai before cupping his fists and saying, "This one is Su Qing. May I ask what this friend's name is?" Yang Kai. In any case, few people in the star boundary knew him, so Yang Kai did not bother making up a fake name. "This mistress, Yu Ruomei, greets big brother Yang." The woman bowed to the side. Yang Kai quickly returned the gesture. "My name is Mo Xiaoqi." The girl who led Yang Kai introduced herself. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Sister Xiaoqi, you just said you know where the Firebird is now. Is that true?" Chapter 1968. If it weren't for this girl named Mo Xiaoqi telling Yang Kai that she knew the exact location of the Firebird, Yang Kai would never have followed her here. The star boundary was much more treacherous than the territory of Homestar, so how could Yang Kai not act cautiously? However, the information thrown out by Mo Xiaoqi made it impossible for him to refuse. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Mo Xiaoqi nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Where is it?" Yang Kai asked directly. To the side, Su Qing and Yu Ruomei also focused, seemingly wanting to hear more carefully. "It's..." Mo Xiaoqi had just spat out a word when she suddenly realized something and quickly swallowed the second half of her sentence back into her stomach, instead saying with a smile, "I won't tell you now, just follow me." She wore an innocent look on her face, as if she really intended to reveal the exact location of the Firebird. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "How can I believe you? Since you know the exact location of the Firebird, why don't you gather familiar people and search for it yourself instead of gathering people like us?" Su Qing nodded to the side and said, "Brother Yang is right. Sister Xiaoqi, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just that we don't know each other." This Su also has this question in his heart and hopes Sister Xiaoqi can answer it. Mo Xiaoqi frowned and said matter-of-factly, "I went in and saw it before, so naturally I know where it is. Did you see those guys who were injured? Previously, I followed behind them and sneaked in. Later on, they encountered that little fellow. Some died while others fled. I followed that little guy all the way to its habitat. As for why I didn't look for familiar faces, I don't know anyone here, and I may not be able to defeat it alone, so I came to you." Yang Kai and Su Qing glanced at each other. Both of them nodded slightly. There were no flaws in Mo Xiaoqi's statement, or rather, even if there were, they wouldn't be able to find out. Seeing these people remain silent, Mo Xiaoqi couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid. Although that little guy is strong and difficult to deal with, it's still a baby after all. In fact, it's not difficult to deal with. As long as we're well prepared, it won't be a problem to take it down." At the side, the enchanting Yu Ruomei pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Little sister Xiaoqi, it's not that we're afraid, it's just that there's only one Firebird. If we really get it, how are we going to split it?" Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly became a little embarrassed and said with embarrassment, "I was just about to discuss this matter with my big brothers and big sisters. That little guy is of great use to me. If you really succeed, can you give it to me?" As soon as she said this, not only did Yang Kai look at her with a strange expression, but even Su Qing and Yu Ruomei's expressions turned ugly. Everyone was a third-order origin king cultivator, so why should they work for nothing and not receive any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Kai had his own plans. Su Qing and Yu Ruomei would definitely not agree to such ridiculous conditions. This old demoness, isn't she a little too good at pretending to be innocent? Yang Kai secretly despised her in his heart. Didn't she know that going too far was as bad as falling short? Mo Xiaoqi saw the ugly expressions on the faces of these people and quickly said, "Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I can give you enough compensation." Compensation? Su Qing coldly snorted. His attitude was no longer as amiable as before. Sneering, he asked, "I wonder what kind of compensation Sister Xiaoqi wants to give us?" Mo Xiaoqi did not answer him, and instead released her divine sense to scan her space ring. After a while, with a flash of light, she took out 3 artifacts. These were 3 artifacts. One of them was a pink gauze robe that was as thin as a veil and decorated with colorful gems. These gems were not ordinary and gave off mysterious energy fluctuations. The second artifact was a black ruler that was about 2 fingers long. Although it was not big, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling, as if it could even suppress a cultivator's divine sense. The last artifact was a thick-backed machete with a thick blade that was engraved with complex patterns. A bloody aura wafted from this machete, and it was obvious at a glance that many masters had died under it. However, the energy fluctuations coming from these 3 artifacts were not weak at all. Origin King Grade artifacts? Su Qing's eyes bulged while Yu Ruomei's breathing suddenly quickened. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded, because the 3 artifacts Mo Xiaoqi took out were actually 3 Origin King Grade artifacts, and they were definitely not low-grade Origin King Grade artifacts. This heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber are both Origin King Grade high-rank artifacts, each with its own unique properties. This colored silk gauze robe is an Origin King Grade mid-rank artifact, woven from the silk of the 3,000-year-old snow silkworm, a specialty of the Northern Territory's Snow Province. It is impervious to all 5 elements and has excellent defensive capabilities. The outer space star sand on it can also be transformed into powerful attacks, combining attack and defense. And I'll give you these 3 artifacts as compensation first, okay? If you succeed, there will be additional rewards. And Mo Xiaoqi looked at the 3 people in front of her timidly and asked hesitantly, "Is that okay?" Su Qing couldn't help swallowing hard while Yu Ruomei's pair of beautiful eyes were like locusts biting onto the colored silk gauze robe, unwilling to look away. Yang Kai forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart as he stared at Mo Xiaoqi calmly, his heart filled with extreme vigilance. The fact that the other party could casually take out 3 high-grade Origin King-grade artifacts showed just how rich her family was. Such a person was definitely not some unknown master, and might even be a Dao Source Realm master in disguise. Otherwise, how could she act so casually? Even if she was ignorant of worldly affairs, she should still understand the simple truth of not showing off one's wealth. Daring to expose her wealth like this, she should be confident in her strength. However, if she was really a Dao Source Realm master who could hide from his perception, she should be at least a 2nd-order or 3rd-order Dao Source Realm master. So why would she need to find him? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. "Why can't I?" Mo Xiaoqi saw that the 3 of them still hadn't replied and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment as she tried to take back the 3 artifacts. "What is little sister Xiaoqi saying?" Yu Ruomei was the first to recover and giggled. Elder sister saw little sister for the first time and felt that little sister was a good girl. Since little sister wants that little thing, elder sister naturally won't compete with you. Elder sister will help you with this matter. Her words were filled with righteousness, but her actions were not slow as she directly took the colored silk gauze robe and stuffed it into her space ring. Not to mention the value of the Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain wasn't as high as an Origin King grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Even if it was, after the 4 of them divided it equally, it definitely wouldn't be as valuable as the colored silk gauze robe. Moreover, before they even started, Mo Xiaoqi had already given her a colored silk gauze robe. If they really succeeded, there would likely be even more benefits. As such, she no longer hesitated. Seeing that Yu Ruomei had already taken action, Su Qing couldn't help lightly coughing and saying, "This Su can feel Sister Xiaoqi's sincerity. In that case, count this Su in as well." Saying so, his eyes swept between the remaining heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber, seemingly hesitant to choose. In the end, he picked up the heavy tasseled ruler and put it into his space ring. Mo Xiaoqi turned her eyes to Yang Kai and looked at him expectantly. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively not wanting to get involved in this muddy water. But thinking that Lu Yen was likely to be besieged by countless masters, he could only feign civility. Su Qing also persuaded from the side, "Brother Yang, Sister Xiaoqi is so sincere. Why are you still hesitating? Yang Kai sighed and said, I'm not hesitating, it's just, I don't use a saber. Mo Shaoqi heard this, and her eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, then what kind of artifact does Big Brother Yang want? She wasn't afraid that Yang Kai had high requirements, but rather that Yang Kai had no requirements. Do you have a sword? An ice attribute sword-type artifact. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the monster insect queen still lacked a decent weapon and quickly asked. Oh, let me see, I remember I have one. Mo Shaoqi said as she put away the enduring hatred saber and buried her head in her space ring. Su Qing stared at her ring with fiery eyes, as if he was staring at some kind of peerless treasure. It was no wonder they were like this. Mo Shaoqi's performance just now had convinced them that this girl had countless treasures on her. She could take out 3 or 4 Origin King-grade artifacts at will, so who knew how many more treasures she had in her ring? Who wouldn't covet such a space ring? Yang Kai observed their expressions and sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Su Qing and Yu Ruomei couldn't see Mo Shaoqi's problem. But humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. This was an eternal truth, so Yang Kai didn't care what they thought. After a long time, Mo Shaoqi raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with an embarrassed expression. Big Brother Yang. I seem to have remembered wrongly. I don't have an Origin King-grade high-rank ice attribute sword artifact. Her expression was like a child who had done something wrong and was eager to be forgiven. Yang Kai just said lightly, since you don't have one, forget it. In any case, it wasn't anything urgent. The monster insect queen didn't have a weapon, so it could still display good combat strength. Can I use dual swords? After Mo Shaoqi finished speaking, she suddenly took out 2 long swords that exuded a cold aura, one of which was purple and about 3 meters long while the other was blue and about 2.5 meters long. The 2 swords, one long and one short, intertwined in a brilliant radiance, like a perfect combination of pearls and jade, giving off no sense of awkwardness. What was most noticeable was that both swords were exuding the aura fluctuations that Origin King-grade high-rank artifacts should have. Su Qing and Yu Ruomei's eyes suddenly turned red as their breathing quickened slightly. Dual swords. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up, never having expected Mo Shaoqi to give him such a huge surprise. In essence, dual swords could be regarded as a sword-type artifact in another form. The difficulty of using them was several times greater than using a single sword, but correspondingly, the power they could display was greatly increased. It was for this reason that the value of dual swords was far above ordinary artifacts, comparable to defensive artifacts of the same level. The true value of 2 Origin King-grade high-rank swords was no less than an ordinary Dao Source-grade artifact. Chapter 1969. Are you sure you want to give me these twin swords? Their value is not low. Yang Kai looked at Mo Shaoqi and asked with a frown. Brother Yang, if you think it's inappropriate, how about I exchange my heavy tasseled ruler with you? Su Qing asked eagerly from the side. He was not a fool, so how could he not understand the difference in value between the heavy tasseled ruler and these twin swords? Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled coldly. Su Qing couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed as he scratched his head awkwardly. Mo Shaoqi smiled and said, but I don't have the artifacts Big Brother Yang needs. Only these twin swords barely meet your requirements. If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, please accept them. Ahem. Since you say so, then I'll accept. Yang Kai took the purple-green twin swords from Mo Shaoqi and threw them into the sealed world bead, sending them to the monster insect queen, so it could familiarize itself with refining these artifacts. Only now did Su Qing and Yu Ruomei retract their reluctant gazes, but when they thought of the rich man next to them, perhaps even more benefits were waiting for them. The two calmed down and looked at each other. As their eyes met, they seemed to be secretly communicating with each other. Mo Shaoqi didn't notice this scene at all. Seeing the 3 of them accept her benefits, a happy smile appeared on her face as she said, "Then it's a deal? If we can really catch that little guy, I hope you can keep your promise. Shaoqi will reward you handsomely." Of course, Su Qing smiled warmly again. There's no time to lose, let's go. Yang Kai urged. While the 3 of them were discussing, many teams had already gathered and were rushing towards Clear Jade Mountain. He was very worried about Lu Yan's current situation and couldn't wait to find her. Come with me. Mo Shaoqi turned around and led the way. Brother Yang, please. Su Qing smiled and gestured. Yang Kai said calmly, "You two go first, I'll bring up the rear." Su Qing smiled slightly. He didn't decline and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yang." As he spoke, he immediately followed. Yu Ruomei also nodded slightly to Yang Kai and entered Clear Jade Mountain. Yang Kai looked around and was the last to enter. Clear Jade Mountain was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. The forest was deep, and there were many fierce beasts roaming about. However, the group of 4 was a third-order origin king cultivator, so if they worked together, even if a Dao Source realm monster beast appeared, they would still be able to fight. Therefore, they were not afraid. Moreover, they were not in the depths of Jade Clear Mountain, so there were no powerful monster beast. Mo Shaoqi seemed to really know the specific location of the Firebird. After entering Clear Jade Mountain, she didn't even need to distinguish the direction and simply led everyone forward. His speed was extremely fast. Her performance gave Yang Kai some confidence in her. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that along the way, Mo Shaoqi didn't seem to be on guard against the other 3, as if she really trusted them. Between Su Qing and Yu Ruomei, who were sandwiched in the middle, there were faint spiritual energy fluctuations, obviously communicating with each other in secret. It was ridiculous that they thought they were acting covertly, but in front of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, which was not something a third-order origin king cultivator should possess, they were unable to hide. In this team, Mo Shaoqi's origins were mysterious while Su Qing and Yu Ruomei were sneaking around. Yang Kai also had other plans. It was hard to say who would have the last laugh. Along the way, they could faintly hear the sound of flying in the distance. Obviously, other teams were searching for the whereabouts of the Firebird. However, as time passed, such movements became fewer and fewer. The place where the 4 of them were was getting deeper and deeper into Clear Jade Mountain. Half a day later, Mo Shaoqi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, and the other 3 naturally hurriedly stopped as well. "The last time I saw it, it was in the mountain pass up ahead. Everyone, get ready to fight," Mo Shaoqi reminded everyone. Su Qing and Yu Ruomei nodded and secretly pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned because if Lu Yen was in front of them, he should have sensed it a long time ago, but until now, he had not sensed Lu Yan's aura. There were only 2 possibilities for this. The first was that Lu Yen had left the mountain pass up ahead and was looking for another place to rest. The second possibility was also what Yang Kai did not want to see. The one inside Clear Jade Mountain was not Lu Yen, so he could not sense it. Mo Shaoqi had already used a secret technique to conceal her figure, restraining her aura and Saint Qi fluctuations, as did Su Qing and Yu Ruomei. The secret techniques of these 3 were different, but it was clear at a glance which one was stronger and which one was weaker. After Mo Shaoqi used her secret technique, her aura and life fluctuations completely disappeared. If one did not observe her with their naked eyes, even Yang Kai would not be able to detect her whereabouts. It was obvious that the secret technique she cultivated was of extremely high grade. Su Qing and Yu Ruomei, on the other hand, were much worse. Although Yang Kai's vision was quite good, they were completely incomparable to Mo Shaoqi's. Yang Kai also used a secret technique to conceal his aura. Nihility. However, he did not use the full power of nihility, only slightly. This way, while concealing himself well enough, he did not have to worry about exposing the secrets of his space secret technique. However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that after he used the weakened version of his nihility secret technique, Mo Shaoqi, who was in front of him, actually looked back at him, her beautiful eyes flashing with a puzzled light before she immediately turned her head away with a blank look. This girl, did she see something? Yang Kai was shocked. The 4 of them approached quietly and soon arrived above the mountain pass. Looking down, Mo Shaoqi could not help but let out a cry. "What's wrong?" Su Qing was surprised. "It's not here," Mo Shaoqi said, standing up and flying directly down to the mountain pass. The remaining 3 looked at each other and did not bother to hide their figures, following closely behind Mo Shaoqi. At the mountain pass, it seemed that a fierce battle had just taken place. There were burn marks everywhere, and there were several charred corpses on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold, and the air was full of a burnt smell that made people want to vomit. Such a scene made everyone's eyes shrink. However, the situation in front of them also proved that Mo Shaoqi was not lying. The Firebird was indeed resting here before, but it might have been disturbed by these people, so it left after a great battle and killing the enemies. This is the Jiang family's third elder? Su Qing looked down at an old man in a brown robe and whispered. He obviously recognized this old man. Although the old man was burned to death, his appearance was still recognizable. What's the strength of this person? Yang Kai asked. Su Qing's face was solemn as he said, the Jiang family is not weak in Maplewood City. The third elder is a third-order origin king, the same as us. This is the vice palace master of Red Leaf Palace? He actually died here? Yu Ruame covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. As the dead cultivator was identified one by one, it turned out that these corpses were all second-order or third-order origin kings, and there were actually 8 of them. 8 second-order origin kings working together had actually been killed by the Firebird, a discovery that made Su Qing and Yu Ruame's faces turn ugly. The 8 corpses in front of them made them suddenly feel that this operation was a little too hasty. Everyone seemed to have underestimated the strength of the Firebird. After all, the 2 of them, including Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi, only had 4 third-order origin kings. In terms of numbers and overall strength, they were absolutely no match for these 8 people who died in front of them. If they were all killed, how could the 4 of them succeed? Thinking so, Su Qing and Yu Ruame could not help but retreat, their faces gloomy. Yang Kai also frowned, because he was very clear about Lu Yan's strength. Even if Lu Yan was not to be trifled with, he should not have the ability to kill so many people at once. Mo Shaoqi saw the hesitation of the 3 and suddenly said, "You don't have to worry too much. Although that little guy killed a lot of people, it is also injured." "How do you know?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "There is its blood on the ground." Mo Shaoqi smiled slightly and pointed to a spot on the ground. There seemed to be a pool of red on the ground, but it was surrounded by a raging fire. Yang Kai did not pay much attention to it before, but after Mo Shaoqi's reminder, he finally noticed. It's not Lu Yan. The moment he saw this pool of blood, Yang Kai's heart was filled with disappointment. The Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was obviously not Lu Yan, because Lu Yan was an artifact spirit, not a body of flesh and blood. Even if she was injured, it was impossible for her to bleed. Moreover, judging from the situation around this pool of blood, it seemed to contain an unimaginable burning power, causing the surrounding ground to ignite into a raging fire that could not be extinguished. Realizing this, Kai Yang's whole body lost all its energy. The reason he came to Clear Jade Mountain was because of Lu Yan, but now that he knew the truth, he was naturally disappointed. If that's the case, we really do have some chance, Su Qing frowned thoughtfully. Although the Jiang family's third elders group had been completely wiped out, they had still caused some damage to the Firebird. If the 4 of them were well prepared, they might have a chance to succeed. It's just that when the time comes and we really encounter that Firebird, what should we do? Shouldn't we discuss it carefully? Yu Ruame asked. The 8 dead people in front of her made her feel uneasy, and if it weren't for her greed for the reward Mo Shaoqi had promised before, she would have left already. Although treasures were good, she still needed to be alive to enjoy them. We should discuss this carefully. How about this? Each of you briefly explain the secret techniques and powers you are proficient in, so that everyone can cooperate when the time comes, Su Qing proposed. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai immediately gave him a meaningful look. Mo Shaoqi smiled and waved her hand. No need, when we encounter it. The 3 of you just need to help me stall for time. I have my own way to deal with it. She had a victorious expression on her face, and no one knew where her confidence came from. Chapter 1970. The feeling Mo Shaoqi gave Yang Kai was one of mystery. He faintly felt that the purity and naivety displayed by the other party was a disguise, but he couldn't find any flaws. Moreover, judging from the generosity of her actions and the concealment secret technique she had mastered, it was clear her origins were extraordinary. How could an ordinary Origin King store so many Origin King-grade artifacts in their space ring? Not to mention, each one of them was of extraordinary grade. This was especially true for Mo Shaoqi, who gave off a powerful aura, obviously wearing a number of powerful artifacts. This girl definitely had a great background, and one that was not small at that. This made Yang Kai keep a close eye on her. However, now that she said she had a way to deal with the Firebird, Yang Kai believed her. Although Yang Kai didn't want to get involved in Clear Jade Mountain's affairs anymore, after all, he had received benefits from them, so withdrawing halfway wasn't good, so he could only follow this path to the end. Sister Shao-Chi, you said you have a way to deal with the Firebird. Can you tell us in detail? After all, that beast's strength is extraordinary. We really don't want to follow in the footsteps of others. Su Qing asked with some concern. Yu Ruomei also nodded, agreeing with Su Qing's point of view. Mo Shao-Chi frowned, looking a little embarrassed, but after a while, she seemed to make up her mind and said, "It's not convenient for me to tell you the details, but I have an artifact that can restrain its power. Please believe me, I won't let you do anything too dangerous." Hearing this, Su Qing and Yu Ruomei glanced at each other and nodded lightly, the former smiling and saying, "Since Sister Shao-Chi says so, this will not ask further. Then I won't ask any more questions. I just hope that Miss Shao-Chi will succeed when the time comes." "No problem, leave it to me." Mo Shao-Chi was overjoyed when she heard this and patted her chest confidently. "Then let's track its location now. Although we don't know where it is now, if we follow the trail, we will be able to find it. We can definitely find it." Saying so, she led the way again. After walking all the way inside for more than an hour, Mo Shao-Chi stopped again in the midst of a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The trail in front of her suddenly broke. Just as she furrowed her brows and was about to search for clues again, an unusual power suddenly surged out from a certain place. That power was incomparably hot. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the air rose sharply, and the surrounding lush trees were affected by this high temperature, instantly withered, dried up, and began burning. "Be careful," Yang Kai shouted hurriedly. There was no need for him to remind them. All four of them were third-order origin king cultivators were extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of this kind of power. When this hot aura, they all immediately. As soon as they felt, the four of them immediately. A ball of pitch-black flames the size of a wash basin directly bombarded the place where everyone had been standing, turning that area into scorched earth. The black flames burned fiercely, as if they would never be extinguished. Whether it was the deep color or the terrifying killing power, they all couldn't help but change their expressions. Sure enough, it's here. Mo Shao-Chi was not only not surprised, but instead overjoyed, her delicate face filled with joy. He stared at a certain spot. In that position, a strange bird about 3 meters long with a fiery red body was staring at the four of them with a fierce light in its eyes, as if it was made of flames. Its body was covered in scorching flames, and it had a long tail. Its appearance was beautiful, like a fire spirit. "Lu Yen." Yang Kai was taken aback. Judging from the appearance of this firebird that had suddenly appeared, it was as if it had been carved from the same mold as Lu Yen. But he soon understood that this firebird in front of him was not Lu Yen. Because no matter how it looked like it was made of flames, it was still in existence with flesh and blood. Moreover, Yang Kai could vaguely feel a faint pressure from its body. It was an indescribable power that made even someone as strong as Yang Kai feel somewhat uneasy in front of it. "Bastard, who spread the rumor that this thing is an artifact spirit." Su Qing cursed angrily on the other side. Previously, outside Clear Jade Mountain, many cultivator had rumored that there was an artifact spirit with sentience inside the mountain, leading to countless people rushing here. But now it seemed that this was clearly not the case. Which bastard had spread this rumor? However, it was meaningless to pursue this matter now. "It's coming again." Yu Ruomei screamed as her tender body flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages as she suddenly dodged. In the next moment, a mass of black flames bombarded the place she had been standing. After Yu Ruomei reappeared from another direction, a look of lingering fear appeared on her face. She could clearly feel the powerful lethality contained in these black flames. If she had been accidentally contaminated, she would likely have ended up like the Jiang family's third elder. So many Origin King Realm Masters had already died, demonstrating just how difficult and terrifying this firebird was. So how could Yu Ruomei dare not be careful? "Everyone, please hold it back for a while. I'll start preparing." After Mo Shao-Chi hurriedly said, she suddenly jumped away from the spot and formed a series of mysterious seals with her hands, her entire temperament suddenly changing. The innocence faded from her body, and Mo Shao-Chi suddenly became solemn and awe-inspiring, her red lips moving slightly as she formed a series of seals with her hands, muttering some unknown words. At the same time, an aqua-blue sphere appeared in front of her. This sphere was filled with extremely powerful water attribute energy, like a vast ocean. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of waves and tsunamis coming from it. A Dao Source grade artifact? Su Qing's eyes suddenly turned red as his breathing quickened as he stared greedily at the aqua-blue sphere in front of Mo Shaoqi. Although he was a third-order origin king cultivator, he had never owned a Dao Source grade artifact before. Although judging from Mo Shaoqi's generosity before, it was very likely that this girl had many Dao Source grade artifacts. Seeing it with his own eyes still shocked Su Qing. What's more, this aqua-blue sphere was obviously not an ordinary Dao Source grade artifact. It was most likely a high-rank Dao Source grade artifact. Such a treasure was invaluable to Su Qing. Brother Su, it's not good to be absent-minded at this time, is it? Yang Kai coldly snorted and hurriedly rushed in front of Mo Shaoqi. When Mo Shaoqi took out the aqua-blue sphere artifact and began chanting, the firebird opposite her suddenly stared at this girl with a pair of fierce eyes, as if it also felt the threat to its life from this girl and regarded her as its number one enemy. The bird opened its beak and spat out a dragon-like pillar of black flame. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, and his first reaction was to dodge immediately. "Help me block it. I can't move right now." Before Yang Kai could dodge, Mo Shaoqi's nervous words reached his ears. "Idiots." Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. He really couldn't figure out whether Mo Shaoqi was really stupid or just pretending to be. In the face of such a powerful enemy, she had actually used a secret technique that made her unable to move. Wasn't this simply courting death? Now, as long as he dodged, Mo Shaoqi would inevitably be hit by the black flames. Judging from the terrifying destructive power of these black flames, this girl would definitely die. Could it be that her true nature was the same as what she showed before? Was she not pretending? Was all his previous guesses about her wrong? Otherwise, how could her combat experience be so shallow? Anyone with even the slightest bit of common sense in battle would not choose to do this, unless the people around them were extremely trustworthy companions they could entrust their lives to. And he, Su Qing, and Yu Ruame were obviously not companions Mo Shaoqi could entrust her life to. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts floated through Yang Kai's mind, but soon he shouted, "If you don't want to die here, come help." Saying so, he let out a roar and a five-colored light burst out from his body. Stretching out his hand, he pushed forward and muttered, "Earth Sword Chi, Divine Nullification Shield." A yellow light burst from his body and quickly formed a shield-like barrier in front of him. Yang Kai cultivated his five elements indestructible sword Qi and had absorbed a large amount of the Divine Nullification Sand's energy into his Earth attribute sword Qi. So now he could naturally display the power of the Divine Nullification Sand to form a defensive barrier. The Earth attribute sword Qi was thick, and its main defensive attribute was the Divine Nullification Shield's defensive power. However, this was not the end of it. Yang Kai also stripped the light cyan light from his body and condensed his wood attribute sword Qi into an illusory forest in front of him, forming a second line of defense behind the Divine Nullification Shield. Followed by the water attribute, metal attribute, fire attribute. Using all five elements sword Qis, the five-colored light originally covering Yang Kai's body disappeared in a very short time and was replaced by 5 layers of defensive nets. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the black flames collided with the Divine Nullification Shield and in an instant, tore through its defenses and rushed into the illusory forest, incinerating the scenery around it. The water curtain was evaporated and the golden walls were melted away. Only the fire sword Qi, which was the main offensive attribute, was able to contend with the black flames for a while. After all, this was the sword Qi Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing the sun's true fire, so in terms of grade, it was definitely not inferior to his opponent's black flames, but in terms of quantity, it was somewhat inferior and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. The heat and murderous intent rushing towards him made Yang Kai's hair stand on end as the aura of death rushed towards him, making him feel as if he was facing the summons of the Grim Reaper. It was not until this moment that Su Qing and Yu Ruame finally reacted. Although the two of them were acting stealthily in secret, they were not idiots and knew that they were not this firebird's opponent. If they wanted to survive, they had to first save Mo Shaoqi's life and allow her to complete her secret technique. As such, seeing Yang Kai take action, they had no choice but to act. Heaven's Net Cut. Boundless Saint Seal. 2 powerful attacks bombarded from Su Qing and Yu Ruame's direction, blocking the Black Flame Dragon's path. The full strength of a third-order origin king was definitely not something to be underestimated. With the two of them joining forces, the pressure on Yang Kai was instantly reduced, You're tuning in to the Blimay's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.